Okay, hey everybody. Okay, hey everybody. Hmm. Okay, that's so weird. My computer is somehow working properly. Okay, that's so weird. My computer is somehow okay, I see the problem now. Properly. Okay. So I wanted to talk about Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. And I wanted to give a different perspective on this, right? Because I don't know if you guys, I don't know. I guess if you guys have been in, people get mad when I say the word Pan African, but I mean, it's the one, those are the ones who praise him, right? So if you have ever been around certain Pan African streams, there's always this extremely positive narrative of Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, but little will a lot of people know is that during his time, a lot of African leaders actually did not like Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. They actually thought he was arrogant. They thought that he wanted too much too soon. He had good intentions. I won't sit here and be like, oh, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah is evil. Some people probably would say that. So I won't say that he didn't mean well, but I mean, I think one of the mistakes that Dr. Kwame Nkrumah did was assuming that other people would be on his agenda, is assuming that other people were thinking like him because, hmm, I don't know about all 54 countries, but I know Julius Nyerere specifically had like, he had a like East African dream. Like he had a dream to connect East Africa. So when Julius Nyerere was trying to work with Dr. Kwame Nkrumah in the past, they actually fell out. They actually had a lot of disagreements because Dr. Kwame Nkrumah was thinking about the whole continent, kind of, and Julius Nyerere was kind of only focused on East Africa, and that caused them to have a bit of problems. Um, okay, so I'll say this: Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, despite him not being liked, especially later on into his presidency, I'll explain that. I'll probably just play my video from last time because I'm too lazy to like do and just add on top of the research that I already did from last time because I literally just turned StreamYard on, so I wasn't really prepared to come and talk about this. But I wanted to ask some people, right? Before I get started, I wanted to ask some people, um, what are your guys' opinion on Dr. Kwame Nkrumah? And if you have a very positive or extremely positive opinion of him, then I would like to ask you, whom did you get that information from? Because people might think that I'm here trying to tarnish his name. I'm not. But at the same time, I have access to people who were alive during that time. I talk to my parents about this stuff all the time. So it's not just me being a hater or me trying to break people's hearts. Like I literally talk to people who were alive that time, who give me a different perspective than the perspective I see on YouTube. So you kind of can't blame me for not having an over positive opinion on Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. Like, it's just amazing how people who never lived in Ghana, um, yeah, never lived in Ghana when Ghana went through its tough times are here talking about I'm being ungrateful. It's just so. Anyway, I'll get into that rant a bit later, but let me start. I think I'll fast forward my video. And to the hater yesterday, I'm pretty sure I look West African. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Anyway, okay.
Dr. Kwame Nkrumah was actually born in 1909. So he was born a very long time ago. And he was actually born to a family that was poor and illiterate. So Dr. Kwame Nkrumah was not a bourgeoisie. He was not a member of the elites. He was actually a pretty rural Ghanaian guy. He grew up in a very traditional setting in which his father wasn't at home because his father was doing like fishing work. So his father wasn't at home. He was raised by his parents and he was also raised by his grandparents, all in the same house. Like they lived very communally. So even though they didn't have money, because there were a lot of people in the house, there was a lot of help. He was very smart, he was very intelligent. And actually, when he was in school, before he left Ghana, he actually read works from Marcus Garvey, and he also read works from W.E. Du Bois. So he was kind of getting a little aware. I wouldn't say that he was woke when he was in Ghana, but he was getting aware about, wait, integration is probably not the best thing. Like we as Black people, we should liberate ourselves. We should try doing things ourselves instead of always asking for handouts. So that kind of sparked his interest a little bit. Later on down the line, he actually went to US. He went to US and he went to the UK. So if you're African American or if you're Black British, your ancestors are also part of the story, because remember how I said he was kind of woke? Well, when he went to the diaspora, he actually became woke, because before, when he was in Ghana, his name was Francis. He went by the name of Francis. But when he was in the UK, he changed his name to his second name, which is Kwame, which means born on Saturday. So there was some kind of an enlightenment that actually went down when he was with the African Americans in Lincoln University. And when he was with the other Black people in England, he actually became more woke. Like he actually started to understand, oh, wow, my country's still colonized and I'm here. So that it's amazing to know that link, that African Americans and Ghanaians went way back in the 60s. Actually, wait, no, my bad. 60s is when he became president. I think this was during the 1920s, 1930s, probably 40s, when these type of interactions happened. Anyways, he went to school for 12 years abroad. He was very smart. He got a whole bunch of degrees, and he went to UK to get his law degree. So yeah, that's what happened. Anyways, when he came back, there was actually some stuff going on in Ghana. Ghana wanted independence, right? But the British didn't really want to give Ghana independence. Like the British wanted to keep Ghana as its lapdog because Ghana was known as the Gold Coast. So the British were cool with stealing gold from Ghana, but they didn't really want Ghana to leave. Like they didn't want to give Ghana full independence. Anyways, this ties into the UGCC. The UGCC is a political party that was in Ghana during during colonization. So I want to plug this in because some people don't know this. There were actually political parties in many African countries before independence. Like the only difference was that these political parties, they had some kind of power, but the head of states were still, in the case of Ghana, the head of state was still the queen. So there was no president, but there were political parties. So I just wanted to make that clear, you know, just in case people don't like actually understand that. So anyways, there was a Gold Coast political party, right? All of these people were sons and daughters of the bourgeoisie, people who came from rich families, right? So they created a political party and they needed like a face for the political party. They needed someone who was charismatic. They needed somebody who could relate to the commoners, to the people who didn't have a lot of money. So when Osajifo actually came back to Africa, when he came back to Ghana, the United Gold Coast Party actually tapped Nkrumah on the shoulder and they were like, hey, we need you. Like, do you want to be a part of this party? Do you want to be the spokesperson? People really love you. Like, do you want to be a part of our party? And he said yes. He didn't have a lot of money back then. They needed people, somebody who could be relatable to the common people. So it was a perfect relationship for 2 years. Okay, for 2 years. The West didn't like Nkrumah because he thought that he was too socialist, that he thought he was too radical. But everyone else kind of liked him because he got along with the people. Like, he was very charismatic. Like, you could tell that he cared about Africa or whatever. Anyways, these people, I'm gonna put their picture on the screen. Give me 1 second. So these people are the people I'm talking about. They were the big six. They were like the founding fathers of present day Ghana. And it's actually quite interesting that these people are actually in a lot of the Ghanaian cities because they were like the formation of who I'm talking about. Anyways, the guy that is in the very right, who is not Kwame Nkrumah, like the other guy, he was actually somebody who was in cahoots with the British. I wouldn't call him an industry plant, but because he liked the British a lot, he actually is this lagging? Wait 1 second. It's not? Okay. Anyways, yeah. So because he wanted to get along with the British, he drafted Ghana's first constitution, right? Or the Gold Coast's first constitution. Okay. That constitution actually gave the British a lot of power into how Ghana would run its country, run its resources, and run its politics. That was good, but Nkrumah wasn't really liking that. And later on the line, all those people who I put up in the screen, Nkrumah actually didn't get along with them later on down the line because they were like, you guys are the puppets of the British. We're here trying to get independence, and you're here trying to get along with them. Like, you're here trying to like make backwards deals with them. So this was something that was seen as really bad. And
Okay, just to explain what I meant, in Nkrumah's compatriots or his mates, like his teammates, were wanting to do more. Okay, so during that time, there were two types of independence. There was the fast independence and slow independence. So the other people wanted to do slow independence. They didn't want to make the British as angry. Nkrumah was like, nah, let's do fast independence. Let's hurry this up. So this caused a problem in which there was a problem in the leadership of Ghana because not a lot of people actually liked Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. As I mentioned before, the other members were part of the bourgeois. So they're already rich. They're already used to sellout culture. Nkrumah was not. He didn't really care as much. So that's the problem and the rift. Let me fast forward this. Hold on.
and let me say it like this: Kwame Nkrumah got arrested. He got arrested. He was arrested on a lot of political type of indictments, and his prison sentence was 3 years. Okay, everyone thought that him getting arrested would be like the end of his whole party, the end of everything that he was doing. But him getting arrested actually gave him a lot of public support because a lot of people were like, wait, you care about this cause so much that you're actually going to jail? That actually made him more popular across the whole nation. So he actually ran to be prime minister in his prison cell. So when he was locked up, he actually ran to be prime minister, and he formulated, I forgot to mention, he formulated his own party. So his own political party was called the CPP. So he broke away from the big six, the guys that I put up there. He broke away from that, formed his own political party, ran for office in jail, and won by a landslide. So at that point, the British were like, oh, nah, we probably made a mistake. We should have killed him, but we didn't. So he won, right? He won, and the British couldn't do anything about it because if he won, like rightfully so, but then you say, oh, he can't be prime minister, then there could have been like an upheaval. There could have been like more riots and stuff like that. So he won the presidency. Everything was great, kind of. Fast forward a couple years later. Oh yes, fast forward a couple years later, there was actually, sorry guys, I have to take a pause. There was actually assassination attempts by some of the elite. They were actually getting really jealous of Nkrumah. They were trying to do other negotiations with the British whilst he was doing his own negotiations with the British. So that was one of his many assassination attempts. And this was all happening during the 1950s, just to be like 100% clear. Okay, so anyways, he kept on pushing forward. Everything was great. He got to negotiate with the British for independence. So Ghana was actually the second country in Africa to get its independence in 1957. The first country was Sudan, who got their independence in 1956. After independence, things were all right. Like, you know, you have a brand new country, blah, blah, blah. The Queen let him become president after he was prime minister. His status got elevated to president around the early 60s. He also drafted a new constitution. Earlier, I was talking about like the other sellout of the UGCC drafted the constitution, but Kwame Nkrumah actually, along with being president, drafted a brand new constitution for the country, and that had more socialist or communist type of things for the citizens of Ghana, which was at the time seen as a really, really good thing. Okay, so what went wrong? Why was Nkrumah seen as a crazy communist? Well, he kind of was, and was at the same time. He read a lot of Lenin, Marxist ideologies, and Maoism from China. So basically what he wanted to do for Ghana, he didn't really get to achieve it that much, but he wanted to make Ghana like the headquarters of African excellence, basically. So he wanted Ghana to do that, and then for other countries to actually to copy that model, because a lot of the countries who got independence later, he was one of the reasons why they got independence, not solely because of him, but it was because of his influence and because of his yes we can attitude. And at the time, a lot of African leaders weren't really trying to hear it. The French Francophones weren't trying to hear it because they were kind of loyal to France. They didn't really care about what the British Anglophone countries were doing, which is kind of evident still today. The Portuguese countries also weren't trying to hear it. And then the East African countries, it's not that they didn't care, but because Julius Nyerere was already taking care of that socialism and all of that like African unity thing on the east side of Africa, that kind of caused problems between Nkrumah and Julius Nyerere, because Julius Nyerere was actually working on his Federation of East African States. That was something that he was also trying to do on his end. So I think there was kind of like a backlash between personalities between Nyerere and Nkrumah at that time. It's also important to note that because Ghana got independence so fast as well, Nkrumah didn't really understand the economic implications of actually a lot of things that he did. He just appointed a whole bunch of people to be ministers, a whole bunch of people to take care of all of these positions that they didn't really understand. So he didn't really vet the people that he was appointing. So obviously comes in corruption. There was a whole bunch of corruption that happened. A whole bunch of leaders were making shady deals. And because there were no active, or I don't know if there weren't any, but there weren't as many active bodies that could actually check and see what these officials were doing, a lot of these officials were getting away with things that they were doing. So not only were all these projects really expensive, but these projects weren't being done properly. And then that kind of made Ghana's tab even more expensive. So by 1963, Ghana was 6 billion pounds in debt. So even though he was doing this whole, okay, let's all privately own all these things, let's all be less capitalist, let's not copy the West. He wasn't copying the West in terms of copying Britain and US, but he was copying the West as in trying to copy Russia and China at that time, and it didn't really work as much as he thought it would work. That also made him a target, because when he was talking to other African leaders about, hey, like let's be United States of Africa, they were just kind of like, okay, sure, no problem. But then what ended up happening is when he started speaking about more of his communist ideas, which happened later on in his presidency, they were just kind of like, but we just got decolonized like a couple of years ago. Why are you saying that we should work with Russia and China when we have good relationships with France and Britain? So that was another reason why this whole like Pan-African, he had Pan-African ideologies, but I think him mixing Pan-Africanism along with socialism kind of made actually a lot of African leaders really scared and worried about like what's in your mind, like what are you actually thinking? Now, I don't know whether he was actually all that socialist or not. I tried to get research on it, but a lot of people were unwilling to talk about it. You know how that is. So I'll show you guys some pictures and you guys can tell me, like, do you guys think that he changed or did he not? Oh, by the way, he did marry an Arab woman, and that was kind of controversial as well, because it's like, hey, you're talking about Black power, Black unity, but you marry somebody who's not quote unquote Black. That didn't pan well with a lot of people as well. So I don't know, would you guys consider her to be a Black queen? Or, and I'm not making fun of her skin tone, I'm just saying like she's not Black. You know, she's just not. She's just, I mean, you know, she's I don't know. People said that he did this because of political reasons. And who knows, maybe back in the day that was kind of a political reason. But okay, yeah, she is Egyptian, but I don't know what to classify her race, to be honest. But anyways, looking at all these pictures, right? He used to dress like more classic. Sometimes he would wear the intumah and the kente. But later on in his career, he actually started to dress a little more communist, like this. He started copying this. He wanted to look like that, or he wanted to run his country like that. So I don't know. That's just like something that we could talk about. It was just an observation that some people made, that where did all of that come from? Because you're here talking about you don't want to copy the West, but you don't mind copying Russia and China. But Russia and China is not really trying to deal with you like that. So that was a little bit weird. I don't know, maybe he thought that was the way. He actually coined his own term, which is called Nkrumahism, which, to be honest, looking back at Nkrumahism, it's literally a mix of Leninism and Maoism. It's literally a mix of Marxism, like all these other communist ideologies, and he sprinkled in this whole thing saying, oh, well, we need African independence, and then he called it Nkrumahism. Now, I'm not trying to disrespect Osagyefo. Osagyefo means redeemer. He was known as the redeemer of Ghana and the redeemer of Africa, which he coined himself that term. No one gave him that term. He gave himself that title. I'm just saying, I still use that title out of respect because I respect Osagyefo. But if we're going to be honest, was his attempt at communism African communism, or was it just copy and paste and then you call it African communism? I would think it's the latter, to be quite honest. But in any case, his communism didn't really work. The country was really heavily in debt. People didn't like him. The West didn't like him because at this point, this was also the Cold War era. So anything to do with communism is like, huh? That's why Patrice Lumumba got assassinated in Congo. So it's like anything with communism was something that was really suspect. And he was speaking about that a lot. So that made a lot of people in the West really, really like, what is this guy doing? Like, did we make a mistake giving this guy independence type of thing? And then for some Ghanaians, they actually didn't really care about that too much. But I'm not gonna lie, there was a point in his ruling where he became more tyrannical. Like he actually became like a dictator. And what I mean by that is he changed the constitution, right? He changed the constitution to deem himself as president for life. So he wanted to be president of Ghana for life, number one. Number two, he actually changed in the constitution that only one political party could run for office. So instead of being a multiple party country or a multiple party state, now you're saying only one political party can win for office. Thirdly, it was actually against the law for anybody to speak really, really bad about the government. And if you went to jail, right? If you went to jail and he or his government disagreed with something that you did, you could actually go straight and be convicted without a trial. So that was something that was seen as a little cuckoo. Like, wait, so if someone disagrees with you, someone doesn't like you, they could go to jail without a fair trial. And later on, when he became more and more paranoid, for good reasons, which I'll explain, a lot of people actually ended up in jail years and years and years. And that ties in his first assassination attempt. His first assassination attempt was done by someone in his political party. So he had to go back and like get rid of some people. By get rid of some people, you know what that means. Secondly, his second assassination attempt was done by someone in the police service. So when that happened, he actually had to fire a whole bunch of police and actually do a whole reconstruction in the police service. I don't think I made it clear. The reason why some people didn't like him, obviously, was because the country was going through a pretty bad economic decline. It was pretty much broke 10 years after independence, and that's not really something to brag about. And because of the fact that he was becoming more like a dictator instead of an actual president. Like I mentioned before, why did you change the constitution and say that you're going to be president for life? That was just kind of shocking for a lot of people to hear. Like, what? You're going to be president for life? We didn't agree to this. He did that without anyone else's counsel. He did that on his own accord, like without consulting anybody. And then also changing it to the one party system. And people were like, hey, like, thank you for independence. We love you and everything, but why are you going to get rid of all the other political parties? We didn't ask you for that. So yeah, I'm just trying to give some reasons as to why, Ghanaians at that time didn't really like him that much. And why some at that time weren't allowed to say it, because he was the president. Like, you're not trying to get, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're not trying to die or whatever. Anyways, what else did he do? Oh yeah, he heavily influenced the media. So he heavily influenced papers. He heavily influenced radio stations, newspapers, with TV. I don't know about TV. Okay, I know I sound ignorant, but I'm not with TV then. Back then, I don't know. Well, if TV was out back then obviously he influenced TV. Oh my gosh. Yeah. So he did that. He also got rid of some of the people who were part of the UGCC earlier. Like, he actually got rid of them. A lot of them died in their prison cells for very unsuspicious reasons. So he did that, which is kind of normal, to be honest. I think if you're a dictator, you getting rid of people is kind of normal, but I don't think people were really expecting that because they just didn't like understand like, hey, why do you have to be so heavy-handed with it? I think that's what made Ghanaians upset and Ghanaians angry. Some people say that he ended up getting more corrupt. I cannot confirm or deny that, but it wouldn't be unusual if he did get more corrupt in terms of like money and like taking backhand deals for himself. I can't confirm or deny that, but it possibly happened. Now, again, in terms of this whole African Union thing, he had an OAU summit in about I forgot the year, it was 1960 something, and he invited a whole bunch of African countries to come. 14 African countries actually did a boycott against him and said, we're not coming to your African unity nonsense. So 13 African countries ended up going, but none of them actually said, we declare that this is important. So that was kind of another blow to him internationally because he was trying to literally do this whole United States of Africa. As I mentioned before, he was a follower of Marcus Garvey, a heavy follower. In fact, the black star that is in Ghana's flag is influenced by the black star line shift from Marcus Garvey. So he was Pan-African. Nobody can deny that. But the problem is his Pan-Africanism was not something that a lot of African leaders were trying to hear at that time. It wasn't something that was seen as that important. So a lot of the African leaders felt like he was imposing his views on everybody else. And some African leaders actually didn't like him because they were like, why are you saying Ghana should be the head of like the headquarters of Africa? Why should Ghana be the one that teaches other African countries what to do? That caused some kind of jealousy. It did towards him and some other African leaders. Now, I keep saying Julius Nyerere because I'm trying to like get you guys to understand like Julius Nyerere and him would have been like the best team ever, but because they later on didn't get along, that made it cool that him and other countries' presidents didn't get along. Like him and the president of Nigeria at the time did not get along. Him and the president of Togo did not get along as well. So like the countries that are pretty much close to you, the West African countries that are pretty much close to you, they want nothing to do with you. You tell them, hey, let's work with China, let's work with Russia, let's get away from England, let's get away from France. And they're just like, why should we do that? Like you want too much, it's too soon, please relax. So Ghana wasn't doing good financially at that time. Globally, its reputation, you know, from like years ago, from when it was the first independent African country, it just kind of like the popularity went down. It did. I'm not gonna lie, it did. And with that, so did Nkrumah's popularity as an actual leader. He jailed a lot of people. I actually asked my father because my father was alive at that time, or at this time, whatever, at that time. And I asked him and I was like, so was Nkrumah well liked? And he said, not really. I only researched about 2 or 3 assassination attempts on his life, but my dad said that there were many unreported assassination attempts on Kwame Nkrumah. So it was Ghanaians not rocking with him. It was other Africans not rocking with him. And then it was also the West not rocking with him again, not only because of the whole independence thing, but because of him speaking about socialism and Africa not really needing anybody and United States of Africa. That did also make him a target. Now, my father said this, I can't confirm or deny it, but he did say that later on when he actually got exiled from the country, that was something that the West used, the CIA, to actually get involved with the military to do a military coup d'etat. So he was basically saying that the CIA paid a lot of military generals for them to actually do a military coup against him and then exile him and him not being allowed to come back to Ghana. Fun fact, he actually never came back to Ghana after 1966. He actually died in exile in Guinea. So that was something that when I was younger, I kept on asking. I was like, wait, if Dr. Kwame Nkrumah is known as like the deliverer of Ghana, the deliverer of Africa, why was he not allowed to go back to Ghana? Why did he die somewhere else? So it made me think that, yeah, he actually wasn't as well liked as we like to think that he is. And that's completely fine, but we have to know that, right? So yeah, that's basically what happened. There was a lot of jealousy. A lot of the people that were in his party, he was always very charismatic. So a lot of people that he worked with just thought that he was a little too out there, too forward, and they didn't like that at all. So I don't know what it is. I have no idea. Like, I think early on when he was fighting and pushing for independence, everybody was with it. But then when they got the independence, it was like, okay, now we can relax. Now we can take a break. So I'm not really sure if it was something that was fake. I'm not sure if they just didn't like him, but he wasn't as well liked as people put him out to be right now. He was at one point, but for many reasons that I mentioned previously, his popularity really tanked. And yeah, it's kind of sad when you think about it because he did nothing but try to put Africa forward, try to put Ghana forward, try to talk to other African leaders and actually influence a lot of these African leaders to later on get independence. But they didn't care. And he did state that the liberation and the independence of Ghana means nothing if the rest of Africa is not free. So he did care about that, but I don't know, maybe one thing I'll say personally is maybe he cared about Africa too much, like he cared about the state of the whole continent too much, and he didn't respect other people's decisions to just like leave it. Like, if you don't want a United States of Africa, we should stop having that conversation. But I think he was a little too persistent, and that actually started to annoy a lot of people that were around him and a lot of African leaders that were around him. Yeah, that's basically all I have to say. He wasn't a bad person, but I think that he was very misunderstood. And tying into the whole military thing, right? After his assassination attempts, he got very paranoid. He had a couple assassination attempts, as I mentioned. He got kind of paranoid. So he went and he used his CPP, which was his political party. He used members of the CPP to actually go to the military and spy and fire people who we thought was suspicious. He also slashed a lot of the pay of the top ranking military generals. And I think that's really important to note, because if you're president and the military and you don't trust the military, and then the military ends up not liking you because they don't really trust you, how is a coup d'etat, how is a military oust not going to happen? And you might think, okay, well, how does the CIA tie into this? But I actually believe what my dad said. I can't prove it, but I kind of believe that that could be a possibility, because if you are having issues with the military, right, and you slash their pay, and the CIA comes tapping on your neck or on your shoulder and says, hey, that Kwame Nkrumah guy, he's crazy, right? Hey, he slashed your pay. Don't worry, I'll give you more pay. Get rid of him. I actually believe that's a possibility. I actually believe that could have happened, because that's what happened with Patrice Lumumba, and he was only a prime minister. He wasn't a president. So I actually believe that the CIA could have had something to do with this. But in any case, it's not that the CIA did this, but it's the CIA possibly used they used the confusion to their own advantage for things that they wanted, you know? So yeah, that's what I'm gonna say about Kwame Nkrumah. Does anyone have any questions or anything else? I guess I should check the comments. But yeah, I just wanted to say that because he had a good time for like 4 years. After 4 years, his presidency was pretty bad. Like, people just didn't like him. They didn't want to rock with him. They didn't trust him. I don't know how they felt about the nation of Ghana. I don't think they really had an opinion on the nation of Ghana. But if Ghanaians themselves turned their back on their president because of those things, I wouldn't be surprised if the rest of the world did that as well. A lot of
Yeah, guys. So that was a brief rundown of Kwame Nkrumah's presidency, and he also had issues with Togo's president. So Togo is the country or strip of land as some. Okay, let me be nice. The country beside Ghana. He tried to basically colonize Togo. So you guys know how I joke about colonizing Togo. Well, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah actually tried to get Olympio, who was the president of Togo, to come together with him so that they could be a bigger country. So the Volta was originally Togoland, um, and so it was part of Ghana at one point, but then they asked for a referendum to leave Ghana. So that's how their own country. And basically, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah didn't respect Togo's independence. He really thought, oh, we could go back to how the things used to be. You know, we would be stronger together, but he didn't really respect Togo's sovereignty. So at the time, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah and the president of Togo had serious problems. So that's why when Dr. Kwame Nkrumah tries to go to neighboring countries, I mean, countries that are right beside him, to get support for this African unity, it did not work at all, because he basically didn't respect Togo's independence or sovereignty. Then, in the case of Nigeria, the president of Nigeria at the time wasn't as willing to get on the opposition. He wasn't as willing to, you know, work with Nkrumah. He was more, let's be friends with the British and let's not ruffle any feathers. So Nigeria, and Tunisia always gets mad at me, but I always remind Tunisia, your president left my president alone. So don't talk to me about no Pan Africanism. When we came to you guys said you don't care. That's what you told us. It's just the facts. Now, it has nothing to do with Tunisia, but I'm just saying, like, yo, your president did not care about Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, which is fine. So, anyways, we went to Togo. We skipped Benin, to be quite honest. Ivory Coast. Ivory Coast, we did not we only started to get support from Ivory Coast, I think, after in the 2010s, to be honest. We never really had a relationship with Ivory Coast like that. And you'll be shocked because Ivory Coast and Ghana are literally the same country. Well, okay, not the same country. That could be taken the wrong way. But we're very similar. Ivory Coast and Ghana are very similar. Even our landscapes are pretty much the same. So the president of Ivory Coast and Dr. Kwame Nkrumah did not have a close relationship at all. Um, yeah, I forgot when did. Hold on, let me see when Ivory Coast got independence. That might have something to do with it, because there are a significant number of Akans. So Akans are a tribe that are in Ghana. There are a significant number of Akans in Ivory Coast, but it's still not the same country. They still have a different genetic makeup. So Ivory Coast got independence in 1960. So pretty much the same, pretty much the same time when Nkrumah was still alive. But yeah, he let me say something. Nkrumah was seen, to be honest, as a tyrant to some other presidents. I won't say all, but if you really see or study the United States of Africa plan, the plan that he had set in place, there really weren't too many presidents that were supporting that. So when I judge United States of Africa, the plan being in motion, it's not really good. It's not really successful. Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, no, but I'm just being honest. Like, I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just saying the results of it have not been great in the past. That is all I'm saying, right? So Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, he had a really good relationship with Guinea, and he had a good relationship with Mali. They formed a union for like 3 years, which is kind of sad. Um, and that's about it. Like, I don't really remember Dr. Kwame Nkrumah having any deals with anybody else. And Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, I guess people shouldn't call him doctor because he didn't finish his PhD. Okay, why am I laughing? He didn't finish his PhD. Um, so technically he wasn't a doctor anyways. I think that was something to do with respect. But one of his lecturers said the problem with Dr. Kwame Nkrumah is he has grandiose ideas. So he has big ideas, but when it comes to implementation, he doesn't spend time actually formulating these plans. And it's hurtful for me to say because, again, this is like the best president of Ghana. But taking into account that, I think that is correct, right? Because he he was so on this United States of Africa, like Africa needs to be one country. But at the time, a lot of these African countries just gained independence. So, how do you tell somebody, right, who fought for their independence, who just learned how to be free, that, oh no, now we need to unite together? It's like it's kind of arrogant, actually, if you think about it, right? It's kind of arrogant. It's like, wait, so you want a United States of Africa, which I'll even get into that poem by Marcus Garvey. Cool. You want a United States of Africa? Who is going to be the leader of the United States of Africa? Who's going to lead it? Is, I think, the concern that many people had of that time, because they were like, we were subjugated by other people for so long. Are you now going to come and tell us that you are going to, well, you know the best, so you're going to be the leader of this United States of Africa? Because some people go like, oh, well, that's just Africans being arrogant. Well, I wouldn't rule it out as that's just Africans being arrogant, because these are the same people that have been subjugated for so many years. I don't think they want to be subjugated again, and especially without their consent, you know? So I think that was the concern of a lot of African presidents, that they don't really want to talk about, but I really think that's one of the reasons why they weren't so willing to go with this United States of Africa, or idea or plan or whatever. Now people are asking when would be the best time to do United States of Africa. I don't know. I that I don't know. But this is the poem by Marcus Garvey, All Hail. Let me see if I can make it a bit bigger. And as to Garvey's initiatives, right? I think they were great. I think they were good. But if Garvey was an actual head of state, he wouldn't have the freedom to talk like he did. I'm I'm just saying. I'm just saying, like, if you're a head of state and you're talking this and that, you're gonna get in trouble. Because the West is gonna be paying attention. Other countries are gonna be paying attention. That's why when people are like Julius Malema is great and amazing, okay, but he's never going to be president. So that's why he's not a threat to anyone. You know, he's just a member or a leader of an organization. If Julius Nyerere was president of South Africa, I'm pretty sure he would not be saying the same tune. Anyways, United States of Africa, hail United States of Africa free, hail motherland most bright and divinely fair, state in perfect sisterhood united, born of truth, mighty thou shalt be. Hail, sweet land of our fathers, noble king. This is so beautiful. Let joy within thy bounds be known. Friend of the wandering poor and helpless, thou, light to all, such as freedom's regimes within, from Liberia's peace. Sorry. From Liberia's peaceful western coast. Oh gosh, the foaming cape at the southern end. There's but one law and sediment sublime, one flag and its emblem of which we boast. The Nigerias are all united now. Yeah, this was definitely written a long time ago. Sierra Leone and Gold Coast too. Oh, he shouted out Gold Coast. Okay. Gambia, Senegal not divided, but in one union, happily bow. The treason of centuries is dead. All all alien white oh can I all alien whites are forever gone. The glad home of Sheba is once more free. Um, as o'er the world the black and tan raised his head. I can't even say this, man. I'm sorry. Bechuland, a state with Kenya, members of the Federal Union Grand send their greetings to Sister Zanzibar, and so does laughing Tanganyika. Tanganyika? Is that Tanzania? Over the grandmother Mozambique, the pretty Union flag floats in the air. She is the sister to good Somaliland. Smiling with the children of Dahomey, three lusty cheers for old Bastulan, Timbuktu, Tunis, and Algeria, Uganda, Cameroon, all together are all in union with Nyasaland. Where's Nyas? Where is this? Okay, we waited long for fiery Morocco. With Guinea and Togo, she has become. Shout outs to Guinea and Togo, man. Shout out to Guinea and Togo. They mean a lot to me historically. All free and equal in the sisterhood, like Swazi, Zululand, and the Congo. There is no state left out of the Union. The East, West, North, South. Ooh, so you modern day Pan Africans. He said the North counts. I'm just saying, he said the North. Anyway, the North, South, including Central, are in the nation strong forever. Over blacks in glorious dominion. Hail United States of Africa free. Yo, I need a United States of Africa flag, man. Someone send that to me. I need a United States of Africa flag. Country of the brave black man's liberty. States of greater nationhood, thou hast won. A new life for the race is just begun. Dun dun dun. Yo, I'm sorry. You listen. Yeah, so that's the United States, the famous United States of Africa poem. You know what I mean? Might have to read that again in private. That was pretty romantic though. I'm not gonna lie. That was like an Africa love letter. That was very romantic. Uh I don't know. Just missing Wakanda. Just missing just missing Wakanda. I guess tan he means I'm sure he means Horn Africans. I'm sure he means that. Um, he was part of their cults. Who was part of the cult? There's no perfect idea, but rather select the best. I think we're all Pan Africans on the low. There's nothing wrong with making proposals that you deem fit to solve the problem. Greetings to everyone. Wow, you need to fix that with every. Yeah, I just mentioned that we had a relationship in 2010. I'm just saying that in the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. there was no relationship, but we're working on that now. Um, I believe Togo would be better country if they join Ghana. I mean, there are a lot of Togolese that are just like um Ghanaians have a colonizing mentality. That could be true, but I mean, I always say this, some nations need to be let me not use the word colonized. Some nations need to be taken over. Some nations that are really small just need to be swallowed by bigger nations, in my opinion. Um, yeah, Gambia is a great country, but I'm sorry. I think it should be part of Senegal. You know what I mean? I just personally think that Gambia by itself is not really gonna do anything, is not really going to amount to anything that it should be amounting to without being too mean. But yeah, if anybody has anything to add, I'll just go ahead and drop the link. And if anyone doesn't want to come up, at least say something in the chat section because I was interacting with what you guys were saying. But yeah, 7-1. Do you agree that how do you feel now about Dr. Kwame Nkrumah? How do you feel about that whole United States of Africa dream? How do you feel about the dreams of the 60s of uniting Africa better? Because I mean, some people act like these things were never tried. Like Africans never tried to join together and come together. I don't know who these people are because I know I can't speak for other people's countries, but I know we tried to come together with other people and they just spat in our faces, right? That's literally what their president is. And it's fine. You know, it's fine because this goes with the concept of what is sovereignty, what is state sovereignty. If a country is independent today, or air quotes independent, how do you now then say, oh, forget your independence, come and join together with me? You kind of can't do that. So when some people talk today, like, oh no, we're just going to get rid of all the borders and come together, I'm just like, no one is really thinking about doing that. Now, if you're talking about a couple countries coming together and having, let's say, a regional agreement, I mean, even with that, look at the East African community, right? Look at the East African community, for example. Who's in there? Or who are the top players in there? They're obviously going to benefit. Well, someone's saying that the countries that are poor or not as rich are going to benefit the most from the EAC. I have other opinions on that. I don't think that's true. Um, so let me just share my screen for a minute. Okay, so this thing keeps going away, but it's Congo, Burundi, Kenya, Rwanda, South Sudan, Uganda, and Tanzania. So if you just take a look at that list, are you seriously trying to tell me that Burundi and Congo are gonna benefit the most? Are you really honestly telling me that? You know what I mean? How? And I would also like to know how they're gonna benefit the most when, I mean, if you're taking a look at Congo, it's no news that Rwanda and Uganda already steal from that's not breaking news, right? So I'm just like, how is there gonna be? I just don't get how there's gonna be in union. Shout outs to Kenya for not doing anything in regards to this because they clearly can do more. But I think Kenya and another country which shall not be named already have their hands high. So that's probably why they're not really as serious about doing this. The only innocent country I see here, right, is Tanzania and maybe South Sudan. Burundi, Congo, Kenya, and Rwanda all have some explaining to do. But these are the same people that are going to tell you, no, this union is amazing. We need this. And I'm sitting here, but you're complaining about these other people, but now you're telling me you need this union? What? And this is a regional union, by the way. This has nothing to do with all of Africa. So when people talk about let's just do all of Africa, I'm like, well, these inner unions, some of them have beef with each other. Some of them have unclaimed leaders, right? Because you cannot sit here and lie to me and tell me that Burundi has the same say as Kenya or even Tanzania. You cannot sit here and tell me Burundi is on the same level as any of these countries when it comes to policy, when it comes to anything, that Burundi is going to have the same voice as Kenya. I'm sorry, I cannot believe that. I just personally cannot, right? So even if you look at these unions, these regional unions, and there's SADC, there's ECOWAS, there's CEMAC, oh, there's EAC. I'm sure there's a North African one. I'm sure there is. I'm not going to research that though. So, so all these regional unionships, there are two or three countries that are kind of the boss, right? That all these other countries have to follow. So, I mean, yeah, I mean, so when we're talking about unity, period, are we talking about unity on equal levels? Because these countries are not the same and they're not going to have the same respect. It is what it is. Like, if we're looking at West Africa, right? Nigeria is the boss. Okay. So that's why even when Nigeria is not performing the best, they're still the boss. The West would rather talk to Nigeria than another West African country. It's so obvious. But people want to be like, no, we're all on the same equal footing. No, we're not. No, we are not. So the question here is, are we going to get to the equal footing, or are we just like, what are we, what is any of us really doing? I think the question is, see, I'm not against unity, but I'm against this. Okay. I'm against two, three countries calling the shots for everyone else. I'm against that. I'm very much against that. But let me see what you guys are saying. Oh, let me see what you guys are saying. Tunaja calling. Yeah, Tunaja, where you at? Where you at? It's gonna be on site for Tunaja. It's gonna be on site. Do you understand me? Hey, Don Parker, how you doing? Don't forget the heavy French influence. There, the French is still there. No, no, no. The French is still there. In most of Francophone West Africa, they're still heavily there. I don't know when they're going away. Shout outs to Mali. Shout outs to Mali. Shout outs to who else? Burkina Faso. Shout outs to them. But it's not even Mali and Burkina Faso's fault, if you get what I'm saying. It's not. It's not. They're not getting support from some of these other countries. It, unfortunately. The favorites of these regions make it hard for unity and coming together. Who is the tyrant? Oh, you think? Okay. Wow, it's funny how Pan Africans never talk about this. They will never talk about it. Greetings. Okay, I think I read that already. I don't think Afrodamus is going to like that. Going to like, sorry, what did I say? Oh, Gambia come together with Senegal. Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. Gambia needs to come together with Senegal. Gambia cannot survive on its own, evidently. I mean, have you compared what's the capital of Gambia? Banjul. Have you compared Banjul and Dakar ever? They cannot be compared at all. At all. Gambia is like a village. Gambia is like a plaza. And Senegal is like a whole shopping center. I mean, it is what it is. I don't want people. I mean, if you're Gambian, please like don't get offended. I say this now, but if you're Gambian, please try to not get that offended. Um, yeah. Gambian bumsters will go on stream. I think it was a nice dream, but Africa, but the CIA the Cold War destroyed our attempts. Absolutely. The Cold War was like it was bad and good at the same time because the Cold War made us understand that we could work with Russia, but then that alerted a lot of these Western nations, the UK, US especially, they were paying attention at who was speaking, interacting with Russia and China. So it's like bittersweet because even when you check what's happening right now, there are some African countries that are on Russia's side for obvious reasons. I'm not going to sit here and be like Russia has not done anything for the continent. They actually have, right? But now it's like if you're openly supporting Russia when these people are clearly supporting Ukraine, you can be seen as an opposition. If the Cold War never happened, we might have achieved more success. You think so? I'd have to think about. You know what? I'll think about that. I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure about the Cold War. I'll think about it. African Mali, no way. Senegal is still a full-fledged colony. So how can we be part of the French? What do you mean? Sorry, could you like read that again? Such a great proposal and brilliant spirited being. Long live Honorable Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. They aren't going to benefit. Congo is going to get robbed. That's what I'm trying to say. I mean, listen, whenever you talk about the East African, and I'm not being mad, by the way, at the East African community. I'm just saying there are other communities that already exist. That's all I'm trying to say. And there have been beef in these other communities. So when East Africans are like, oh, we're all going to be perfect, we're all going to get it together, I'm just like, sure, you can go ahead and think that. History tells me otherwise. I mean, and I've even spoke to some East Africans behind the scene. I won't say who, I won't say who, but I've spoken to Tanzanians and I've spoken to Ugandans. Ugandans are not, I can't speak for all Ugandans, but deep down inside, there are some Ugandans that are actually concerned about joining with Kenya. They're actually concerned about joining with Tanzania. No, you're not going to know unless you actually ask. Exactly. South Sudan has, listen, the fact that they, no offense to anybody, but the fact that they invited South Sudan and not some other countries is very interesting to me. Like, it's just, anyway. Um, John Nola, I'm just listening. I need to get back my voice from last night. I don't understand why Africans so crazy about unity. Like, fix your dang country before trying to unite with another country. You know, I have to agree with you on that. Um, See, what I noticed, right, Mali, and I know you noticed this too, but there are a lot of, I guess, Africans that talk about uniting, unity, coming together, blah, blah, blah. They talk, I've noticed usually the ones that are so serious about this come from, no offense, I'm not trying to be mean at all. They come from countries that no one talks about. I've never heard a South African or Kenyan or Ethiopian even. Well, Ethiopian sometimes because they're going through a war. But I've never heard the top performing Africans talking about let's come together. It always seems to be the low performing countries that are here bothering everyone about let's come together. I've always wondered that. Like, how come South Africans are not bothering me about coming together, but someone else from a different country is always worrying me about this? It's like we I have my problems too, by the way, if you haven't noticed. I just went to the IMF. I'm starving. But you're here talking about let's come to, how are you going to help me? What are we going to talk about? They never want to have that conversation though. They just want to have the we're all together, we're all black, we're all black, we're all African, we all have to love each other. Listen, I'm tired of hearing that speech. I went to school with black people. So I've heard enough of that. We're all black. I've heard enough of that growing up. I'm an adult now. It's- How are you going to help my bank account? Like, are you going to do that or not? It's- I don't mean I don't mean to be so rude to them, but I'm just saying, you know, I'm just saying. Yeah. Hello?
Hello,
Hey, what's up?
cool. Just listen.
Yeah, what's going on?
Cool. I was just listening to one of certain countries get invited in to get like Congo and stuff. So that
Yeah, in the case of I don't see I have no idea why Sudan joined that at all. I don't know.
the reason Sudan joined is because of the oil. They need Sudan oil and they need Congo resources. So it's literally it's the large Kenya plan basically between Kenya and Uganda to eat the rest of these.
Right. Yo, I can't hear you, man.
I can't hear me. Can you hear me now?
It's kind of
Hello.
choppy. It's kind of choppy.
I'm gonna leave and come back in.
Yeah, call back in. Call back in. Oh, where was I? Oh yeah. So the we're all black talk, we're all brothers and we're not brothers and sisters. Okay, we're not. We're not even cousins. The people who I consider brother and sisters are my brothers and sisters. The people who I consider culturally related to me are only two or three countries. That's it. I mean, yeah, we're all Africans. I love Africans. Don't get me wrong. I love Africans so much, but I don't feel like being an African tether. Like, I don't feel like being somebody else. So, why would I be cool with somebody else trying to be like me? You know, I like my culture. I like my language. I like my food. Why would I have to be like somebody else? For what? Oh, I mean, Senegal is a puppet of France, so we Gambians don't bow down to the colonizers like Senegal. Yeah, I know. I know. I, I didn't want to mention it, but apparently Senegal and another country, which shall not be named, are puppets. And Senegal holds the CFA, right? Okay. Interesting, interesting. From the screaming and partying last my voice. That's actually so funny. Yes, it's always the same. Exactly. We can make money together. We can. Someone said I'm tired of being black. Someone actually said I'm tired of being black. Oh my gosh. When there is anti-Pan African talk, Somali always calls in interest. People must never forget that even amongst Native Americans, there's no Pan Indian initiative. You know what they say though? They say that the Europeans came together and did Pan Europeanism. I'm like, nah, sweetheart. That's capitalism. There's no such thing as Pan Europeanism. There isn't. Have any of you guys lived in Europe? Because I have. An Italian doesn't see themselves the same as somebody from Greece. Maybe you're talking about the UK where they're kind of honestly all diluted. So it's easier for them to have. I mean, they're not. Okay, there's different fashions of English people or English folk, but they don't even get along with Irish that well, right? So when people go like pan-Europeanism, I'm like, what is that? I don't remember that ever existing. I remember them trying to come together to subjugate other people. I wouldn't say that's pan-Europeanism though. I don't know. NATO's a I don't think it's as simple as just saying it's pan-Europeanism. Oh, who's cousins? Nah, we not cousins. We're not cousins. We're distant relatives, maybe. But if we're looking, because a distant relative to me would be a Western Bantu, right? I could see them as a distant relative, but I don't see other people as my actual relatives. I have nothing to do with them. Like, I don't see myself and look at a Nilotic person and go like, we're the same. Like, I'm not the same as a Nilotic person, right? I'm not the same as a Cushitic. I'm not. Like, I don't even try to talk that because they have their own relatives as well, right? So I think it's kind of dismissive when some people say certain things like that. I'm gonna add thing again. You saying your only tribe is your brothers and sisters?
Yeah, Allah can hear me.
Yeah.
Was it clear right now?
Not really.
Alright,
We have to start marrying each other. I agree. Wait, hold on. Wait, no, 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 no. You guys can't say that we're brothers and sisters. Again, I'm gonna keep coming for you guys. We came to you in the 1960s. Most of you guys or your leaders laughed in our faces. When we were more serious about Pan Africanism, most of your leaders said, why do we need to do that? That's what they said. So why is it shocking that I have this opinion now when I actually tried it and a lot of you guys rejected it? So I'm supposed to believe that now all of a sudden you want to come together and join with me when I came to you during my time of need and you laughed in my face? I agree. We do have to start marrying each other. I'm trying to see what some of you guys are saying. When there is anti Pan African talk. Okay, already read that. Mans was talking under. People must never forget that. Do. Uh, for real, we not bro or sis. Remember, we always enemies, always fighting for tribal wars. I'll see in the case of the tribal wars, right? I'll say that. I mean, so did other people. They also fought tribal wars, so I won't put that on just Africans. But what I will say is, though, the average African, no offense, I don't think they want to stop this tribal war. I think, because I'm speaking on behalf of my own country, right? There are people who will get mad at you for speaking to somebody from a different tribe. Like, yes, we've intermarried a lot, but they're still underhanded. Like, oh, you married that tribe? Why didn't you marry this other tribe? Like, that tribe is historically, they've been losers. Why don't you marry somebody who has like more confident blood, so to speak? So when people go like, oh yeah, just get rid of it, just get rid of it, I'm like, do they want to get rid of it? Because this is 2022 and they're still talking about don't marry that tribe because of something they did in the 1800s. And I'm like, when are you guys gonna get over this? It's really dumb, but they still have this superiority amongst themselves. And that superiority seems to be more important than actually fixing the country. Unity is just a buzzword for trade and investment. I agree within your region, and nothing is wrong with that. If people think that means holding hands and fighting and singing, well, okay, let me say it like this, right? I think unity in that sense then is long behind because I don't know if you've ever seen the African map of who Africans trade with. The majority of Africans do not trade with Africans. The majority of Africans trade with US, Britain for sure, and China. There's some that trade with other people, but majority of Africans don't trade with other Africans. If you're speaking in it from that perspective, I agree with you. But if you also looked at the manufacturing plants in a lot of African countries, they can't even make things for their own population. So How would they make enough for other African countries if they can't even produce enough product for their own population? That's why when someone who shall not be named, I won't name him, but you probably know what I'm talking about. Someone last year kept on talking about the African free trade area. I was like, how are you talking about African free trade as if these African countries, for the most part, even have roads to do trading? And that's not me being, mean. That's I'm just seriously wondering, how are you talking about free trade when your infrastructure is lacking? It- It's it's like people just want to talk about things and not start from the beginning, which is kind of annoying to me. But yeah, so African free trade is creating one African market. So it's the flagship products agenda of, ooh, I didn't know it was 2063. Okay. The Africa we want. Hold on one second. Can I just get a brief statement of what this is? Okay, the AFCTA is the world's largest free trade area, bringing together the 55 countries of the African Union and 8 regional economic communities. The overall mandate is the AFCTA is to create a single continental market with a population of about 1.3 billion people. So this is being started or funded by the African Union. That's very concerning, actually. Um, as part of the mandate, the AFCTA is to eliminate trade barriers and boost intra Africa trade in particular. It is to advance trade in value, added production across all service sectors of the African economy. That's the whole point. So people are here talking about this is gonna happen. Aren't you guys happy? And I'm just like, how are these countries gonna trade with each other when you literally, in some cases, you cannot drive from one country to another without potholes, without broken roads. So, how are these truck drivers going to bring product from one end of Africa to another? How is that going to happen? You know, how? No, when you're talking about free trade between NATO, when you're talking about free trade within North America, for instance, it makes sense because they actually have the infrastructure to support that. But you're here talking about 55 countries. Now, if we're talking about maybe, well, even Southern Africa, they have outskirts. So I'm just like, where would this happen? North Africa? Where? It doesn't make any sense to me. Do you know how expensive it is to even travel from one part of Africa to another? It costs as much as traveling to outside of Africa because these planes don't have the routes to support that. You may have to do a layover somewhere else in order to get to somewhere else in Africa. So I'm just like, uh, now people are saying I'm just automatically against it. I'm not automatically against it, but okay, cool. If you're saying this is gonna be in 2066, sure, I can wait to see it then. But I mean, there's no point in talking about it right now when it's kind of impossible to have this happen. Pan Africanism is just a response to the colonizers. Let's be honest with ourselves. Before that, we didn't give a damn and still don't. I think that, it's great that Africans are coming together and talking to each other, but I'll agree with you. I don't see such Africans on the continent. I think Africans in the West, we have to be Pan African because there aren't enough of us here. So we have to band together with other Africans. But Africans in their own country, very rare that they're going to be Pan African. And if they are Pan African, they tend to be Pan African with the diaspora. There's never a we're all Africans in Africa, let's be Pan African. That usually does not happen. Usually doesn't. And if it does, again, they're not going to get much support from Africans in Africa. They have to go to the diaspora, speak to them to get support. You know, it's very unfortunate, but people need to build their own countries. Europeans don't even like each other. Yeah, when people automatically go like Europeans love each other, I'm like, I don't see it. Um, if we're talking about Europe, especially, there's a hierarchy. Do you think the UK cares about Greece at all? UK does not care about Greece. They've been bailing out Greece for how many years now? They would want to get rid of Greece if it wasn't maybe historically relevant. They would just let Greece rot. But because of PR, they have to act like they care about Greece. France is performing horribly. France has the name, it has the relevance, but France hasn't been great since I don't know. I won't even act like I remember. But I mean without Africa, French West Africa, France would be nothing. And I mean they have great food. The Eiffel Tower is pretty cool, but if any of you have ever been to Paris, there's nothing to brag home about. Let me see. It's never the same era. Okay. Now we ain't family. Woo! Barbarians in some countries eat albinos for spiritual protection. I've even seen some practicing and gloss split wrong on purpose on cows. Me, I'm a simple man. I see Osage Nkrumah mentioned. I show up. Okay, what's up? What's going on, Comrade Shay?
Africa Manalo, long time no see, long time no hear. Yeah, but I've been busy with a lot of exams. But I was on my phone. I got a notification from Gmail. I saw Kwame Nkrumah in the subject line. I had to show up because there should be no Kwame Nkrumah slander while I'm around. But
Seriously?
yeah, the Osajifo he's a legend. And Kwame Nkrumah was way ahead of his time, and most of the initiatives and the ideas and the policies he saw for Africa have been vindicated over time. He did no wrong.
You're saying Dr. Kwame Nkrumah did no wrong?
In terms of his views of Africa, yes, he did no wrong. But in terms of his management of Ghana, especially cult of personality, there's some disagreements. But what he saw for Africa and how he thought Africa could be fixed, that he literally had no mistakes. He was right on the money, for sure.
No, I completely agree with you with that. His views for Africa, very good intentions. I think his implementation, it see, I like to think that he wasn't that bad, but that people just weren't ready to work with him, so he was
Yeah.
kind of left alone and abandoned. That's what I think.
Yeah, I think that's really a problem with leaders of the caliber of Kwame Nkrumah. They see things way ahead, and unfortunately, most of the people they have to work with, they're just dealing with present issues. They don't have the time to contemplate steps ahead. And people always think that Kwame Nkrumah was president, and then he started fostering his Pan-African views, but that wasn't the case. Even when he was a young student in the US, that was when he really began to appreciate that Ghana was insignificant as long as the law of Africa was considered. You see, yeah, and I read a book recently, and no one less than Julius Nyerere, the former president of Tanzania, who was actually very opposed to a lot of Kwame Nkrumah's ideas about Pan
Yeah.
Africanism. He was telling Kwame that you are pushing too fast, this and this. And Nyerere was basically telling uh, his Tanzanian citizens, I think about 20 years after Nkrumah died, that Kwame Nkrumah was right. You know, they should have pushed for independence. They should have pushed for a lot of his policies earlier on. And right now, Pan Africanism and all of this, like I've always been saying, it is really just a solution. No one is saying that Ghanaians and Togolese should be one nationality or they should speak the same language. No, no, no. They're just a solution because if we do not come together, at least economically, we're just going to be exploited because Togo alone has no value, Ghana alone has no value. You add Ghana and Ivory Coast, they have value in terms of cocoa. You add Ghana and South Africa, they have value in terms of gold. You add Guinea and I think Senegal, they have value in terms of bauxite. And that's how you really let the international community respect you with your economic power base. But separated 56 countries and everyone selling commodities at different prices, that's exactly what they want. They can cheat Ghana and buy gold at a higher price in South Africa. They can go to Indonesia, all of that. It's really economic. The cultural aspect of it will be kept the same, more so like the Europeans did with the European Union. That allows them to have higher tariffs when importing goods versus the American or the Chinese market. If not, Germany sure can really go toe to toe with the American automobile industry. But look at Britain, who buys British cars? But because of the European Union, at least the British automobile industry hasn't collapsed. This is something that Nkrumah saw for Africa as well, at least economically. But he was more passionate about the political side. But economically, he believed that as well, for sure.
Now, I wanted I wanted to ask you a question in the chat section. Do you see all Africans as family, like as your brother and sister?
That I will have to say no because we are very diverse. Like as you know, even in Ghana, people of different tribes. Even I'm from the northern part of Ghana. The language I speak is not even the same as other tribes within the same region I'm from. To even talk about someone in the south, you know, and linguistically we are very very diverse. So you can't really consider someone family just on the basis of kinship. Family can be based on association. You're friendly, you're conjugal with someone, and you can still achieve that on an economic basis as well. I before the European Union, France and Germany were rivals. After the European Union, they started working together. I see the same way for Africa. So we can maintain our tribes. The Togolese can still have the Ewe tribe, the Kabaye tribe being the dominant tribes. Ghana, we can still have the Akan and the Ga and all of these tribes, but at least economically speaking, we can speak that language in common, having a greater output for our goods and services. We don't really need to, we can be family in that sense, but just coming together culturally. So to answer your question, no, it's impossible. We are very, very diverse, different tribes, different languages, different religions, different way of life. It's impossible. But that doesn't mean we can't associate and really come together for a common good. That's for sure.
I agree with you. I don't, because it's not like I want to hurt other people's feelings, or it's not like I want to be 100% negative, but I don't have anything in common with, let's say, a Tanzanian. Like we might have one or two things in common, but I have more in common with people from my tribe and then people from the neighboring tribe and things like that. Like even people from my own country, I don't have that much in common with them either. I try to speak to, I don't know what language he is, but I think he's Ewe.
Okay.
I tried to speak to somebody from that region recently, and we had to speak in English because I don't understand his language. He doesn't understand my language. So, uh, we even when we're talking about our foods, we have different names because we have different mother tongues. So when we're talking about food, we have to translate it to English to know what dish we're referring to. So this whole I'm your brother, I'm your sister, I don't know where people get this from. Like my brothers and sisters are my actual family. That's just the way that I see it. Everyone else is cool. Some people can be trusted, some people can't be trusted, and it is what it is, you know. Well, yeah.
No, you're not. You're not entirely wrong. That's most people. Yeah, it's like the example you gave is very telling. It was the same with me when I was in Ghana, right? Apart from people from different tribes I met in school or when I visited my hometown, that was basically it. There was no need for me to learn their language. They need to learn my language. We all spoken, communicated in English. We're all Ghanaians, but that was the extent of it. I moved to the US and then you meet a Nigerian, and now you feel a much closer relationship with a Nigerian because now you guys share your same blackness, same African ancestry as two people from Africa in the US. So you get closer, but that bond you had with this Nigerian, would you have had the same sense of kinship if you were in Ghana and the Nigerian came to visit you? You see the person as a foreigner. You see, but again, what I think is that all of this, it really doesn't matter. The most important thing is economic peace. You see, I always give like examples. I don't think fine, I'll give you one that comes close to home. In North America, Canada, US, and Mexico, they're each country's biggest trading partner. We all know that Mexico speaks Spanish. I don't think Mexicans see themselves as brother or sister with the US. In fact, they have a very antagonistic relationship, especially as it pertains to immigration. But regardless, it doesn't stop them from having very beneficial, important trade, which has helped the Mexican governments a lot. That's what I see for our countries as well. All of this thing, I think it comes down to how Pan Africanism has been reduced to just the political side of it. And the political side of it is the most impossible piece. You cannot just get up and tell people of different tribes and nationalities to come together and become one. It's impossible. Even the Chinese at one point, what, 3 billion of them. The reason why we don't see so many wars or so many, ethnic conflicts is because 90% of Chinese are Han, and the remaining 10 of them that are not Chinese, they're Uyghurs. You hear about them being persecuted. It's a basic human trait. People who are like to you, you tend to get together or you tend to get well with them, but people who you consider not like you tend to be antagonistic with them. So it's not something that can be solved in Africa for the betterment of our people. So I don't think we should focus on that. We should focus on what we can fix and what we can control, which is economic peace. We should be like the Europeans. The Dutch speak Dutch, the Germans speak German, the English speak English. It doesn't stop them from having beneficial trade. The Asian tigers, the Indonesians speak Indonesian, the Singaporeans speak English, the Japanese speak Japanese, but they still have a lot of mutual trade. And you come to Africa, we also have our different languages, yet there's no mutual trade. And it's a mystery to some people why we're still poor. If you don't have strong trade within your own neighbors, trade with distant countries is never sufficient. And that's something that we have to really begin to look into. You made a good point earlier about how we don't have a lot of furnished roads to carry our commodities around and all of that. And I agree. But then you realize that didn't stop the Europeans from exploiting us. The French had no problem using these same wretched roads to go to Burkina Faso, transport men to bring them to Ivory Coast to work in the fields. They made you with all of these restrictions. That's the same thing we have to do. If the roads are not well, that's fine. Let's use air. Airports, we have to just do something. There's not enough for us to be pessimistic and waiting for the day man will fall from heaven. Little steps will get there. But economically, that's what we really have to work on first. The language, the linguistic barriers, the ethnic barriers, that will still be there till thy kingdom come. But that isn't holding us back. What is holding us back is our lack of economic, what is it? A lack of economic acumen. That's what is holding us back. We don't see the big picture. Like I always bemoan the fact that Belgium makes most of the money from chocolates. You go to Brazos right now, you wouldn't see a single cocoa tree. You go to the Ashanti region of Ghana, several cocoa trees. Yet these farmers are poor. Yet Ghana is being robbed by Belgium in terms of profits from chocolates. Yet if Ghana and Ivory Coast came together, we can control the market for cocoa. We can manipulate prices the same way Saudi Arabia does with OPEC for oil. Right now in the US, oil prices are off the roof because Saudi Arabia and other OPEC countries are holding prices of oil. America has to send ambassadors to Riyadh to talk to Saudi Arabia. The same can be done for Ghana and Ivory Coast as well in terms of chocolate and our various commodities. That's what we have to do. We shouldn't really be wasting our attention on issues about the tribe, ethnic, and all of that. Human beings will still find a way to communicate with each other. The African Union, different countries, different languages, they still find a way to discuss issues, but they never discuss the important issue of the economic aspect. You see, so that's what I really think. Once we get that sorted out, at least a lot of us can begin to be proud of Africa again. But until then, Jesus Christ, it's bad.
Yeah. I agree with you on that. I'm not against it, but I feel like we're not in the position to do that right now. We need to learn how to cultivate our industries. We need to learn how to demand better from the Europeans and Chinese that we're trading with. We have a lot of internal customer service that we need to figure out before
Mhm.
we come together. That's just how I feel. Like, I don't think right now is the time. Now, some people might be like, well, when was the time? When was the right time? I don't know, but it's definitely not right now. And it clearly was not in the 60s. But we're just trying to figure out how to manage our countries. So, I mean, this, it's confusing. It's confusing because we know we need to come together, but when people talk about coming together, it's not as simple. Like I kept on using the Ghana and Ivory Coast example. Um, I believe Ivory Coast shouldn't be left on its own. Just me personally. I'm sorry, Togo shouldn't be left on its own personally. But who am I as a non-Togolese to come and dictate that? They're cool with their position. I can't come now and be like, oh, we need to come together. We need to, you know, we need to work together, subjugate each other. They're not going to agree to that.
No, you've what you said is a point I've been thinking about a lot. That's a good point. Like the 54 countries we have, a few of them should not be countries in the first place. They do not have the resources or the economic basin to sustain a modern economy. Some of them should not. You give an example of Togo. You can also add Benin, and I can even include Burkina Faso, but I shouldn't because there's a Burkinabe guy who come from my head. But there's some countries that were not created for the essence of like creating a modern state. It was out of political convenience of the colonizers. You can even take an example of the Gambia and Senegal. The Gambia only exists because the British wanted to protect a river. I think River Gambia. That is why that country exists to this day. You see, so yeah, it's a good point. It's a good point. So you look long term. So fine, we decide to have strong economic relations, strong trade with our various African nations. So what's fine? We know what Ghana brings to the table. We know what Ivory Coast brings to the table. We know what South Africa, Botswana, all these big countries with a lot of resources bring to the table. And then you look at smaller countries or landlocked countries that are basically deserts like Chad. What does Chad bring to the table? Does it mean that Chad will be left out in all of this trade? And you look at Togo. What does Togo bring to the table? Yeah, that too is a really interesting point. It's a point I don't have an answer to because what do you do about those countries? But again, it's a mistake. Countries like, hey, I shouldn't say that people come from it, but countries like that are a mistake from colonialism. Togo should not have been left alone. Togo should have been absorbed into Ghana, or at the very least, a certain part of Ghana should have been added to Togo. That's what we should have done. Same thing with Burkina Faso. Burkina Faso should have never been left as a country. It should have been part of Mali or should have been given to Ivory Coast. These are mistakes that were made by the colonists that we have to live with. But I think that's, you know, if there's strong trade within our African countries, the residual effects could reach those countries without having much. Isn't that what happened? Yeah, that happened with Singapore. Singapore doesn't, if you look on the map, Singapore is all the way next to Malaysia. Singapore has no resources to speak of. But because of a lot of trade that is going across
Do
that
you,
particular side, they benefit from their location. So same thing might
do
happen
you
for Togo.
do you think that a country like Botswana is allowed to flourish because it's Botswana, but a country like South Africa that I'm not gonna say it's never gonna flourish, but it's there are more barriers set in South Africa's favor because of its space in the international community.
So if I'm getting your question correctly, you're asking if Botswana has a higher prospect of succeeding than South Africa. Is that what you're asking?
That's correct because Botswana, even though it's amazing, it's great, no one really is worried about Botswana. But if South Africa were to be at the level of Botswana, don't you think that it would cause some suspicion?
Right now, I think Botswana is nowhere close to even South Africa economically speaking. I think Botswana is not. I don't think even Botswana has a bigger economy than Ghana. No, I don't think so. Yeah,
Wait,
that's the thing. That, yeah, I don't think Botswana's economy is even above Ghana's. Ghana has a bigger
why do
economy.
people big it up so much?
That's because of this whole myth about their first president, Seretse Khama. People always laud him as the greatest African president, and that is such a big misnomer. The guy was he caught a lucky break. The man got a lucky break. A lot of people don't know this, but Botswana is composed of the Tswana people, and the Tswana people are one of the major tribes in South Africa. But somehow the British allowed the Tswana people to have their own land and their own kingdom, and then it became the kingdom of Botswana, which then became the country Botswana. So basically, imagine if the Asante Empire was allowed to be its own country, and the Asante Hene was the president. That's basically what Botswana had. Though, of course, there's not going to be any fights and issues. They're all of the same tribe, you see. And the other thing that he had in his favor was what you call it, oh, there was another thing he had. There was this mineral that was around the area. They no longer have it, so the economy hasn't been the same since the 1960s. So that's what helped to stabilize Botswana. And the guy too grew up in the West. He was a Western educated African. He was lucky that his people of the same tribe. He came down to the country. He was even, in fact, he was even a royal. He was even a member of the royal family too, which allowed the people to respect him more. So he easily became president. They had a lot of resources. He stabilized their democracy, and their economy was soaring. 50 years down the line, Botswana's economy isn't the same as it was back then because that particular commodity has long been extinguished. You see, but people still have that myth of Seretse Khama in their head that, oh, he was not a dictator, this and this, this and this. But how can you be a dictator when the whole people in the country respect you? You're technically already a dictator. You see, it's like that Santi Hene will not call himself a dictator. That Santi people respect you. They see you as a member of the royal family. You're one of them. So even if you don't even give yourself a term limit or whatever it is, you're still a dictator. So people have that myth, but Botswana is really overrated. I don't want to anger my Botswana friends here, but if you look at the GDP per capita, Botswana is nowhere to be found, and they had a very lucky break. In fact, based on all the good things people said about Seretse Khama, Botswana should have been the most industrialized African country now, but it's not. Botswana is not. Ghana has better infrastructure. Nigeria, Kenya, Tanzania, all these countries have better infrastructure than Botswana. So please, Botswana is overrated. I don't want to anger my Botswana friends, but they're not.
I That's different. Yeah, but no, I've been around to hear the propaganda or the praise of Soretsi Kama. So I was hearing that the African president should be like Soretsi Kama. But that's interesting.
Yeah, it's impossible. They were lucky, but okay, I'll give him credit. There's another African country that is composed of mostly members of one tribe, but that completely went off the rails, and that's Somalia. Somalia too has members of the same tribe, but then they broke into clans, and it's a whole mess there. So at least he did well. Compared to it could have gone bad, but It's not really much to write much about. Even in 1960s, Ghana's economy under Nkrumah was surpassing Botswana's. It's mostly these Westerners, so it's mostly these Westerners who praise him because he's the sort of person they want as a leader in Africa, someone who was Western educated, preferably had a white wife, instituted democracy, left when his term limits was over, opened the economy for American and European businesses to come and do whatever they want. Why won't they praise him? It's the same with Mandela. They always praise Mandela. Same reasons with Cersei Kama, but Botswana isn't where it's supposed to be if you even listen to those praises. It's overrated. The truth hurts, but that's the truth.
What's up? What's up, Cameroonian superstar? Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I came in and I overheard my brother saying Botswana is overrated and the Ghana and Nigeria and other countries have a bigger GDP than Botswana. Um, I'll have to differ because when it comes to GDP, there are things that people look into it. There's a nominal and there's a PPP, and those are the things. Right, those countries might have those PPP and nominal, but the main important thing is the GDP per capita. So what does that mean? That means that amount of money. So if Botswana, which is it, they have almost 7,000 and something amount. I think 7,500. That is the amount that people mostly look onto it because that is what if it's divided among the people, how much can somebody be earning in that country? And if you compare that amount to any other countries in Africa, I think Botswana has a bigger stand a bigger chance of growth than any other country. And I don't want to come down here and minimize other countries as well, but most South African countries, when I mean South Africa, I mean the countries in the South are performing actually better um, than most West African or Central countries. I'm not saying that these countries don't have a bigger economy, but at the same time, you could still have a bigger economy and you have a poor environment settings, and these are the things that count in when it comes to economic safety. So you have to take certain things into um, most people will likely invest in the south than invest more in the west because of chaos. There's insecurity problems. You never hear of problems in Botswana and other countries, like mostly in the south, but there's a lot of things that is happening in the west as well. It's not safe and right. So, but what topic were you guys really talking about?
Can I
That was just
What he
can I
has?
add a point about the
Yeah,
GDP
go
per
ahead.
capita? Yeah,
right.
my brother, I agree with you about that. GDP per capita is very important, but GDP per capita, a lot of economics have two criticisms of it. One is that it really overemphasizes the economic growth of smaller countries at the chagrin of larger countries. And you give an example, a good example of Botswana. I just looked it
Right.
up. Botswana has a higher GDP per capita than even Egypt. So do you mean
Right.
to say that Botswana is developing it at a much higher rate or is more developed than Egypt? No,
Oh,
that's
oh,
because Egypt has a much bigger population, almost 20 times the population of Botswana, coupled with the overall GDP of Egypt. When you do that division, it comes to a smaller number than Botswana. And even a smaller country like Swaziland, has a higher GDP per capita than Ghana and Nigeria. That doesn't mean that
right.
Swaziland is developing than us.
Right,
So
right. But
GDP
let
per
me
capita,
interact you. You can still have a bigger population and still have a highest GDP. Population
yes,
doesn't affect, or it doesn't, population can be a positive and a negative effect on your GDP as well. Nigeria has the highest population, but they have a lower GDP. America have more population than Nigeria, and America has bigger GDP than Nigeria, and also like China. So population can affect your GDP, and it can also stimulate your GDP as well. The highest GDP per capita in Africa is not even these countries that you name. Seychelles has the highest GDP, and the standard of living is far better. So when you go to those GDP per capita, that is what tells you if your standard of living is far better. And if you see the way Botswana live, you don't see Botswana people traveling overseas. It tells you they have a better standard of their GDP per capita is great. Seychelles, you have Equatorial Guinea. These are the countries that have biggest like GDP per capita in Africa.
And again,
So
those countries are all small countries. That's the criticism of GDP per
why they are
capita.
small, but it don't matter. Like you could have a
it
smaller
skews
population
it
and still
skews the real value of their economy based on GDP per capita. That's the reason why you use both. You take a country like Botswana, it has a very high GDP per capita. Doesn't mean that it's the most developed country or even top five in Africa. No, you look at overall
no,
GDP and then you get a picture. You use both. I agree with you. We
right,
have to consider GDP per capita, but we can't
exactly.
dismiss overall GDP. And even with that, Botswana is a very small country, so we shouldn't just take the GDP capita as a big picture. If Botswana had the population of Ghana, the GDP capita wouldn't be that huge. And if Ghana had the
No,
population of
no, no.
Botswana,
I've
Ghana's
just
GDP per
quoted you.
capita
I've
would be
just
huge.
quoted you other. I've just quoted you other countries that have population like Ghana, and they have far better GDP. I just quoted you. You have European countries. You have countries that are doing that have bigger population than Ghana. The United States have a bigger population than China. The United States has a bigger GDP, so you can still have a bigger population and still have a bigger
Yeah, and
GDP.
we see it in Africa too. Algeria has a very high GDP capita, it has a big economy as well. Same with
Right.
Egypt.
So
You know,
right,
same with I think King. It happens. Both phenomenons happen. But
right.
Botswana is an outlier because of the small population size. Again, I'm not saying this to discredit Botswana. Botswana, like you said, is a very flourishing African country. I'm just saying it in regards to what African Millennial said earlier about how her question that is Botswana more likely to succeed than South Africa. And I was telling her, no, Botswana and South Africa are not in the same level. South Africa has a bigger
Right.
economy, much bigger resource. I wasn't saying this out of nowhere to come after Botswana. That was just to
No, no, I
make a point
just
of
see.
correction.
I just got here. So the only main thing that I heard was that GDP per capita. So I never, I didn't follow the question. So that was why I came back and said, but what were you guys really talking about? So I can get back on
Yeah,
track.
yeah,
But
it's fine. I really understand. But would you agree with me that it's South Africa versus Botswana? South Africa not only has a bigger economy, but much bigger promise
of
for
course, of course,
world
of course.
growth
Like,
than
look,
Botswana.
exactly. Look, Botswana is a landlocked country. That's a hindrance when it comes to an economic boom. Because I mean, most landlocked countries always face difficulties that depend mostly on different countries that have port. So you cannot actually compare South Africa to Botswana. It's bigger economy, and I don't think Botswana is ever going to be a bigger economy in Africa. No, I don't think so. I think they have a better chance of just being moderate, but South Africa and Nigeria are even North African countries like Egypt, you know,
Yes,
those
Egypt,
are countries,
especially. Yeah.
yeah, Egypt and even Kenya. So, these are countries that might end up striving, especially most countries along the coast of Africa. Like those are countries that might end up expanding so much. But when it comes to landlocked countries, they might stay moderate, but they might not, become so big. That was just my opinion. So the question was, that was just the question you guys were discussing about, right?
Yeah, yeah, that was a question that African millennial posed to me comparing Botswana and South Africa, and I was like, no,
So where are you from? Are you
Botswana.
are you from Ghana?
Yes, I'm
Or you
from
from
Ghana.
No,
I'm from Ghana.
but I see your name shows Cameroon name.
Oh, Comrade Shea. Oh, that's because my middle name is Che Guevara, which was this Cuban revolutionary friend of Fidel Castro. My dad was a bit of a communist, so he gave me that middle name. So I just go by that as my nickname. But yeah, I'm from
Oh,
Ghana.
because the name Che is a Cameroonian name.
Yes.
So
Oh, it is. What does it mean in Cameroon? Che. I mean, what
I'm
does it
not
mean in
from
the
that tribe, but
Cameroon language?
it's a Bamenda name. That means something. It's a tribe, yeah. In Bamenda Che. So
I see. Yeah, the original person who was called that Che is like slang in Latin American countries, especially Argentina, for like friend, or like Americans who say dude. So like Che. So that's that's how it started for him. But that's cool. That's cool to know.
oh yeah. but this is the thing, man. Look, I really wish the better for Africa. I wish things can really um change, like the way, like now I heard a lot of things are happening in Ghana, especially when it comes to currency, and this is the thing. Like
Yeah,
Africa really
it's
have to. It's crazy. I don't know how Africa can really stop having currency fluctuation, because most of these currencies are depending on Europeans and American
yes,
dollars. They
yeah,
are pegged
it's
onto it. Even though most of these Anglophone countries say, "Oh, we have our own currency, we do this." No, they really don't know. Just having your own currency doesn't mean you are better off. Your currency has no values.
yeah. You bring this argument and people don't want to hear it at all. But you're right.
Right.
It's so embarrassing how the city's just failing and failing. Every time I wake up and I check, I almost get a mini heart attack. How is one US
Right.
dollar like what 14 cities? I was in Ghana
Exactly.
in 2020. I remember that when I went to the forest bureau and I had like a dollar, they gave me back 5 cities. It's 2022. 2 years later, if you give them the same dollar, they're going to give you 14 cities back. It's intense. It's bad. It's really, really bad. But like you said, we have idiots who are in positions they shouldn't be there, so they don't know how to fix. How can a whole president have his cousin be the minister of the economy, and the guy is disappointing and failing at his job, and we the people in
Well,
Ghana are forcing him to
let's
fire the guy, and he's giving reasons why he should be kept there. It's
yeah.
all
So
Also,
let's
he's
go.
related to the
Wait,
president.
not no no no
yes,
no no no
yes.
no. Keep the topic on Dr. Kwame Nkrumah or Ghana. That's literally the topic.
Oh, if
So so
Osagyefo
when it
was
comes
here, he
to
would have fired that guy a long time ago, crash. So
So when it comes to Kwame Nkrumah, did Ghana took him out of power because they didn't want Pan Africanism, or is that the main topic? Did they just take him out of power because they didn't like his uh his ideology of Pan Africanism, or
eh, when I was young, when I was growing up in Accra, the common misconception was that he was too much of a
a
dictator.
dictator?
He was
Right,
Yes, he was
dictator. Yeah,
suppressing rights. People could not vote him out, and that was the reason why the army, revolted. But when I grew older and I read so many books by people who did not like him and people who liked him, it all came down to the same thing I've been saying: the economy. That was the reason why he
right,
was pushed out. The British and no, not the British, the Americans froze prices for cocoa, and cocoa was Ghana's economic lifeline. That's even in 1965, when Ghanaian farmers were even going more than the output 10 years ago, the price of cocoa fell down significantly, and the economy was beginning to falter. And Nkrumah, because he's against neoliberalism, he didn't go for any loans, and that's what they wanted him to go for. So life was getting really, really hard, and then the CIA pushed the army to go in and kick him out. The people in Ghana did not want him to be kicked out. He made education free from kindergarten all the way to university. He built so many schools. He Most of the schools in Ghana today were built by him almost 70 years ago. The people were not against him. People forget this. He won 4 straight elections in landslides. The people did not want him out. If the army did not step in, Kwame Nkrumah would have ruled Ghana till he died. It was the economy. The West froze Ghana's economy. They gave the army a reason to kick him out, and that's what they did. Yeah, the people loved him. It's just the army that, and then once the army came in, they started changing the narrative, talking about how he was wasting money. The British left him 17,000 million, whatever ridiculous amount, and he was wasting it. All of these lies, which are not true, if you go into the record. But it was mostly the army based on Western antagonization of the economy. But Ghanaians liked him then and now.
Right. Josie Gold, did you have something to say?
Can I respond to the whole Botswana thing?
Yeah.
Look, I think what a lot of people don't know about Botswana is this. Well, maybe not know, but let's just say, look, a lot of South Africans that go into Botswana say this about Botswana. It's a very well developed country. Like in terms of infrastructure, its systems work better than South Africa, meaning that, well, not work better, but are not as corruptible as South Africa. So it's the least corrupt, one of the least corrupt countries in Africa, has systems that work. The people, they have a higher standard of life than in most African countries. Less crime, So, do they have like a large economy? No. Do they have as much money as a larger economies? No. But they don't have to. They're a small economy with a small population. So, that was never going to happen. So, it was never going to be like the larger economies of Africa. But the standard of living of their people specifically is actually really good. So, smaller economies don't have to mimic the larger economies or try to be them. They just need to be good for their own citizens. And I think Botswana is a perfect example of that. So yeah, that's what I wanted to say. And on terms of Kwame Nkrumah, look, a lot of people say a lot of positive things about him, especially Ghanaians, and then some really just don't like the man for whatever reason. So yeah, it's a good thing that AM that you educating us on it. So thank you.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. Um, yeah. Did anyone want to go next?
Josie Gold, I have a question for because I know from one of the books I read that the Tswana people in South Africa, even though Botswana is like its own country and there are a lot of Tswanas there, it's basically the same language with no particular big differences. Is that true? And if you're like a Tswana person in South Africa, do you still see yourself as okay? I was born and raised in South Africa. I'm Tswana, but my people are in Botswana. How does that work for them? Because I'm interested to know about that.
Well, my mother's honest, so people who share the same language and lingo, like let's say, see each other as one, but there are differences in nationality. And Botswana performing well, you know, so people see it differently from other parts of the world. So like them doing relatively well, and in terms of culture, yes, they're basically the same people. Basically, they look like us. My mother's a Motswana, so but South African, so they basically the same people, have the same culture, practice the same beliefs, like traditional beliefs. But of course, these are different countries. There are gonna be differences. So yeah.
Yes. So it's like different from like, and I know that it's not a very good comparison. Like, because I had this friend from Zimbabwe in school, and he told me that because of the whole thing with Shaka, a lot of the Zulus came to Zimbabwe, and later became the Ndebele people. And I know that there's like a lot of Ndebeles in South Africa. So I do they also see themselves as Zulu, or how does that work? Because that's unique in South Africa. I don't think that's very
Okay.
common in a lot of African
This thing is
countries.
like this. This thing is like this. Basically, there's certain ethnic groups in Southern Africa that are splinter groups of the Zulu nation.
Okay.
Basically, they did something to piss off Shaka, to make him very angry. So he was gonna kill them, so they ran away. That's what happened. So like the Swati people in Swaziland and in Mpumalanga in South Africa, those are the same people. The what do you call the Ndebele in South Africa, which are also in Mpumalanga, and then Ndebele in Zimbabwe. Those are two different groups. These are
Okay.
all separate nations that had their own kings that they formed. If you go up to a Ndebele person in South Africa, they'll never say they're Zulu. They'll tell you they're Ndebele, and they have their own language that's unique.
Okay.
In
Okay.
South Africa, I can tell when someone is Zimbabwean, like especially the Ndebele, because they look obviously like us, South Africans. Unlike the Shona, it's easy to tell that they're Shona. So we can actually tell that this is not someone that's Zulu. They speak differently. The Ndebele in South Africa, they speak Isindebele. And Zimbabwe will even tell you, like, let's say, if you have if a Zulu guy has an argument with a Ndebele person, right? The Ndebele person will tell him, "Hey, look, man, I speak Isindebele from Zimbabwe." So these people don't see themselves like that. It's just something that people like saying from time to time, but they don't. In reality, in lived experience over here in South Africa, they don't see each other like as like one. And the Ndebele people in South Africa have their own king. Swati people of their king is obviously in Swaziland. The Ndebele people in Zimbabwe had their own king. I think he was killed by the colonialists, by the settlers there. So that's it. They don't see each other as one. So yeah.
I see. Yeah, Yeah, to bring that back home to Ghana, like African Manila will probably tell you that we have something similar with the our people that were splintered between Ghana and Togo. And a lot of Ghanaians don't know this, but it's something similar with my own tribe in Ghana as well. So I'm from the Fafra tribe, and we were split between Burkina Faso and Ghana. But unlike the Tswana people, and very similar to what you said with the Ndebele and the Zulu, the Fafra group that is in Burkina Faso, the language has diverged significantly. There's like elements of French when they speak and we speak. It's not mutually. It doesn't go both ways, but we're basically the same group. We still have the same festivals and all of that. It's interesting. This stuff
Oh
are
wow.
really, really
Wow, you're
interesting.
Frafrani. Do you know what Frafra means?
Fafra, like, do you mean the what Ghanaians know, or do you mean what we those who speak the language? What it means?
No, what Ghanaians know.
I don't know. I don't know.
Oh,
Well,
Frafra is like
oh,
mixed mix, so we call you guys mixed
oh,
mix.
no, we don't like that cry. No, no.
But we're
For
not
us,
like when we say mixed, we're not obviously talking about like biracial or like mixed
okay.
race. We're talking about mix as in like mixed culture. You guys have come together. That's what they mean by mix.
I
Yeah.
see. Yeah, the reason why I asked you is because for us, we do not like that term. That term is actually sort
Oh
of like an
shoot,
insult
sorry
by the.
about that.
No, no, no. You don't know. It was an insult by the British because when the British came, because of indirect rule, when they were ruling Ghana, they were mostly based in the south, but occasionally they had their field agents go over to the northern parts. And when they came in, they noticed people of my ethnic group working in the farms. The common phrase they had was "Yafafra, Yafafra," which means "How's your hard work going?" And all they heard was "Fra fra fra fra." So they came down on a cry and said, "Oh, those people are the Fafra people." So that's how it became a term. But we call ourselves the Bruni people. You see, so yeah, the more you know.
Do you have a lot in common with Saint James?
Saint James. What
He's a Burkinabe from Burkina Faso.
what is his name? I could probably tell from his last name. Do you happen to know
Um,
his last
let
name?
me actually let me check. Give me a moment. I think his last is French.
French. Oh yeah, no idea. Yeah. Also, Burkina Faso is mostly Mosi, and the Mosi people. There are not many Mosi people in Ghana overall, so we don't have much links with them at all. And Mosi is very, very different from any of the languages spoken in northern Ghana. Like what I speak is very similar with Dagomba. So if a Dagomba person is speaking, I can
Oh,
somewhat
okay.
understand what they're speaking. And same with someone who's Kusasi, I can understand what they're saying, and likewise. But Mosi and Gonja, those are the northern languages that, yeah, those are legendary languages. We have no idea what they're talking about. But yeah,
Interesting. Did anyone have any questions? Because I could talk to Richard all day about Ghana. But did anyone
Oh,
have
yeah, you guys can go ahead and we learning, right?
okay. So
Yeah.
yeah, Richard, did the Akans or did the Asantes do anything to you? Because they did to me.
hey, this is a loaded question, though, please.
Oh, oh
I,
shoot.
I don't want my friends from Kumasi to come after me, oh, please.
Oh, okay.
Uh, no, but I really
I
that
like I don't hold any grudges or anything like that. I'm not somebody that's gonna be like, oh, your ancestors forced me to be better with the British, right? I'm
no,
not someone who's gonna be like that and treat them different today. But
But
I
how many
just
tribes
know
do you guys have in Ghana?
tribes.
Yeah.
We have a lot, but the thing with them, you have to Google to find an exact number. I don't think the average Ghanaian knows. The average Ghanaian will probably tell you somewhere about 30, 40, 50. Because a lot of these tribes, there's a bigger group and then there's smaller ones underneath them because there's like different dialects. But like if you talk about an Akan person, they only think about the big four like Fanti, Asante, Ikrapim, and I'm forgetting one more. But there are other smaller ones there that are like Nzima, there's like you see, so there's really many, many smaller tribes that have been dominated by the bigger ones,
But
and it's
But how comes when they check on you guys' TV, it's only one language that is spoken? Does everybody understand the language? That's a problem. Does everybody
Oh
understand
my
it?
god.
Yeah,
Be-
my bro. I agree with
Because
you on that.
even on YouTube channel, I only hear when they interview people and then they switch to that language, and then I don't know which one is which one, but they always speak. Because in Cameroon we have 256 tribes over, and there's nowhere in Cameroon where you will hear
Just
they
one
speak a
tribe.
local
Yeah.
language on national TV. Nope, because I mean everybody speaks like different languages. You only probably hear only French and English on all national TVs and everything. You're never gonna hear like a local language on TV, except probably there's a cultural week or something. But you cannot just meet people on the street and they start speaking you a local.
Yeah.
256, man. Like he's yeah. So when I
Yeah,
see Ghana, I always think like everybody is the same tribe.
No, no, not at all. Far
no,
from it.
not at all. In fact, people from smaller tribes in Ghana, they have they don't have to, but they usually learn tree. Like my dad is
Yeah.
not Asante, my dad's not Akan even. But he knows tree, but my mom doesn't know my dad's language. So
No,
it's like,
we cannot even learn a language in Cameroon. Like there is no dominant tribal language that is dominant in Cameroon. We don't have that.
Yeah. You see, this is why I'm not too much. I'm not always against the Asante Empire, because all of what you just described is because of the Asante Empire. They were so dominant. They took over most of what became Ghana. That after the British came and the British left, most of these areas already had contact with them. That their language spread around. You see, that's the reason why even today most people speak Tree, which is their language. But I can imagine that it wasn't the same in Cameroon, that one particular tribe became such a big kingdom and just took over gradually the rest of the area and the population. But yeah, you're right. We all do not speak. We're all not from the same tribe. I'm not an Akan person, but because it's like the lingua franca, you have to learn it no matter what.
Oh,
Especially
so okay.
yeah, yeah, it's like English. If you don't speak English, you can speak. In fact, you can live your whole life in Ghana without learning English. As long as you know tree, you'll be fine. It doesn't matter where in Ghana you live. If you live in Volta region, but certain tribes are very proud. Like the northern parts of where I'm from. If you go to the north of Ghana, you wouldn't hear much tree. People speak either Hausa or the local language. Especially Bolga. Where I'm from in Bolga, I don't think I heard a single person speak tree when I went to visit. It was all our local dialect. You see,
So, but
but
but when you guys watch the TV, because even most of you guys TV is in tweets. So how do the people in the north, how do they understand?
you learn it, in school. Like my parents did not
Oh,
speak
okay.
Tree to me. I grew up in Accra, so when I went to school with your classmates, and that kind of the most dominant group, that's their local language.
Right,
So you're more
right.
likely to have a class with like 50% people from 50% people who are can, and break or when they're on the field playing with them, they're going to speak Tree, and you pick it
Yeah,
up. Likewise with your teachers, if they're the most
yeah.
dominant group, most of the teachers will be from there, most of the
yeah.
lawyers.
Oh
So
wait,
it's inevitable.
so you were around people who spoke tree. So do you understand tree?
Yeah, I can speak tree. It's not very
Oh,
fluent, but I can speak tree. It's Mika tree pow. I didn't know what you're saying.
Sinikakra.
It's Mika pa, it's Mika tree.
Oh,
Ah,
okay.
I
Interesting, interesting.
think
Yeah.
me
So
jail conform to me. What you're trying to say it's Mika tree, but it's Mika tree. Oh,
Ukasa nige kama pra.
oh, me that's it. Send me
Na-
try. So me that's it, pa.
This
African
the
millennial, you
name,
speaking
the,
Twi now. They
the
say you
name,
weren't from Ghana.
huh?
They say
What?
you weren't from Ghana, but at least speak your Twi so they can
Yeah, I'm not
understand that
from
you're
Ghana.
from Ghana now.
I'm not from Ghana. So his name is in the background, by the way.
Oh,
I
Quadrago.
can't say his name.
Yeah,
I don't
Quadrago.
want to say his name because there are a
He's
lot
a
of
Musi
haters in
man.
here.
Yeah,
He's
he's a
Mossy.
most yeah, he's a Musi man.
Oh,
Yeah.
mhm.
Yeah, fun fact. Thomas Sankara? Thomas Sankara's actual real last name was actually this Quadrago. It's his dad who changed it to Sankara later on. Yeah, that's a Musi name.
Oh, wow. Sankara
Right.
had a beautiful name. Well,
See,
anyway, both of his names
yeah.
are beautiful.
These languages, man, it just feel like Africa really have to unite into like. I mean, I don't mind people speaking like the same language. That's what Africa has to, because it's just whole lot of languages, and that's a problem that we Cameroonians are facing, because it's either French or English. It's causing confusion everywhere, because you know people don't want to speak a colonial language, but at the same time, those are the languages that they use for services, for education, and you know I wish one
Yeah,
day we could actually have an African language, like what most countries. Because if you go to Congo, right, Congo have a language called Lingala, and Congo population is big, it's huge. Congo is a big country as well, but most people speak it. But I think only the Western Congolese, because the Eastern they do speak Swahili. So
yeah,
and none of them, mostly, I mean, they speak French, but not really like that. Like they're so proud of like their language, and I think that's good. But we just don't have that.
yeah. You're right. Like having a group of people speaking the same language, especially in Africa, is very, very important. I don't know where Ghana will be if some people might not like the fact they have to speak true in public and all of that, but it really has played a huge role in our democracy. You see, because it has made people get used to the fact that your president can be from the southern part of the country. It doesn't matter. At least you can understand them and their people and all of that. It's a really, really big deal. So I agree with you on that. It's unfortunate that. So what happened? Why is it that there's no? Is it that there's no big major ethnic group in Cameroon?
No, man, we don't have
Oh,
that, man. I keep telling you, we have over 256 tribes. Like even from where I'm from, like there's this guy on the chat called Kifaro. Me and him from the same, probably the same area, but we speak different tribe. We speak different languages. The only thing me and him can speak is English, because
wow.
I mean we are from the Anglophone side. That's the only language we can speak, English or broken English. Apart from that, me and him cannot speak no other language, maybe French. But it's just we don't have a bigger tribe. Like we have just like little tribes, and that's just what it is. Like your local place is a different tribe. You go to the next place, it's just different language, and none of these languages is being taught in school. Because they don't really know which one they want to teach. So you only learn it at home, or with your family, or where your parents are from.
Yeah,
Huh?
you're gonna have to adopt one of the smallest tribes' language. That's the only way.
Hello,
Why
guys.
to make it overall. But I speak my languages. I speak two different languages. I speak Pidgin, speak French, speak
Say
English.
something here.
So
Say something in your language.
are you kidding me?
No, I just want to hear if it like there's
Yeah, we just
annotation
want to learn. It's
similarities.
always
Yeah,
Not
I
that
mean,
I'm gonna understand what you're
okay,
saying.
okay, okay. If I want to say like how are you, I can say alako,
I like call.
Okay,
alako. How are you? And then you
that
answer
sounds
that in
similar to Yoruba.
in there to answer. You say I'm fine. It means you can say in Tiote.
Okay,
Chote.
yeah, I hear the similarities.
Ntiote. That's Bantu, because you can hear the N. Ntio. That's Bantu, right? Ntiote. So yeah, that's my language. If I have somebody, me and him can be speaking, but it's just what it is. Africa, man.
Yeah.
So
Hello,
many
guys.
problems.
Guys, I wanna know how did you and how did you guys end up with 256 tribes?
Oh yes, man. Like 256. How did we end up? I think
Yes, yes.
I don't know.
It's a
I
lot.
don't know how we end up, man. Because even you guys only have smaller tribes. South Africa has a smaller, like 50, right? You guys own nine.
No, not 50, 11.
11. I'm surprised, and you guys have a bigger population. Yeah,
Yeah,
man.
that's why what I'm always trying to figure out, how did there be so many tribes with so many languages. Now
Yeah, I
they
mean,
have to cut off some languages, like there has
yeah,
to be unity.
yeah.
Yeah,
You
Yeah,
can,
you're
you
beginning to
can,
sound like Shaka right now.
you can go on Google, man, and type Cameroon and see what languages they tell you. And then even if you guys are even from the same like local government
yeah,
is like county or like a small town. You guys still have like different traditional languages. That's just, yeah, man. Like it's crazy in Cameroon. Like we don't speak no, like if you tune in on the TV, there's no local language on TV, no tribal language, nobody speak
Wow.
no traditional language. It's not
Wow.
tolerated at all. It's only
Judah,
French or English.
Judah, like, don't some of your languages share the same dialect, or you just totally
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
understand each other?
Yeah, that you can understand
No,
each other. Yeah.
no, we share. We can. I mean, yeah, maybe we share, but they act. It might be okay. Like, look, right, my tribe. I'm Bangwa, and my tribe shares border with this tribe called Bamileke. But the Bamileke people are francophones. So in Cameroon, you could actually see where the partition of Africa happened. You drive from one part is English, you drive to the other part is French. So my tribe, the other side speak English, and they have this traditional language, and the other
Okay,
side speak French, and they have this traditional language. So it seems similar.
Judah, let
But
me
when these
elaborate.
people in the French part speaks, they add a lot of
Let me
French in it.
elaborate. Can I just
All right.
elaborate? In my country over here, basically South Africa, to keep it simple, it's mostly the indigenous people are mostly either Nguni or Sotho. Let me explain what that means, right? Sesotho speakers, Setswana speakers, and Sepedi speakers fall under Sotho people, right? Those languages share the same dialect, they can understand each other while they're speaking, so on and so forth, and their cultures are a lot more similar, even though they're different nations, so on and so forth. On the other end is Nguni people. Nguni people is Xhosa people, Zulu people, Swati, and Ndebele. Those people, they also share this, their language share the same lineage. I mean, same dialect. They more or less the same in terms of cultures and practice, even though they're obviously different languages, and they can understand each other when they speak their own indigenous languages. That's what I'm saying. Do you have something like that, minus the colonial
No,
language?
no, we don't have that, man. Like I've never heard like people speak like similar unless you are from the same village with that person from the same
No, I mean,
village.
no, I mean, like, I mean, let's say someone speaks one indigenous language and the other person speaks another indigenous language. Do you have some sort of understanding?
Right, right, right. We have okay, there's a tribe in Cameroon called Bamileke, right? Bamileke is like a general term for a particular group of people. And they all have a similar culture like the Igbo. So but this Bamileke is they are huge, but I'm thinking like they speak different, but it's just that they have one culture, one way of dressing. The dressing is the same, but when it comes to their language that they speak, it's totally different.
Because in my country, if you really want to navigate across South Africa easily, learn one Nguni language, one Soto language, and you straight. I mean, you
Oh
can
wow.
communicate with anybody,
No,
like with most
in, in,
people in South Africa that are
in
indigenous
Cameroon,
people.
we don't have that. The only language that you can communicate with people is either you speak French or you speak English, or in the English
That's
part you speak
freaking
Pidgin, and that's
bad.
just it. You
That is
cannot communicate
Mhm.
with no other language. That's just what it is.
But but I think I'm getting why this whole English versus French thing is a thing. It makes sense now when you put it
Yeah,
like that.
and that's why there's a problem because they couldn't pick it's a language that everybody could speak it. So that's where the problem is at. So and we have so much tribes, so many tribes. So and there's no dominant tribe. If you had a dominant tribe that probably took over control of all these smaller tribes, and then they probably say, okay, go ahead and do it. Even where the president is from, right? The president is from the south, and I think they have this big tribe called Fang, the Fang tribe. You have the same tribe in Gabon, and you also have them in Equatorial Guinea. But when it comes to it's just the name. But in this Fang tribe, you might have people like the Beti people, the Bulu. So it's just you can have a general name, but it's just subdivided into like different tribes. So these people don't even speak the same language, but they just have like one kind of culture that links them to it, but they just speak different.
Ish. Yeah, you guys, you really need to develop maybe three languages that will unite the whole country. Two or three, maybe.
Yeah, we hope so, man. We hope so. But the way the country is going, it seems like because Cameroon is developing like new languages all the time. Now it's just kind of like crazy languages that are coming up with the system of French and English. You know, the people in the English side are coming out like pidgin. Pidgin is mostly spoken. Like if you go to the English side, you hear a lot of people just speak pidgin
So
because that's what
first,
we most.
so
Huh?
for someone like me to survive in Cameroon, well, the English part of Cameroon, I would just need to speak pidgin.
That's it. In the English part of Cameroon, that's what everybody speaks pidgin. That's what I will speak when I see any Anglophone person, any English Cameroonian, it's just pidgin. That's what we speak because it's just different tribe. Even us that are from the English part, we have almost like 100 different tribes, and the English part is not that big. Like I mean, it's big, but it's just so many tribes in the English part as well. So the only language we can communicate is pidgin or English.
That's interesting.
But there's no like tribal tensions there.
No, no, we don't have tribal. They used to
So,
have tribal wars back in the days, but not now. The problem that we have in Cameroon, the only problem is English and French.
would
That's
you
just it.
guys would you guys be open to speaking Swahili?
No, I don't think any Cameroonians probably want to learn somebody's
But
language.
you guys are close to that region.
No, we are not close to Swahili. I mean,
Let me tell you, you know, Swahili now, it's supposed to be taught in all African schools because African Union selected Swahili as the language that will unite Africans.
No, I'm not learning that.
Bullet, you're gonna
Why?
make me
Why?
laugh.
No, like
Excuse you.
wait first, guys, like I'm serious. It is the official language of Africa.
I
And
know.
guess which part was fighting? West Africa was fighting.
Thank you.
There's this thing where if it's not West African, it's not good. They
Yeah,
want
hold on.
they
Well,
Bullet,
well, can you
they
imagine the
no
Nigerians speaking
wait
Swahili?
first.
Come on,
Wait
bro.
first.
Bullet, you're also not
Swahili.
telling the whole truth.
So wait first,
Let's be honest, Bullet. Bullet, let's be honest.
wait first. Swahili is the most spoken African language in Africa. So when West Africans wanted us to learn Ibu or what it's called Yoruba or Ibu somewhere there, these guys, why don't you guys want to learn Swahili so that we can all be one? West Africans are the only ones who are stopping us
Was
from
No,
uniting.
man, Bullet,
no,
stop. Stop,
no,
Bullet.
Bullet. You need to stop this right now.
Be serious.
No, guys, which language would you guys choose? I want to know from the West Africans, Lows, which language would they choose?
Yeah, Richard. Which language would you choose?
Hey, why you asking me?
I'm just asking you.
Probably Hausa. Hausa is spoken in by a lot of Ghanaians, a lot of Nigerians, a lot of Togolese, a lot of yeah, but you have to be Muslim to speak it. You see, but that's probably the only one I can think of. Hausa.
You,
From
you s-
Nigeria all the way to I think Senegal, people can speak Hausa. Some people can speak Hausa, but you have to be
yeah,
Muslim.
even Cameroon do speak it, but I wouldn't pick Hausa, man. Like this is the thing. When you pick a superior language, it tend to dominate a lot. You want to pick a minority language that even Swahili is not part of it. So every
you
Africa, if they want to come up with an African language, pick a language. Go to like Central Africa or somewhere. Pick the pygmy
Nah,
language. For those
sorry, you
people that
guys.
doesn't have no value in Africa,
No,
pick
Yes,
their language
no,
yes.
no.
and
Central
you
force
see
the
Africa.
other
those
people.
No, no. Central
Josie
Africa
Gold.
is irrelevant. We're not going there.
Mm.
What
No,
you mean
Seriously?
irrelevant?
no, Josie Gold,
No,
Look
Josie
at the
Gold.
people that you have
You know what's
to make
the
their language
thing?
relevant.
Jude, wait first. You know what's the thing, Josie Gold? Like everyone in Africa doesn't want to be dominated by Bantu. You understand? That's why they
Yeah,
do
but
not
like
want
Bullet.
that language. They do not
Yeah,
want
but
to be
Bullet.
dominated by Bantu. I'm telling you, man.
Bullet, come on, look,
Uh,
Bullet. Let's be honest. If you go up to the average South African and tell them they have to learn Swahili because of the AU, they'll tell you you're crazy. Our own people don't want to do that.
I
Yeah,
You
mean,
but
can't force it on West
yeah,
Africans.
we rather speak Yoruba if we have to, or Hausa. What's
Uh,
Swahili?
but you see,
I don't know what
look
that
at what
is.
they're saying. They'll rather learn another West African language. But if you came and told South Africans they had to learn Shona or like another Southern African language that we don't
I
know
will
of,
never learn
people will
Shona.
go crazy. They'll reject.
Nah, not Shona. I will never learn Shona. I would
Why?
rather learn Zulu. I would learn
What?
Zulu, not
No,
Shona.
Why not
no,
Shona?
let's not. We listen. I'd rather even learn any other region except for Bantus, because they are too arrogant, man. Any other region, if I had to choose anyone
Which
except
one then?
Bantu,
Which
except
one?
the
Josie,
Central Bantus, Southern Bantus, I don't really have an issue with, but Central Bantus think they're the original Africans. We gotta let them know they're kind of not. Anyways.
Ooh,
guys,
Hey,
guys,
what are you
which
talking about? What's the name? African Union. What are you talking about? Didn't you know? Didn't you know the Central Bantus are original? They call them original Bantus because that was
Oh,
where the Bantu, came from. And most
nah,
of the
that's
time they
let
consider them as the Jews. Mm? Most of the
now
time they
those
consider
guys.
them as let me
We
finish,
get
man. You're
that.
gonna go ahead. Most
Okay.
of the time they consider them as the Jews, the Jews that were expelled from Egypt and they fled from Egypt to central to Cameroon. Let me be precise, to Cameroon. So don't hate on original Bantus or African millennia. It's just most of the time we feel like it's pride being a Bantu, and we spread all the way to South Africa as well. So we are, you might join us if you want to. We are open to. We want to still expand, maybe expand to West Africa as well.
nothing.
Bantu expansion. That would be good as
yeah, but
well.
in South Africa, we're not 100% one of you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
you're right.
what I'm
Not
always telling
100%.
people.
We're
We
not
we
Yeah,
are not.
100% one of
yeah. I also don't. I'm not a big fan of this Bantu. Even the name. You know, everywhere you research this name, is always some white anthropologist coming up with that name.
you. No,
Until an
wait,
African
wait,
You
wait.
comes with,
Bantu
you
means
know what's
people.
happening. You know what's
Bantu
happening
means
with.
people.
You know why
Go
they
ahead.
are pushing that. You know why they are pushing that theory. It's because, like in Southern Africa, they do not want the black people to claim land. That's why they are always telling us about Bantu migration, so that
yes, I've heard that too.
yeah, we cannot claim land, so that, like, they are equating us to white settlers, you understand. Then they are saying no, the land belongs to the Khoisan, and we are mixed with Khoisan. That's
I,
the funny part. So, like, this thing of Bantu migration, for me it's a myth. For me, we have relatives in East Africa, but it does not mean that we migrated from East Africa. What if people who were in Southern Africa migrated to East Africa? Because this is based on what white people are saying, you understand.
yeah, that's
This is,
that's my point
yeah.
too
Thank
about that.
you. That's why I reject it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm not
Okay,
saying
I'm,
that.
look,
Yeah,
come on,
Josie, go
guys.
before you
I have
start.
to
I'm not
correct
saying
this.
that
I have to
we
correct
can't call
Bullet.
ourselves Bantu. My point, and I think the point from Bullet and African Millennial is that when people use the word Bantu, they are positing the whole Bantu migration thing to make it seem like the Ngoni tribes don't and never had the land. They came from
yeah,
somewhere else
yeah.
and took the land.
Mm.
Okay,
It's basically
okay.
an
Look,
argument to say the land is not yours. I'm not saying I'm. My point is to go against their racist arguments. Like you guys drop from the sky somewhere and then walk to
Mm.
to the Cape. No, you guys
okay,
were already
guys, come
around
on.
there.
I need to respond to
It's,
that. Look. There is a white supremacist group that does want to do the kind of make it seem like black people are not from South Africa and that Khoisan people are not African. That is there. But the Bantu migration, even in oral history, it's there. That some people migrated downwards, like over time. You listen to the languages of, like, let's say Congo, like the indigenous languages of like Congo and some of the ones in East Africa. It sounds similar to some of our languages. I mean, like, and it goes down that the similarities are too similar. The word Bantu itself It's like the word abantu basically means people. Well, in South Africa, I'm not sure about other people. The similarities in languages, like there's a strong connection. We can't deny that. But there were also
But
intermarriages, and another thing is that it happened way before there were white people. They keep pushing back the date, like these scientists, like these white people, because there isn't actual number of when Bantu people and Khoisan people started interacting. Like they don't actually know when that actually started happening. They keep pushing the dates back. So yeah.
so, but for me, okay, there are similarities I know in the languages, but then how did they determine that there was a migration? What if we are just relatives, like we used to have boats to visit each other on different parts of the continent? Why are they pushing this thing that we migrated from East Africa to? How did they
Okay,
know
bullet,
that we migrated?
bullet,
Yeah,
bullet, bullet. Look, for me, I'm from Joburg, right?
yeah,
My grandfather on my mother's side was from where? The northwest, where you came from.
yeah,
Where you from, right? I'm not sure if you live
yeah.
in the northwest right now. Do you live in Gauteng?
No, I live in the northwest. I'm still in the
You live in the
northwest.
northwest.
Yeah,
So my great grandfather migrated to Johannesburg, to Alexandra Township to be more specific, to seek greener pastures. So like that's why my family's been here for a long time, even though they still have a family home in the Northwest Province. People migrate for greener pastures and to seek opportunities. It's a part of life. My father's straight from the Eastern Cape, like is a proper Xhosa. So he came here to Joburg to seek opportunity. If you go to the northwest, there are a lot of Xhosa speaking people there, like who are from, have been there for a long time. When I was in the Eastern Cape, I noticed as a kid, that's the first time I went there. I noticed there are a lot of Sotho speaking people, and some people were actually Zulu when I was there. People do migrate over time for greener pastures. And yes, it's hard to the way you could counter the Bantu migration is that there could have been migration down south and then migration back up again. So there, but it did happen. Oral history does say that. It does back it up. Sure, are there some people trying to misuse it? Yes, some people are trying to misuse it or to make it seem like black people in South Africa don't belong in South Africa. But no one actually believes it. It's a white supremacist argument. No one believes it. It
Oh,
won't hold up in any court system. Like no one believes it, Bullet. It's just something that these people are saying to push that. And unfortunately, they're also using some colored people to push that narrative as well. So, yeah. So, but no one believes it. You know it. I know it. Most people don't believe in it. It's white supremacists and some colored people are trying to push that narrative. So, yeah.
you know what? You know, how these guys determined the Bantu migration during the time when whites used to come and trade with Africans. They used to come in boats. So there were white people who were writing what they saw, what type of people they met, or in which part of the continent. So these guys, as they were coming down south, they were meeting people who lived along the shores. You understand? So according to them, those people were migrating. And then there was a time where they were in the southern tip of Africa. And then the first time they say they did not meet anyone. So according to them, because they did not see anyone, there was no one. We were still migrating
I've heard that so many times.
you understand what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
what if the people were in some other part of, maybe they were in Devon, now it's called Devon, or maybe they were in Northern Cape, you understand? So this thing of Bantu migration is for me,
Yeah.
it's just stupid.
But
but
bullet,
but yeah,
these people are lying.
we should-
But they're lying. Like, if you look at the history books, especially the ones written by a lot of like these European explorers, they actually go into it that they did meet people, even in the interior. It's something that they speak about. Again, the people that push this thing that They didn't see black people when they were here are white supremacists. They're lying to create their own kind of like to give themselves some sort of justification for things that they've done in the
They did.
past
Yeah.
and to hold on to something. That's why they think it is a lie. They are lying. It's
So
not
you
linked to the
AM,
past migration.
so AM, are you guys also Bantu, or you have
No, we're
your
not. We
own?
have nothing to do with that.
What are you guys?
I think if I'm not mistaken, Bantus are Niger Congo B. We're Niger Congo A. So we're another
What's
section.
Bantu.
Niger Congo?
Oh, they are not a Bantu. They just don't want to say the
No,
word
we're not
Bantu.
Bantus. We're
No,
no,
what's
we're not.
Niger Congo? What's
No,
Niger
we're not.
Congo?
We're
they
Niger
are
Congo.
they are not a part of
Let me even research it.
Bantu
What is
B.
Niger Congo?
They are Bantu B. Bantu B. We are Bantu
No, we're
A.
not.
So
No. We have nothing to do with that. We don't even call ourselves Bantu. We don't, because you see how with actual Bantus, as Josie mentioned, there are linguistical like
But I
similarities.
need to
oh,
clear
We don't
something though.
have any linguistical similarities with any of you guys. So
But
how can we be
AM,
from the same thing?
AM, I mean, need to be honest. I think I understand why Bullet doesn't like the word Bantu. Like maybe we've never called ourselves Bantu.
Yeah.
White people that did that. But
Yeah.
all I'm saying is that the linguistic and cultural similarities around people that people refer to as Bantu. That's all I'm saying. But even
and
us, we've never called ourselves Bantu. So yeah.
and another thing, people when they see the pygmies of Congo, they think that every Bantu originated from the pygmies of Congo. Nah, that's not true. Not every Bantu originated from the pygmies of Congo. So when you see the pygmies of Congo, maybe there are some people who originated from them, but not everyone originated from the pygmies of Congo. So yeah, just like me, like I have Tuana families and the San family, like Masarwa. They are from the Khoisan tree. So yeah, we are not like 100% Bantu, but we are part of the Bantu people.
But Bullet,
Mhm.
none of
Yeah.
our people have ever called themselves Bantu. We need to be careful.
Yeah. That's true.
So yeah, I'm basically a ugh, I hate that name. So I'm basically a Niger Congo A.
What?
So people in huh?
You said you hate the name Niger. Well, what's wrong?
Because
Niger
exactly,
Congo,
because if you
Niger,
pronounce it wrong, it implies something
nigga.
else. Exactly. That's why I don't like that. That's why I don't like that name.
Okay.
Um,
Carry on.
but
Sorry.
yeah. So I'm from well, the Kwa languages technically. I'm from the Kwa speaking group. So if you break down Niger Congo into my actual fashion, this is where I come from. I come from people who speak Ivory Coast, Ghana, Togo. And the reason why it's called Kwa languages is because a lot of our names in Ghana have Kwa. So that's why it's
Kwame,
called
or the people who eat wild goat.
that. Oh dang! Yeah, wild goat. Yeah, for sure. So we're all across the Volta region, and we're all across, I'd say Eastern West Africa. That's where we are. I'm gonna try to hold on, see if I can get a picture. Oh, you already see that. Yeah. So this color is basically my group,
your,
and then
your
right
people.
beside it is people from like Sierra Leone, all that stuff. That's their group. And then up here has literally nothing to do with me. But yeah, this is my group. And up here doesn't have anything to do with me either, but it has more so to do with people the north of my country. And yeah, that's basically it.
So Am, you said you would choose another language from another region. Would you learn Shona?
Of course, for sure.
Okay, okay.
Man, you might as well just learn Xhosa or like
Yeah.
Botswana. Yeah, educate us about West Africa. We are listening.
Dude,
Yes, you want to learn more
I don't know more.
about
Yeah,
I don't
Ghana
know,
or
but
something.
I don't know.
about wild goats and people who call
Wild
themselves
goats.
Kwa.
Ah,
Yeah.
but not yourself about goats where you're from.
What about West Africa?
West
Nah,
Africa, Ghana is boring. Or if there was a Nigerian here or Nigeria, that's
Did you just
No,
interesting,
say
very
Ghana's
interesting.
boring?
We're too
yeah, he said that.
peaceful. Ghana is not. There's nothing intense going on at all. Or except the city. The city is definitely having a tough time.
Yeah, I'll say that like um as for West Africans, it depends on the West African because Ghanaians are pretty dull, pretty, happy go lucky. But if you speak to maybe some Nigerians or people from up here, like people from Mali, Chad, Niger, they have admixture. Um some of us call them Arabs. They're not, but I'm just saying like they have a nomadic culture. They'll die for anything. We're not like that.
they are
So
Fulani.
those are the interesting people, if you ask me.
Ghanaians are very laid back. Sometimes I think it's not a good thing at all.
Yeah, Ghanaians are actually too laid back, if you ask me.
And they
I'm
are
actually
very
Nah,
short.
concerned about that.
no, leave the Ghanaians alone. They're doing fine.
No, I don't know.
Mm.
I don't know if you remember this African or if you. When I really realized that Ghana we have a problem was I think 2 or 3 years ago, when I think in Ashanti region there was this lady who had a tree in front of her house and there was this fruit that looked like an apple, right? And everyone in the whole region were like, "Oh my God! Finally, we can grow apples in Ghana." It became such a big news. All the major TV networks came there were talking about this. There's an apple tree there. It ended up not even being an apple tree. Like that's when I realized Ghana, things are going too well that something as irrelevant as an apple became national headlines. It wasn't an apple. I was like, so it didn't hit someone to just grab one of that and just take a bite. Oh my god.
Yeah. No, I'll be real here cuz no Ghanaians won't admit this. I'll admit everything Ghanaians won't admit. I don't care. But Ghanaians are actually low key jealous of Nigerians. It is what it is. Not all, but certain tribes in Ghana are definitely jealous of Nigerians' progress in terms of entertainment because usually when you ask someone what they like about Ghanaians, they'll just say they're nice. They literally have nothing else to say. Like they don't know anything about Ghanaians. So Ghanaians are actually jealous of the fact that Nigerians are well known, whether they loved or hate. And because Ghana, West Africa, if I'm not mistaken, it's 4 or 5. I think it's 4 English speaking countries in a region that's dominated by French speaking countries. Ghanaians can only speak to Nigerians, can't really speak to Liberians or Sierra Leones because they're way too far. So we can only speak to Nigerians. And it's like sometimes Ghanaians feel undermined by Nigerian.
You
Honestly.
know, there's a thing I didn't like that the Nigerian government did. That law where it says it only permits Nigerians to be models in their entertainment industry. That wasn't fair. Seriously, that was not fair.
What was it for?
So the law where they said it was done, I think 2 months back or 3 months back, where they said only Nigerians will be a model, how to model in their entertainment industry, like for maybe photo shoots for magazines or for big brands, to be a modeler.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you see that law. So basically, if someone comes from another region of West Africa, they cannot become a modeler in Nigeria. I'm asking.
Pretty, pretty much that would be correct. They would be a foreigner unless they actually have Nigerian passport or something like that.
Yeah, that is unfair. And if you check all over the world, like these guys, like they are in the fashion industry, they are modelers all over the world. But their government, instead of saying maybe 50% of the modelers should be Nigerian, then another 50% is dedicated to foreigners. Like they are giving them 100%. That is not fair. And if it was done by another country, it would have been a problem. So that's one thing I did not like, because if other West African countries decide and say, you know what, 90% of our music will only be local music, then 10% we can import. That won't be fair on Afrobeats that comes from Nigeria.
Yeah, actually, the whole Afrobeats conversation, I used to be like, let's not hate, like, let's celebrate, let's support. But now I'm just like, Afrobeats probably should be managed and it should be regulated in a lot of these other countries because it's really taking apart other people's music industry. And I know people could just be like, do better music. I agree. But I mean, how can you compete with Afrobeats where Nigeria's 250 million population? And then we're talking about the fact that Afrobeats is international now. So it's not only just Nigerians that support Afrobeat. How is somebody else supposed to compete with Afrobeat?
And I want to know, in Nigeria, is there a law that says maybe um, a certain percentage of Nigerian music should be played? Is there such a law in Nigeria?
Um, what do you mean? Is there a lot? They play their own
Like,
music all the time.
yeah, like maybe saying 80% of the music that is being played in maybe radio stations and TV, it should be only Nigerian music. Then the other 20% can be imported. Is there such a law?
No, no, there isn't.
Oh, yeah. But I think for you guys, yeah, I understand your cries. Like, yeah, they should make something for you guys, because now your artists, it will be hard for them to rise. Anyways, they can join the Nigerian Afrobeat and maybe prosper, but if they do not join, there should be a quota that says maybe 60% Ghanaian music, then 40% can be imported. Yeah, maybe they can do something like that.
Yeah, I see your
I
points,
I'm
but
kind of, well, even with that, right? I still have negative thoughts and opinions on that because This is the thing. If you're telling me that I have to integrate with Nigeria in terms of music, then if I create a song, people are gonna think I'm Nigerian. So it's
That's
like
so
it's
you are
not.
you are worried about people knowing that you are Nigerian. You are not worried about making money. Yeah, but anyways, Ian, there's a person here. Kemi says yes. There's a law in Nigeria that says, more Nigerian music and less American and Western music. So yeah,
Exactly.
so
Less
you
less American and Western music. That doesn't even talk about African music. I know there other African music isn't played like that. I just know that because back in the days they used to play music from francophone Africa. They used to play different types of music back in the days, but now the tables have turned and they don't really play any other music other than Nigerian or American music.
yeah, like you guys, you should also place that type of law, like saying, 80% Ghanaian music, then 20% you will import, for to develop your music industry. You should develop a similar law.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like we should do that. At first we tried the whole integration thing and it didn't work. So we have to think about ourselves. Look at this video right here. This is top 100 Ghana, by the way. And maybe you don't know the names, but these are all Nigerian names.
But I don't see anything wrong with that. It just means our local Ghanaian artists are not very good.
No. Are you
Yeah,
seriously saying you don't see
No,
anything wrong
no,
with this?
my guy,
no.
you
Let
know
me.
what's
No, I'm.
wait first. You know what should happen. It's like saying, let's talk about farming, for example. I'm going to make an example. Like, you are competing with Nigerian farmers. Ghanaian farmers are competing with Nigerian farmers. And if you check, maybe let's say Nigerian farmers are commercial farmers, like and they have large amounts of funds to manage their farms. And then if you check the Ghanaian farmers, like most of them are not commercial farmers, and financial wise they are struggling. So in that way, the Ghanaian government needs to place a law to protect the Ghanaian farmers so that they can also grow. You understand? When they have grown, then they can, like, compete. Then it's fair. But currently now, the way it is, you can apply that same strategy to music, because you can see that these guys are dominating
Yes,
your
they
music.
are
So
because they are good, and everyone is a human nature. You want the best, you know.
And look at this. This is top 100 Nigeria. By no surprise, it's all Nigerian music.
But you guys have
That
listen,
looks
forgotten that
no,
exactly
they
the best,
am
the
that looks
best
am
singers in the
exactly like the
whole of
top
Ghana, and I
100
mean the whole of.
Ghana. So
wait
what's
first,
the
wait
point
first.
of Ghana having a
Am
music industry if they can just have
am
pop Nigeria?
this guy
Because
doesn't
Ghanaians want to listen to good
come.
music. Ghanaian
No,
artists have to step up their
Komori chair.
game.
Wait first, Komori chair. Listen, why, if that's the case, that Ghanaian artists should do good. If that is the case, why did Nigeria place a law of saying less American and Western music? Because they were being beaten by American music. Then they placed a law to prioritize their artists so that their music industry can grow. Now it has grown. So what
But
the Nigerians have done, you do not want the Ghanaians to
no,
do.
but you also proved the point. Even without that law, Nigerian artists were already beaten foreign artists. No foreign artist was going to be in the top 15
No,
regardless.
before,
So it's
listen,
like the law
before.
is not necessary because it was already happening anyways.
No, listen. When was the law placed? Was the music industry of Nigeria this big when the law was placed? Let us be fair. When was the
when
law
was the
placed?
law? I don't know. When was the law placed? Was it recently?
You understand? It was recently.
Yeah, so that's again. So the law doesn't matter then, because up until now, Nigerian artists were already the biggest stars in the whole of Africa. There was no African musician that was going to break into the Nigerian market. So this, in my opinion, this law was even unnecessary. It wasn't like it's helping the Nigerian industry because they don't need the help. Let's say if Ghana passed a similar law, then that would be a big deal because already as it is, Nigerian Ghanaian artists are struggling against Nigerian artists. So if they passed a law like that, I'll say okay, fine. But in Nigeria, that law is pointless. They're already beating out the best artists in Africa, anyways. We have to just
And
Ghana.
But
We have to
what?
step up
and
our game.
look at
What?
Top South Africa. At least they have different music. At least they have variety of music. It's not being dominated by one country. Okay,
Yeah.
they don't need to be complaining about, oh, it's only Nigerian music when they have I'm a piano and other
Yes.
genres.
African
But
you said it. You
but
said it.
huh?
I like South African music. My phone has about half of them, various Guamp and what you call it, Kwaito music. That's my jam. You know, if the artist is good, it doesn't matter whether you're from Ghana, Togo, Mali. Everyone wants to play good music. So Ghanaian artists, they have to step up their game. Look at Black Sheriff. The guy is doing well. I think he was number two in Nigeria like a month ago or something. That was the first time a Ghanaian artist was number two in Nigeria. If you're good, Nigerians are no racist. They also like good music. They'll celebrate you. So we just have to step up our game. That's it.
Okay, Mick, did you have anything to say?
Yeah, I have a different viewpoint of what you guys are talking about. I I disagree with you guys, boxing up all West Africa in one group because that's very different. You guys should not be doing that in your platforms. You should be specific in countries. Like if you want to talk about Nigeria, Ghana, or whatsoever. Far West Africa is very different and diverse from Nigeria and Ghana. So you guys need to know that we don't speak the same language. They don't have the same religion. They don't, intermarry. So it's very, very different. So I don't know why in your programs you always say West Africa. That means you include all 16 countries, and that is bad.
But
But
my,
okay, okay,
Historically,
can I
through
me,
empire,
can
through
I explain
empire,
myself?
through Mali, through
me,
Mali Empire, Ghana Empire, uh, Songhai Empire does not include Ghana, Nigeria, and all of that part. It's from Chad. The West North Africa is very diverse from South and Central and South Africa. So, and their activities are completely different. So I just want to make that clarification for you guys. Okay, bye.
okay, Mick doesn't
I
understand
didn't
one
even
thing.
get a chance to explain myself.
No, and Mick doesn't understand that Nigeria is the dominating country in West Africa. We will always start with Nigeria, even if another country was to invade West Africa. They will first chop off Nigeria before they go to smaller countries. I mean, 217 million people. We will always talk about Nigeria before we talk about other small countries. And African millennial, like today, you guys were talking about Cameroon, you were talking about Togo, like you talked about different tribes. I don't know why is Mick angry.
The fact that I have to explain this is just hilarious. First and foremost, most of West Africa is French. So, how would I know about what's going on in French West Africa? Number one. Number two, yeah, you're correct. I'm closer to Nigeria than I am to Gambia. I'm obviously going to talk about Nigeria more than Gambia. It's kind of obvious. Number three, don't group all of West Africa into one. Okay, but I can't always be like, oh, Eastern versus Western West Africa. I can't always do that. I'm pretty sure I already made it clear that when I'm talking about West Africa, I'm talking about my own experience. I'm pretty sure that's obvious. Like, everyone here knows that West Africa is more than two countries. If they were to speak to a different type of West African, they would get a different perspective. But they're speaking to an Anglophone West African who's right, not even right beside Nigeria, but I'm the closest English speaking West African to Nigeria. It is what it is. Like, I don't know what else I have to explain. Okay, I don't speak about other West African countries as much. That's true. I don't know about those countries. Why would I speak about them? Like, I don't even know where to start. You know what I mean? Like, do
Why
you want
doesn't
do
it,
you, do you want
why
me to give
doesn't he
you a
come?
wrong history about your country? Is that what you're begging for? Because I could easily do that if that's what people want so bad.
Why doesn't he come and always join here to explain to us about Gambia so that we can know? Like I was asking you guys, explain to us about West Africa. Like people like him should jump on because we do
That's what
not
I'm saying.
we do not know. You remember I told you like we should talk about smaller countries and like you should explain to us about smaller countries. Like people like him he can come and explain to us like how they are living and their different tribes and what's going on in their country.
Right. Out of respect, there are some countries that I don't. It's not that I never plan on talking about them, but I don't feel comfortable talking about them because I don't know what's going on. So it's just respect. I don't want to get it wrong that I don't bring it up. It doesn't mean that they're not part of West Africa. I don't know how this is not obvious, but okay, sure. And yeah, exactly. These same people will complain. Okay, they'll be like, "Why do you have so many Nigerians and other West Africans?" But they'll never click on the link to give input on what's going on in their region, right? They'll watch the whole stream and be like, "Don't bring all West Africans together," but then they'll never call in to explain their perspective. It's like, and that's what I explained to them yesterday. I was like, these other West Africans don't call in. What do you want me to do?
Just like North Africans, we never even talk about North Africa. AM, you should start telling us about North Africa because like
Oh
we
no.
never hear anything about those guys.
Oh no.
You should represent other people. Your channel doesn't represent everyone.
Yeah, you're right. I never
Yeah.
talk about North Africa. Am I even African?
Comrade Chair is quiet now. Why is he so quiet?
You guys were discussing, I was listening, but I do agree. If the gentleman had very good grievances, he was speaking, he had the opportunity to tell us what we apparently have not been discussing, but he chose not to. He came, gave a statement, and left, which was ironic because, he has the opportunity to talk to us or bring up a topic he wanted us to discuss about, but he did not. So, what else to add?
And yeah, just to make it clear, don't expect an Anglophone West Africa to know so much about Francophone West Africa. I don't. Anglophone West Africans have a different union. Like, they are more in touch with what's going on in their region. I'm more in touch, obviously, with what's going on in I won't even say Anglophone West Africa, which is bad, but I'm more in
Yeah,
touch with
I
what's
agree.
going on with Nigeria. That's literally it. Ivory Coast is right beside me. I don't know what's going on. Togo is right beside me. I don't really care. But what's going on in Nigeria, somehow it concerns me. it yeah, this is not unusual, by the way. So
I also
Yeah,
think that's because of the language barrier. Because I can imagine someone in Togo probably knows what's going on in Ivory Coast now. Because Ivory Coast is like that version of Nigeria. It's a big, at least a big francophone country nearby. So just like you said, they also have the same thing going on. A Togolese or Beninois man knows what's going on in Ivory Coast. So again, it all comes down to the linguistic barriers. But you're not wrong. You're right. If you speak English, you'll be more concerned about other English-speaking countries. Sadly, that's how it is so far.
yeah.
So what I'm opposed is like you guys putting up West Africa in one group. That is all I'm contesting about, because West Africa is very big. So if West Africa is so big and historically, religiously, like our part of, well, far West Africa, we have more connection to Senegal, Gambia, Mali. We were even one country before. So it's because of colonialism, that's why we are separated, and Chad. So in that part of Africa is completely different. Our religious, our traditions, our cultures, our way of dress, our languages is very different. And we are not Bantus. We are not part of the Bantu speaking groups. So I guess you guys need to understand that when you're talking, you can talk about Nigeria, Ghana. That's the places you know, but you don't know nothing about Mali. Like me, I have my relatives in Mali. I have my relatives in Senegal. I have my relative in Gambia, and those countries are all connected. And Guinea. So you see, but if you guys talk about West Africa in general, which is the biggest region in Africa, you have a problem now, because every West African will think you are talking to them when actually you are not representing West Africa at all. You are talking about Ghana and Nigeria. If that's true, they are in West Africa, but be specific. If you are specific, it's different, because uh, the ones around the far west and the ones at the southern part of West Africa and East Africa, they are completely different. Historically, we were not one empire. Okay, we may have some trade with the Akam people of Ghana, but we are completely different. So I just want to make that clear to you guys, audience. If you can put the map up, and they will see the what I'm talking about. From the Songhai, Mali, Ghana is completely different, because Ghana today just pick up the name from the ancient Soninke empire called Ghana. I don't know if that is where you pick it or is your local language, but it's completely different empires, and it's very far. Like moving from Senegal to Nigeria is like getting from East Africa to South Africa. You see, so it's and most of our land is desert, so it's very different. So I just want to make that clarification for you. In case you are doing your programs, try to be specific about countries you're talking about.
Yeah. Okay.
Can you can you give a quote or example of what she said that was generalizing about West Africa? Because we're trying to understand like what she said that was generalizing, how she put everybody in one box.
Yeah, when he's talking about, he said like West Africa, talking about a lot of stories there. In Nigeria, I guess he was talking about Nigeria or Ghana. Okay, I just heard about a lot of things he's talk about West Africa in general. So, and I don't see myself there. So obviously, I don't want him to generalize the thing. He could just say Nigeria, Ghana. Okay, then people will
But I thought
understand
that's what she was saying. She was
what is the
about
example?
she was specifically talking about countries. I'm trying to understand where I missed it, because I thought she was specifically talking about countries. I don't think she ever. Maybe I missed it. That's what I'm trying to clarify. Because I don't think she ever said in West Africa this is how they are, or in West Africa this is what they do. In West, I never heard that.
Okay, so I just want to let her know about the distinctness of West Africa is very
Yes, we get
distinct and
it. We
diverse,
understand you,
and
but
you guys should get that. very well
Where
because
where did we generalize? Where did anyone on the panel generalize? Because as far as I remember, we're specific. We spoke about Nigeria, there's music in
I
Nigeria,
I
music
no
in
I
Ghana.
heard about the South African saying something like eating, I don't know, dogs or whatsoever like that, and,
Hey,
and laughing about it. And you know
when
that
was this?
that
When
and
was this?
I don't know, but I heard
Uh,
about this saying something like that. And I tell you, from our area, we are all Muslims around that area. So it's okay. I don't have to get negative energy about people eating dogs or cow
You
or
see,
whatsoever.
you
That
see,
is their right. Okay.
Mike, you see, this is why you should also not generalize, because you're also basically doing what you're accusing us of. Basically, you're saying that where you're from it's okay to eat dogs, and you think where we are from we don't eat dogs. You're wrong. Where I'm from in Ghana, it's very common for people to eat dogs. Most of us are Muslims there. You see, so you
No,
should also not generalize. It's the same with you too. You also don't know what experiences we're talking about. We are being specific. And if that's the only example you have of us generalizing, and that was even a joke, I don't think your argument has any ground. Wouldn't you agree?
yes, thank you.
Mick, like you should teach us because I can even hear you sound different from the other West Africans I normally hear.
Exactly. So it's very
Yeah,
different, and even some of my relatives sound very different, especially the
yeah.
ones who live
Teach
in the
us.
desert. They list,
Teach.
they speak very differently. So this is what I want you guys to understand. And my sister, who said she's a Ghanaian, we have some, you know, how to call it, diplomatic relationship with Ghanaians. Okay, but we and Ghanaians are different, and we have different cultures. We have different religions. We dress differently. So obviously, everything is completely different from us and the Ghanaians. But we are all human beings. That's the first thing, and we are all black people. Okay, but if you are talking about West Africa, I just want you guys to be specific, because if you look at the map, you will see the difference by yourself. Okay, so it's completely different. The ones in the far northwest is very different from the south.
Yeah, Mike,
like
like are
from
you?
like from Niger to Mali,
Yeah,
to
yeah.
Senegal, Gambia, Guinea-Bissau, Guinea-Conakry. These are one empire. These are one people who live around this area. So in each of these countries, if you go, you will find the same type of ethnic groups. In different anywhere you go to these countries, you will find the same ethnic group. You will find Mandinka in Mali. You will find in Mauritania. You will find them in Senegal. You'll find them in Gambia. You'll find them in Guinea Conakry. Okay, but if you pass that place now, coming down to the south, it's very rare to see those type of tribes.
So what do you what do you, sorry, like we are Bantu and you guys, what am I like supposed to call you guys?
We are Manding people.
Monday,
Manding.
yes.
Manding is the land. This is our land. Our land is Manding, from Mali to the Gambian Sea. This is our land. We call it Manding. In history, we call it Manding, including part of Mauritania. And up to today, you go there, you'll find Mandinkas in Mauritania, in Mali, in Senegal, in Gambia, in Guinea Conakry. You'll find them there. This land was, of course, we have other ethnic groups within it, but the land is called Manding, and that is why it's called Mali. So Mali right now, it encompasses Gambia, Senegal, Guinea-Bissau, Guinea-Conakry was all part of Mali Empire, and the same people are living there up to today. And you guys need to know that.
Yeah, like it's nice because you are teaching us now, you see. Like that's why I'm asking, like you are teaching us, like you should call in often and also like teach us about that part of West Africa.
No, I understand that part, but like mostly I just realize maybe you guys, some of you don't know about it, but I think if you read history, you should know the differences. It's very, very clear. Manding is from Niger up to Gambian River. That is all part of Mali. when the British, when the colonial masters came, they divide the borders. That is when some of our ethnic groups found themselves in different part of the borders. But still now, we consider ourselves as Manding. And of course, we have the Fulanis
Colonial
there.
masters. Why are you calling them? Why are you calling? Why are you calling them masters?
And exactly, okay, sorry, but colonial people, I don't know how to say it, but that is how, they came and, divide the borders, you know. So this is obvious. So if you look at the physicality of the people living around this area and the ones down south and east and central Africa is quite different. Different type of people, the physicality is completely different.
Can I ask you something?
Yes.
Is there similarities between South Sudanese and Gambians and Senegalese? Because
Yes, that's true.
when I listen to the languages, they sound similar. And you guys, the physique, it looks similar. You guys are
Yeah,
very dark and
yes,
thin.
and thin and tall. That's true.
Millennials, internet, that's bad. Huh?
That's true. That's true. We kind of look similar because we migrated. Most of the people living in far West Africa migrated from Sudan. That is oral history.
Yeah,
Some
So
people,
and we created these empires.
That's why there's a tribe in Sudan called Dinka, and there's
Yes.
Mandi tribe in West.
So we created
so
this
Jude, did you
empire.
guys migrate from Sudan too? Jude.
Man, shut up, man. Stay quiet, man.
It's just a question. Now. Why are you upset?
No,
Okay,
we did
okay.
not.
I just
It's
want to
just
know.
unfortunate. It's just
The Bantu,
unfortunate
the
we have some
Bantu.
terrorism going on right now in Mali region. Yes, but because of this Islam, people having a lot of troubles there. So, but uh, you know, I just want you guys to make differentiations that much. We are all human beings. We respect our neighbors. We agree with them in so many things. But if we are diverse community, is very diverse, different from other parts of Africa. Just like East Africa is very diverse. You have Ethiopia, Somalia. They are very diverse from the other East Africans and also South Africa. So if you put them all in one group, then it become a problem.
Yeah, did anyone want to reply to that?
Thank you.
No problem. Thanks for calling in. Is anyone gonna say anything?
Yeah, I was going to. I mean, actually calling. I mean, you guys saying that they made a law in Nigeria to ban foreign music. I don't know anything about any that kind of law, man. I don't know how that law to reference that law. She can't. Well, some things is just
No,
word of mouth. People hear, he say, she say. There's no law in Nigeria that say don't play. I don't even think the government even involved themselves in the Nigerian entertainment industry.
Mike,
There's
are
no
you
law.
in Nigeria or you are Yoruba?
You say?
Mike is a
Are you in
Yoruba.
Nigeria or you are Yoruba?
Yoruba. No, we're talking about. It's not very. It's not even relevant to the point I'm making. We're
Okay.
talking about. I don't know why you guys. I don't know what kind of.
No, I want
I
to
mean,
know your stand. Then once I know your stand, I want to know if you're once you are Nigerian, then we can talk. So
Byron, it's Yoruba
no,
Nigerian. So
I'm speaking to the point that was made earlier. Law about the
oh,
entertainment, and you're asking me a question that's not relevant. So, come on. You- so I don't know. I don't know where Audrey is. That so to I think it was Bullet. He had that was making that point. Now in Nigeria, they made a law against foreign music or foreign entertainment. So there's no law. There's no law.
No,
That's
Mike,
what I
like
was saying.
let me explain my point. I said there's a law about modelers. So then I read on the comment,
Wait, I didn't hear you. I didn't hear
I
you.
was
Law about what? I think you broke up at that.
people who are into modeling. modeling.
Oh, modeling. Okay, that one. I
Yeah.
heard about that
I
one.
guess
So
he's talking
then
about the billboard sign where where Nigerians stop models on billboard.
Is it my own
No.
network that's bad, or am I not?
Um,
Are you guys breaking?
who's
Breaking up
who's
for you two, or is this just me?
who's
Huh?
breaking up? Who's
I think
breaking up?
it's you.
Oh, it's me.
Yeah, who's
Oh, okay.
breaking up?
Because
Man,
I was like,
yeah, using
okay. So let
Obama
me.
phone, man.
So after that, Mike. So after that, I went on and I asked whether there's a law that they have placed for playing like let me say 80% of Nigerian music and 20% of foreign music. Then Kemi, yeah, in the comments, there's a person called Kemi in the comments. She said that yeah, there's a law where they said more Nigerian music, less American and Western music. So I took it from there. You understand? I from the comment I saw it. If you can check previous comments, you will get that comment.
Yeah, so what Audrey was saying is that it's 80% Nigerian music and 20% Western music. Is that true?
Let me go out and come back in because I can't hear. It's like you guys are breaking up. Uh,
Stop using that Obama phone.
Yeah, AM
Yeah.
like that guy Mick. I want Mick to call him regularly because like he sounds so different from you guys. Like there are Ethiopians that sound like that guy. I thought he's East African or somewhere in the horn of Africa. When I heard him for the first time, he doesn't sound like you guys. Like yeah, he should call in sometime and he should teach us about the 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 the, the that side of West Africa, Mali, Senegal, Gambia. Yeah, because I was fascinated that he doesn't sound like you guys.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I agree. I think he should really join more often. Especially he feels very strongly about lack of representation of francophone countries. So it would really be good if you could join in more frequently. I remember one time I tried to make a comment about Burkina Faso. I got roasted. So he should also.
By who? By who? It wasn't me, right? It wasn't me.
No, it was by this
Okay,
guy
good.
who was from Burkina Faso or something. You got really riled up. What I was saying, I wasn't even making it up. It was from a book I read. Oh, he came from me. He came from the guy who wrote the book I read. A whole lot of things. So my our friend Mike has to understand that those of us not from those areas, we do not feel confident and comfortable making statements about
Exactly.
it.
Thank,
Yeah, you
thank
should
you.
understand that.
Thank you for saying that. That's it. It's not that I don't care. I don't feel comfortable talking about that area. I don't know anything about that area. That's literally it. But like you not talking about that area means that you think you're superior, because you you're close to Nigerians, so you think your culture is the only West African culture. I mean, if that's what you think, cool. I mean, I'm proud that you think that my culture is the only culture, but I've never said that. Like, I've never said that, oh, it's only Nigeria or it's only Ghana and Nigeria that matters and everyone else doesn't. Like, that's never come out of my mouth. And if you see me on other panels when they're talking about the West Africans, especially when they talk about West African West Africans eat dogs, I literally tell them, listen, you need to be specific of who you're talking about, which country, which tribe. I literally defend West Africans all the time. So it's really annoying when the same West Africans will be like, stop or you don't talk about my region enough, when it's like I don't know your region. That's why I don't talk about it. Anyway, Darth, did you have anything to say?
Yeah, I suppose I didn't. I just woke up at the moment, the midnight room and stuff. What can I say? I'm not sure what the topic's about, but I guess I'm gonna say. Hello, Jude. How you doing? Have you been enjoying yourself lately?
Hey, what you mean, man? What are you talking about, dog?
Jude and I go a long way back and all
Of,
that stuff. So
of
I've been,
course,
you know,
they don't know that. They don't know that.
So African millennial, every time I see Jude on panel, I've been letting him have a go. Say, why is everybody hating on me? Why is everybody hating on me? Jude, you thought I was the only one hating on you. Now you know.
But yeah, man, it's been a long time, man. How you doing?
Yeah. I'm all right. I'll be watching. You understand
No
me?
problem.
I'll be watching. But it's good that you stepped out of Bijunwa and you can expand your mind
Oh,
with
shoot.
with other people, and you
Oh,
can see other
so
perspectives.
shady. That is so rude. Oh my goodness.
No, he's
What
not. He's not. He's not. He's. I mean, let him talk. That is cool. You know.
you know? No,
Yeah, no.
it's good. It's good for Jude to see other perspectives. In fact, he's lost his Pan Africanism. I can't believe it. But whatever. You know. Anyways,
That I know you are still Pan African, right?
don't matter. We don't want to go on that yet. Right? Let's just don't want to do that yet. We don't want to do that yet. But I am. African millennial. Who's been saying West Africans eat dogs? I'm not sure of West Africans who eat dogs. Like the Gambian guy
There,
was saying, we don't eat dogs and all that stuff. So
okay, so there are tribes that
yeah,
do eat
you
dogs.
understand? I don't know which West Africans eat dogs. I think
No, no, but I'm telling you that
Nigeria
there
is
are
just.
tribes that
I
eat
don't even
dogs.
know.
There are
Yeah, there
tribes
are
in
tribes that
Nigeria
eat
that eat
dogs.
dogs.
That's what I'm
Different
saying.
kinds of things. You understand what I mean? Hello,
Yeah,
hello.
so there are tribes that eat dogs. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, so there are tribes that eat dogs. The only thing is, just don't say that West African eat dog. I agree with that, but it's not that there aren't West Africans that don't eat dogs,
But
basically.
African millennial, in other parts of the world, like let's say even in Central Africa, they eat some weird stuff. If you go to Southern Africa, they eat some weird bug
Weird
looking
stuff.
worms and all that stuff. They eat some bugs and worms. If you
Y-
go to East Africa, they eat like some burgers made out of mosquitoes and all that kind of stuff. Come on, what is that? Have you
Right.
seen those
Yeah.
mosquito? Have you seen those mosquito burgers, African millennial? Have you seen them in East Africa?
No, I have not. I have
Yeah,
not.
but dogs is
So
something else, bro.
you get me?
Bro,
In Southern
Yeah,
Africa,
I love it.
no,
I
trust me,
think I think here's the thing, African millennial, right? I don't know about black people. We tend to think we are way better than each other. You understand what I mean? We tend to think because we know only ourselves. African people have this sense that they are better than every other African, and they don't even know. You understand? Even little Gambia, as you can take, Gambians think they're better than some other people. You understand? So, and then other people think they're better, and which is natural to human beings, of course. But yeah, I think we're all dusty to a certain extent. We all have some dust about us.
Yeah, can you explain the question, or can you explain the reason why someone from Senegambia would be mad at my representation of West Africa
I
when
didn't get,
I
I
never
didn't get
said I'm
all of that.
speaking for all West Africa?
I'm not getting all of the African millennial. Your sound is not coming out right. So.
Yo, that's not my sound. Try to hear me again. Would you would you get why someone from Senegambia would be angry at my representation of West Africa when I never said I'm representing all of West Africa? I'm clearly speaking on my part of West Africa, but can you understand why somebody would get angry at me or at my platform for generalizing West Africans? Hello?
Hello, yes. What do you say? Can I understand why somebody will be angry at you generalizing West Africa?
Yes.
Yes, of course they will be angry because West Africa is not just one homogeneous area, innit? It's full of many different people, many different tribes. It's as complex as East Africa is
Yeah, but when
complex as North Africa.
but when was I generalizing West Africa?
Did somebody say, who said you were generalizing? I think you always made that distinction, especially when it came to Ghana. You always made that distinction. There's Nigeria and all that stuff, but I don't think you knew much about the western part of Africa. But you never. I don't. I don't. I don't. I never heard you generalize something. Who said that?
Another Gambian who called in a while ago said that I did
Okay.
that.
I don't think. I don't. Okay. Yeah. Like I just woke up, so I don't know. I don't know heard what was going on. But I don't think he was too. What's the word to use? I don't think he was too committed to that necessarily. I think he just wanted the opportunity to actually explain the difference. You understand what I mean? So you may have said generalizing, but he may not have not targeted to you. So he's not committed to it entirely. You understand what I mean? Like I think he may have just said it personally that he doesn't like when people generalize and all that kind of stuff, and which is fair. A lot of people do generalize a lot of West Africa, especially those who don't know. You know what I mean?
Okay, I understand.
Exactly. So yeah, it's what he was trying to say is that Mandinka people, or not just what those type of Africans like on the Western, we're called Mande people, right? We're the Mande people all the way from Mauritania, or Senegal, from Mali to Sierra Leone. In fact, I only recently find out that it's in Ivory Coast. Well, I don't find out, but you hear a lot of Mandinka people, Toure, and all that stuff in Ivory Coast. So the meeting point between those type of your guys are West African, you understand what I mean? So because those guys were on the move, I was talking to gas them up, and I told them, gas them up. If if Europeans never interrupted Africa and things were left that way, we would have definitely dominated all of West Africa, Africa village. Gas them up said no, because your horses wouldn't have got into the jungle and all that stuff. You couldn't navigate and all that stuff. But we go all the way to Ivory Coast. But anyways, you know what I mean? But West Africans don't eat dogs and all that stuff. You know that bullet. We don't eat dogs. You know what I mean? Don't let anybody know.
Nah, I never said that. Please don't put that on me, please.
Okay,
I never said
The
But
guy
dog,
just
but
the
dog,
guy
dog,
just
dog,
said his
dog, dog. Don't
opinion.
say don't
yeah.
say West African though, because I know a lot of West Africans that eat dogs. So you should be specific with where
Yeah,
you
but
from. No,
yeah, but
that.
Well, Darth is actually correct, and that isn't West Africans. You can just say the country.
Yeah, even with the
right, right.
country, it depends on the certain people that in Ghana,
So
people
even
that
in
eat
Ghana, some
dogs.
people eat
It's not
dogs.
everyone. Yeah, it's not. It's
Right.
a minority of people that eat dogs, even in Ghana. So you can
I
see
mean,
Ghanaians
people.
eat
But
dogs.
why are people making dogs as if dog is just because in America they take it as pet doesn't mean it's not meat.
Exactly. It is
You know, I mean,
delicious. Don't mind them.
yeah,
Don't mind
like,
them at
like
all.
just I
Jude,
mean,
Dude,
Jude.
these people are annoying, man.
Ah,
I
don't
don't
mind
care
them.
what
Ah.
people eat. Like, so long as you don't feed it to me, I literally
right.
don't care what you eat. Like, I
Yeah,
don't. It's
they're
not my
missing
Let me
out. Dog,
let,
oh, it's unbelievable. Trust me.
look. Let me eat it. Let me say something. Like in America,
Chinese
right?
Chinese eat dogs.
I mean, in
Like
America, you see people eat the people okay. You see these people. They say okay, they eat only chicken. If it's not chicken or maybe turkey or whatever, but beef and that's it. But and then they make dog and pet. They call it pet. But this is the thing. Why should Africans feel like what they are eating is not relevant at all just because somebody say it's not good? It just don't make no sense, right? Because
So
back in the
Jude,
days like this,
you are justifying eating a dog for
right, just
Yeah,
right. I mean,
Judas justifying even eating human beings. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's
look,
just
look.
a dog.
I'm
Look,
What's
it's just it's
significant?
just it's just dog though. Like I mean, what you feel like because you might be eating fish and people don't eat it. It doesn't mean what they
Yes,
eat doesn't is not good at all. You know what I
precisely.
mean?
Yeah.
but like fish, chicken, cow, goat, like those are basics, man. Everyone eats that. Those are
No,
basic.
no, not everyone eats that. You have vegetarians, people that
No,
don't eat
but
meat at all.
I'm not like those guys. Once in their life, they have eaten meat.
Oh,
No, you can't say
bullet,
one thing.
bullet. Somebody said you can eat anything so long as you spice it properly.
Yeah. Also, I'm
Bullet,
trying to
street
understand
food
why some people might
freaks,
feel a
man.
certain way about eating dog. Okay, fine. If you're trying to say that a dog is a pet, they can understand. Pigs have a higher IQ than dogs, but I don't think you're crying about people eating pigs. they're all animals at the end of the day. It's all about people's cultural preferences.
I think
We respect that and then we
dogs
move on.
dogs seem like they carry a bit more disease that's kind of harmful to the human body. I mean, to a certain extent, dog don't seem like something that people should be eating and all that stuff. Like some animals, I can tell that they are meant for eating. You understand what I mean? And
Yeah.
some birds are kind of like domestic. Domestic, you're not supposed to eat domestic birds and all that stuff. But some wild
Mm.
birds are meant to be eaten. You understand what I mean?
Mm.
Some
It's
animals don't seem domesticated, but not even just domesticated. You don't eat a parrot, innit? You can eat it, but you don't have to eat a parrot. You understand what I mean? It doesn't seem
No,
like an animal to be eaten, but some birds can be eaten. So some animals, I don't know who defines it, but you can just tell by the look. But
What
how about
what
eating
make
a horse? How about eating a horse? Is that weird?
you're not supposed
yes,
to eat a horse. That's weird. You understand what I mean?
no,
oh,
no.
oh,
Okay.
no,
Again,
it's not weird. Come on, dog. Come on.
That's
What
a
You're not
lot
makes it
of
supposed to
weird?
eat
meat,
a horse.
Like if you eat a horse, you'll have some meat for some days.
yeah, that's a
Like,
lot of meat right there. I'm not
You
saying
know,
I'll eat a horse, but
let me tell you, when people are of scarcity, that's when they tend to resort to eating all kinds of animals because they have nothing else left. Like even the Roman Empire, they were eating rats and eating people. People will eat people. That's even worse. So when people lack meat or lack food, they resort to that. But you're
Yeah.
not actually supposed to eat that kind of stuff. You understand what I mean?
no,
So
I
you know,
let the people decide. I think also maybe when you think of dog, you're thinking of these cute little dogs, Chihuahua, golden retrievers. Those people that eat dogs, these are like stray dogs. You see them, they're
yeah,
mongrels.
those
There's
dogs are
nothing
not
that,
cute
yeah,
that they
you wouldn't be
eat.
able to differentiate them from goats. They're basically meant for that environment there. So people
mm,
eating them, there's nothing cute that crosses their mind.
I'm not sure
Yes.
about that.
Yeah,
Mm,
Jude, you are making things worse. Oh,
No,
is it
trust me.
Comrade Che? Comrade Che, you are making things worse.
No, I'm telling
Please
you,
don't say that.
if you go to my hometown right now and you see the dogs around the street, trust me, it won't cross your mind to make any of these dogs your pets. They're
Oh,
stray dogs. They're literally just stray dogs
it's
around.
disgusting. I mean, it's
No,
not disgusting. It's different. It's different.
it's okay. It's
One
okay.
thing
It's
I
That's
seem
the
to
worst.
notice is
it's
one thing I
disgusting
seem
for
to
a lot of
notice when
people.
there's a huge population size, right? When there's a huge population or conglomeration of multiple ethnicities, you will find cases like this. Like in Mali, in Mali sometimes they eat like horse meat or something like that. It's weird. Mali they eat horse meat. You're not supposed to do that. Okay, so in
Even camel
Nigeria,
meat is eaten in Somalia. Camel meat. I mean,
camel meat, yeah, yeah, because that's what they have available in Somalia. You understand what I mean? But in China, in China they eat everything. In Nigeria, you'll find the same case. Even in the United States, they eat some things that were so not supposed to, like crocodiles or something. They were eating crocodiles in the United States, man. And to me,
come on,
you're not
crocodile
supposed
is
to
a
eat it.
popular meat, man. Even frog legs. You don't eat frog legs?
Man, no one eats frog legs. In France, they eat snails and
They
all that
do,
kind of
man.
stuff.
Oh man, dog, what are
Yeah,
you talking about? They eat frog legs. Yeah, it's oh man, it's a
that's
good meal.
disgusting. That's
Have you
disgusting.
guys
Frog
have you guys
legs.
have you guys eaten insects before?
East Africa.
No,
Type mosquito
no.
burgers, but we can't generalize East Africa. But I tend to use it against Dr. Kizo. I tend to use it against Dr. Kizo because he likes generalizing West Africa. Type mosquito burgers, you'll
Yeah, no,
see.
I asked Kezo if he eats there's a video out of Lupita Nyong'o eating ants. And I
Aye.
was asking him, do you eat ants? And they were like, oh, they have the type of flying river ants that they eat or something.
Imagine how much food and scarcity you must have to end up resulting in eating ants and all this. You'll actually you end up
Yeah,
eating ants.
yeah, yeah. Comrade Che, so this is the type of dog that you
Yeah,
were
yeah,
talking
that's the
about.
type of dog, like a dog like that, you
Yeah, it lost hope. This dog doesn't have hope. You can see it.
yeah, they don't go for the cute dogs, they go for, the
Yeah.
dogs that are like hopeless.
You can see this dog like it is not happy. It knows it's going to die.
Look at that. I'm coming again. Look at that. Look at that.
Oh, this is disgusting.
Look at
Oh
that.
no.
you rather eat a dog or would you rather eat mosquito burgers? Which one?
Yeah, I'll keep eating my dogs. No, thank you.
Comrade Che, you are so cruel. Those dogs are traumatized, man. They have lost hope. They are not man's best friend. Those dogs, they are not man's best friend. Nah, those ones, man.
Our ants
You
are
know,
delicious. They taste like popcorn. You know, that's
people who
great.
are mourning, AM. You know people who are mourning who have lost someone who died. Have you seen how they look? People who's
Yeah.
mourning, yeah. Those dogs look like that.
St. James, go ahead. St. James, you're muted. Okay, I'll write in the comment section. When you can hear, you can join the panel.
Dang, what happened to him, man? He's using Obama phone as well, or what? What's going on?
See, I don't understand how somebody calls from America. Anyway, I'll be quiet. Um, yeah, I'm just gonna wait for him. But yeah, if anyone has anything to say,
Yeah,
Nah,
I think
just okay. You can go on, Riven.
no, I'm just saying. I think some things are not meant to be eaten, but I think isn't it said in the Bible that we kind of given dominion over all animals, and that everything else is kind of like available for us to eat as well. What do you guys think about that? Like eating people? What do you guys think about that?
ooh, ooh,
Oh, the
I
East
know.
African. I think we watched a video here. I think few days ago where the East Africa. I think Uganda. They eat human flesh, and it was man. It wasn't nice at all. You know, I was going for African voodoo, right? And this Somalian guy, was so mad because I was talking about voodoo religion, and he said, why do you guys want to promote voodoo religion? And he came up with a video, and it was a video where Uganda or East African, they consume human flesh. It's look, man, it's I don't know, man. Africans have to change the kind of things they consume for real. I mean, sometimes it's disgusting, but they really have to choose what they eat because it's not
Like
funny.
we are going back to Raven's point. Like
Right, it's not. But look,
do
animals,
not have
like
a
I think
choice.
in Cameroon, right, we have what they call bush animals. Like these are animals that live in the bush. Like those are
Like
they are being hunted down by hunters. So at least
wild goat.
I
yeah,
mean, white gold, white dogs, snakes.
you
Yeah.
eat
You
rats.
know,
You eat
the
rats.
There's
yeah,
wild
rat.
dog.
Yeah, we have bush rat. Like they look like rat, but they are bush rat. So they live in the
Yeah,
bush.
grass cutters. Yeah.
Grass
Yeah,
cutters.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are real meat. Like if you go on the street, like people even do like barbecue. Like they roast bush. We call them bush meat in Cameroon. So they are nice, beautiful recipes. You
You
know.
know,
Bullet, are you telling me you haven't eaten baboon before?
no, next I've only seen a baboon in the zoo. I've never eaten that. Yes. I won't sleep. I don't wanna. I won't sleep after I
no,
eat that.
people eat that stuff. Oh my goodness.
What?
No,
AM, have you eaten baboon? Is it
Yeah.
nice?
no,
Okay.
no, I
Baboon
have
is
not.
crossing the line. Baboon is officially crossing the line for me.
I have no
Just
desire
frank.
to eat that. I have
I
no
mean,
desire.
if people eat human flesh, what do you think about baboon? Did you know why? Do Rwanda have baboon? Because if they do, I mean, I guess they stop it. See, this is the thing, right? Most animals in Africa was eaten by. I think even in Cameroon, people do. Like, like some animals have been put on red light. Like you cannot do it anymore. But I think people used to do. People used to just, and there are some meat that you eat in Cameroon without even knowing. So after when you are done eating, and they tell you, "Wow, you just ate something," then you're gonna be pissed off.
No,
But
I'm not
it
doing
was
that.
tasteful when you ate it.
Nah,
Yeah.
You
but
know.
No,
but
no,
Yeah,
I'm not
that's
doing that.
as
true.
I
That's
need
as
true.
to
That's
eat it.
happened
I
when I
need to
tried
know what
cats. I
I'm
didn't know
eating
cats until later on.
before I
That's
eat
very
it.
true.
I know
at
I
the
need
end
to
of the
know the
day,
meat before I eat it. I need you to tell me what animal is this before I eat it. I can't do the whole, oh well, it tastes good, and then afterwards they're like, it's
But
this.
most
I
of the
need
time they say you force meat though. Like people tell you because like in Cameroon you have these places where they roast a lot of different kind of meat. So when you go there, oh, they say, oh, this is beef, this is this, this is this. You just
But
feel like it's beef, but it's not. It's not.
guys,
It's not beef. It's not. It is something else.
once
When
guys,
I was in Gambia, I used to hear in Nigeria they used to kill people, and sometimes they used to serve people in one of the meat places. I went, I used to hear that Nigerians used to eat people and all that stuff. So ever since then, I've been very cautious about what to eat.
they are going to come for you, man. They
No,
are
no,
going
no,
to
no,
come for
I'm
you.
not trying to get at Nigerians. That's not it. But I used to hear so much about Nigerians cutting people's heads off, burying them, doing money rituals, and all that stuff. And if you go to Nigeria, don't eat meat because you don't know what it is, or all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I
Nah,
think I
guys.
think you are right now. That is also
Nah.
happening. I mean, in Cameroon, like, yeah, you are right. You just
But
don't have to eat
you know
certain
what,
meat.
guys? One day when Africa is not poor, we will stop doing these things because, like, yeah, yo, like, I'm scared of a rat. I don't wanna lie. I can't imagine eating a rat. Like, I'm very scared of a rat. Yo,
Can you
yeah.
imagine eating? Can you imagine eating monkey brains?
Nah, I haven't even thought of
Can
eating a
you imagine
monkey.
holding? Can you imagine holding a monkey skull in your hand and just eating its brains?
No, but
That
I want to try to eat a snake. That's what I wanna try. I heard it is nice.
Oh,
Someone
come
told
to
me.
Cameroon, may I invite you? We have like different kind of snake recipes. We have like black mamba, nice meat. It tastes like fish. We
Yeah,
have
man, don't
boma.
nah, man. Take it down. I
Those
don't
are not
serious.
rats.
No, take it down, EM.
Okay, fine, no problem, no problem.
Yeah, those things I really don't like it. They are ugly and
Yeah.
You don't like
No.
it?
No.
That's good meat, man. Those are grass cutter.
Yes, when you see them in real life, geez, this freak me out. They're like huge, giant
yeah,
rats. Yeah.
Yeah, but when you roast them and when you do barbecue with them, man, that bone is soft.
It's called a pouch rat, innit? It's like one of those in the forest. I've eaten them, and I've eaten monkey as well.
Oh
I've
wow,
eaten,
you have eaten monkeys and then you are complaining.
Yeah,
no, no,
complain
I'm not
about
complaining.
dogs.
I'm not complaining. I've eaten monkey. You know what I mean? Like,
but Raven,
yeah.
let me tell you what I have noticed with white people. Like, white people like eating like crocodile, elephant, monkey. I've seen them in my country. I know they like eating crocodile and elephant when they go to the safari. I know because like I always go to Kruger National Park.
Yeah, yeah,
They
yeah.
yeah like
Look,
they
listen. Make no joke. White people are the number one carnivores in this in this planet. They are actually the carnivore type of human beings. You know what I mean? We are
yeah.
actually more like herbivores and all that stuff. So I don't know our meat culture because I don't know where it developed. You see, white people are naturally carnivores because they grew up in a cold tundra, cold environment. You know what I mean? And there's not a lot of vegetation that grows in terms of fruits that you have a variety of fruits that you can eat or different kind of stuff. So they focused on eating a lot of meat. They eat so much meat that they depleted all the all the meat resources and all that. That animals don't exist in Europe anymore and all that stuff. They used to hunt woolly mammoth when they were in the cave. They used to hunt woolly mammoth. Now the woolly mammoth, those big furry elephants, have died, and
Mm.
many other furry animals that used to live there because they eat all of them. And if they eat, they prioritize eating meat to the point that they actually eat people when desperate times comes to measure. In America, they eat people. These people don't have a problem with eating people. It's just because the choice is just now they have enough abundance to not do that, but they will eat people. But the same in life goes, right? Even from cells as well. Cells consume each other in order to grow, in order to continue and be. You know what I mean? It's the same thing with nature. We are all just forms of energy to each other. So ultimately, eating each other, resulting in consuming each other, is actually natural. It's actually natural. It's just we have these
What?
development, this societal. No, no, no. We have these societal laws that yes, it's bad to eat each other, but it's not gonna kill you if you eat another person. If you eat a dog, it's not gonna kill you. If you eat an animal, it's not. In fact, it's just gonna add to you. You know what I mean? So you think it from my observation of nature, things are actually supposed to eat each other to continue. You know what I mean? It seems that's why how the empires consume each other to grow. Things consume each other to grow. That's just how it is. That's just how it
Right,
is.
Yeah,
right.
I agree, but
No comment on that, but what I wanted to ask you was, would you consider being a vegetarian even for like just a period of time? Because I've considered it. I'm like, I think I could do it for maybe 2 or 3 years, but I would eventually have to, you know, break that. But I think it would be an interesting experience to try being vegetarian. I think it would be interesting.
Yeah, it's interesting, but I think protein does a lot for the person's body as well. Like it gives you a lot of energy. I don't think you will have enough energy to or be as effective in your day and all that kind of stuff. So you do need a bit of protein. But hey, I welcome anybody that wants to try it. But it's good for you. It's maybe do you good health and all that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, being vegetarian means I would have to make my soup without meat. That's gonna be kind of weird, but I could do it. I could do it. I could do it. Oh, you're saying pescatarian? I think, yeah, pescatarian I think is more realistic.
is it like just relying on fish, if I'm not mistaken, or
Right.
yeah, yeah, just stay away from that. Just eat a complete diet. There are a lot of nutrients we're missing from being vegetarian, and likewise for being pescatarian. There's a lot of nutritional value in meats that you can't replace, no matter how much you try. So I don't know why people torture yourselves this way by becoming vegetarian. There's no need. Stop starving your body of nutrients it needs.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is coming from a soon-to-be medical student, so I'm not just saying anything right now. Yeah, just eat a regular balanced diet every day. Don't follow these vegetarians. It's just bougie people who have nothing bad going on in their life that they're looking for new ways to spice up their life. That you look for novel ways to torture yourself. I'm vegetarian. I'm not going to eat meat. Your body needs meat. Without meat, we wouldn't have even become the most advanced hominids. We would have been extinct like the Neanderthals. We all need meat. My sister, please don't mind them cry.
If you
Yeah,
want, you can eat less,
exactly.
but you need meat though, African millennial. I mean, I noticed it as soon as I'm not eat meat and I'm trying to do the vegan kind of stuff for a while. It just doesn't seem to work. I lack a lot of energy and all that stuff. So when I eat meat, man, I so much energy and all that stuff. So yeah, don't you can try and reduce it and mix. I think we've always eaten meat, even in West Africa, African millennia, but not to the quantity that you know what I mean. Not to the quantity that it's now been
Yeah,
demanded and
I'm
consumed.
aware. I'm aware. My grandmother was telling me that back in her days they didn't eat chicken. They didn't eat chicken like they do today.
Yeah,
She's like, "Oh, jollof rice with chicken? That's new. Like they never used to do that."
yeah. It used to be with a lot of fish and all that kind of stuff. You
Yeah.
understand? So but it's good. It's good. It's good. It's good. Jude, what are you saying, Jude? You've been causing all trouble all around the panels. Oh my days, Jude, bro. Ah,
That don't
you've been
start, man.
causing,
Don't start.
the African millennial, Jude. I don't even pop in sometimes because I say, let's have Jude. Let's let Jude have his say. You know what I mean? So Jude, you've been in Dr. Kazo's channel, but anyways, people are starting to hear.
You even stop other panel from inviting me to even talk. You blocked me from Two Nigeria's channel. You didn't want Two Nigeria to
Oh,
invite
no,
me.
no, no, no! I didn't block you. There's no block
I
you. I
know, I
didn't
know, but
actually block.
you told him, but don't bring in Jude. That's what you
No,
said.
no, 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 no. I didn't say that or something. I think it's just people were come talking a lot, and I think you just didn't get space to speak. But I didn't say
Oh,
that. You are welcome to Tunaija's channel. You are welcome to Tunaija's channel. It's not my channel and all that stuff. But what it is um in Tunaija's channel, we want people's opinions to be heard entirely and debated out until. So if two people are having a go at each other, we want them to be the ones to have a go at each other until we hear them entirely. You understand? So we don't want, like, when there's crisscross, somebody says something and the other person says something and nobody feels like they've said everything they got to say entirely. So we want to filter out the ideas. Which ideas.
So are you guys
All the
working
ideas
with
to be heard.
Okoya?
Say that again.
Are you guys working with Okoya and all those people?
We like to have Rokoya involved. We like to have Rokoya. We like to even have Gas Them Up involved, because Gas Them Up says some skewed kind of different type of things, and I'm trying to understand where this guy is coming from. You know what I mean? But it's an interesting fella. So we like Rokoya. Anybody is welcome. It's just there will be space to hear all the best ideas. No, not the best. We're not the bad. We want to hear what some people are truly saying. You know what I mean? Like, it's gonna
Right.
be a bit more regulated and all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? But it's just Judy, man. Man, I told you from the beginning. The way you say things, African millennial, isn't it? The way you say things is like, Africa is thirsty. We are poor. We are this. We are that. That.
But that's the
Yeah.
same thing you say, right? That's the same thing you say. You support Okoye. You say Africa is doing great, everything, but which is not. You are selling a false dream to people. It just doesn't make no sense.
No, we're not saying that the ills and problems you mentioned don't exist, but we also try to recognize the improvements that's happening day by day. The work that's improving day by day. Even if it's not great, at least some people are on the ground and they're doing little by little, and we gotta commend that, and we gotta commend the people who have done so well. We can't just dwell on how bad things are. That doesn't help. It doesn't help. But anyways,
So you see, the Wakanda lady didn't make it to the Gambia. So
yeah.
because of
Look,
because of the false.
You know me and that lady. You know me and that lady, man. Look, you know me and that lady. Look, I think what I can say about her, she speaks with heart, and she really gets people when she speaks with heart, and she speaks with concern, and I really like that and all that stuff. But she finds it hard to understand people's point of view. And she really struggles to understand, and she miscrews, and then that's why But that's why Dr. Keizo's channel, and African Millennial Group and all that stuff, because they give people the opportunity and they are quite intelligent enough to understand what people are saying. So,
Oh, thank you. No, I'm not, but thank you.
no, you guys are intelligent to understand what
No,
people are saying.
no, I'm not. I'm
Oh,
not.
what you are saying is the way Wakanda's channel wasn't intelligent enough to understand what you were saying, or what?
I think there's a lack of comprehension there as well. So
No, come
that's
on,
why.
man. Come on.
Yeah. No, I'll be honest. There's a, but it doesn't. I don't know. I'm gonna stop. It's not good to like someone like
But
that.
Darth, you are more than welcome on Judah's channel. You're more than welcome.
Judah has a channel now. Is it Judah? You have a channel now? Oh my gosh,
Yeah,
he's just gonna be bashing Africa left, right, and center.
I might be
Is it?
starting one soon by the end of probably say beginning of probably December or so. Yeah.
I don't think I can take too much of that African man. If I go to Judah's channel, all my self-esteem about Africa will just go
Yeah,
to.
you're gonna
You know what I
No,
mean?
you're
now
gonna
I'm
not
going
want
to
to be African anymore. You're not
no,
gonna.
I'm going to pre-colonial, like pre-colonial Africa. How was Africa doing pre-colonial? How was it functioning? All those things, you know.
Yeah. Okay. Well, one thing I do know is you do have a lot of knowledge about different parts of Africa. Why,
Of
I don't
course.
know where you have time for all this kind of stuff, but you always just seem to pick the bad bits. You always just seem to pick all the bad bits about Africa. You just seem to focus on the bad, but you do know a lot about everything shit happening in every country. So,
Yeah,
Exactly,
Judah's
and that
actually
was
creative.
why I stopped being Pan Africanist, because Pan Africanists they focusing they only knew few countries. They really don't know what Africa is all about. They just focus on this and that what they want to, which doesn't
but
make sense at all.
I always felt that even in Bijunua's channel, you never seem very fit in. So it's funny you found your fit with Afrodama's channel. And all that stuff. It didn't take long. It didn't take long before Afudabas will twist you to the other side. So, anyways, that's you, man. We get me. I always
Yeah,
follow
but it's
Digital.
been a long time, man. We've been on YouTube for so long. Yeah.
Yeah. But okay, that's quite interesting and salient. We've
But
been on YouTube for long. Yeah,
Judah's actually a high key hater, though. He's a hater.
yeah.
Nah,
It's
he
a
is. He's a
yeah,
hater. He's a
yeah,
hater, okay?
yeah.
Judah's a hater because he's from Cameroon, which is Central Africa. I don't care what Cameroons talk about. We're right beside Nigeria. You're in Central Africa. The
So what's the
Cameroonians
problem? I
never.
mean, we are not claiming
Yes,
West Africa. So what
yes,
is the
yes.
problem?
No, some of you guys are. And Cameroonians will never talk about Central Africa. They'll always talk about Nigeria. It's like,
What
please
like?
just talk about something more interesting.
But let me say something. Like, I mean, Nigeria is like Cameroon. Like, we had the same history. Cameroon was part of
But it's
Nigeria.
not.
Nigeria was part of Cameroon. So like, it's like you saying, just the fact Nigeria is not even related to the Gambia. How are you gonna go to a country that is next door to another person and tell her, "Oh, that's not your brother," because they are now in West Africa and they're in Central? It just doesn't make no sense. Those are imaginary lines put on people. You're not
But
gonna come into somebody's house and divide them and say, "Oh, okay, just because you speak English, and the other person speak French, that's not your brother." It's just nah. Then you are going to colonialism. It means you haven't been decolonized yet. It just doesn't make sense at all. Just the fact that there's an imaginary lines that say West Africa, and there's imaginary lines that say Central. It doesn't mean this person here is not related to this person. Come on, man.
you're not in West Africa.
What is West Africa and what is Central? Am
Oh,
I telling you that I'm West? I'm not West, but I speak English. And
no,
my
you're
part of Cameroon that
no,
I'm from used to be part
no,
of that. So,
no. The only part of Cameroon that's kind of West Africa is the English speaking part. But if you ask a average Cameroonian who's an a francophone, they'll tell you they're Central African.
but I'm
Which means
Central. Did I tell you I was West? I tell you I was Central.
Yeah,
It's
I
a
think
it's a Mauritanian person is Mauritania West Africa.
the West Africa, but it's not. I think African
Yeah.
millennial.
No, I'm asking
Including
you.
Julius
That's
was
what I'm
the
saying. Is
answer.
Mauritania a West African?
no,
Is
okay. No, but
no. I'm asking you a question. Is Mauritania a West African country?
yes it is.
Right, but they are not they are not in West African. They are not in the West African stuff. Do you know that?
Yes.
Did you know that Cameroon was part of West Africa before they left West Africa? Did you know that?
Yeah, I know that.
Right.
That's
So why did
but
they leave? Did you think they had to leave because they weren't part of West Africa? No, because of policies. People go on both sides. Congo now is with East Africa, but doesn't mean Congo is East. No. Countries choose whatever they want to go to. Morocco wanted to join
yeah,
West
so
Africa. It's not because they are in West Africa. You go where your policies fit. That's
but
just it.
When
hey,
you go, when you go open your channel, man.
Chase. No,
St.
Judah,
James, I gotta see. I have to school these people, man. St. James,
no,
you already know. I hate when people come online and start making stuff that just doesn't make sense at all. I have to
no,
create that channel
okay.
really quick.
Miss Judah, let me tell you, there are lots, maybe not you, and congratulations if that's not you.
Why a lot of people we say they are
Of
West because the
Cameroonians,
English Cameroonian used to be part of Nigeria during when Cameroon was divided into two halves. The English Cameroonian and Eastern Nigeria used to have one national assembly. One national assembly. That
Let,
was
let,
where
let's
the people were sitting.
let's
I
ask.
know the history of Cameroon. Point I'm saying is there are a lot of Cameroonians that speak on behalf of West Africans and they don't need to be doing that. You just know
What you mean they don't
Nigeria.
need to be?
You just know Nigeria. That doesn't mean you know West Africa. So they do not need
So
to be
what is
speaking
West?
on behalf
What
of
is
West Africa.
what is West Africa? What history is happening in West Africa that a Cameroonian shouldn't know about? Unless you have a myopic brain, unless you can't reason at all, unless you don't know what is happening in Africa, and then you can stay in your psychopath. environment.
Oh,
But a
yes.
normal person that knows history in Africa actually knows where things are happening. You cannot stop. What is the difference between a Nigeria and a person that shares border in Cameroon? Come
Again,
on, man.
all Cameroonians use the, oh, but we're just like Nigerians.
No,
Nigeria
it's
is
the
not
same like
West
it's the same
Africa.
like it's the same like asking a South African person and a Lesotho person. Are they the same people? Of course, they are the same people. We speak the same languages on both sides.
Um,
This is the
um,
thing about
They're
this is
not
the thing
the
about
same
Ghanaians.
person.
Ghanaians always want to make themselves relevant in West Africa. And that's a fact. They want to make themselves closer to Nigeria. You guys are not. You guys don't have the same culture. You
West
guys speak
Africa,
language.
West Africa is ECOWAS. If you're not in ECOWAS, you're not in West Africa.
Who says that Mauritania is not part of ECOWAS, but they are in West Africa? That's a fact. You wanna reason? Pull it out.
No, they're not. They're not.
would you
Well,
say
they
they are
kind of are, but
culturally?
they're kind of not. But
Would you say African millennial? Would you say that obviously we have some Igbo tribe, Igbo people in Cameroon and
Of
also
course.
Nigeria, so they have some slight link to West Africa as well, to what is known as West Africa, but they also have the majority of them in Central Africa. So where do you want to
Even
put
the
them there?
Hausa in Nigeria, you have them in Cameroon. But Fulani, they are the same people. They flood into. I see. Mauritania is it? Mauritania is not part of ECOWAS,
Did
but
you
they are in
try to
West
try
Africa.
to understand African millennials'
No,
point
no,
of
you
view at
cannot
this?
understand when people are arguing
No,
certain
no,
things
no,
that
no, no.
doesn't make sense.
Try
This is
try to
something you don't
understand.
know about it, man.
wait, hold up. An
Come
actual
on,
West
man.
African can't have an opinion on this. Wow, wow,
So
wow.
Yeah.
African millennial, what's your thing with not what is it really that you don't like about Cameroonians claiming West Africa?
Yeah. Mm.
I just don't like Cameroonians claiming West Africa. They can claim to be Nigeria's brothers, but they don't need to claim West Africa.
See, a normal Cameroonian doesn't even like a Nigerian. Let me give you that a fact. We fight every day. We are those kind of brothers that fight every day. You guys can claim them because they can take over your place, but we Cameroonians fight over Nigerians. We don't see a Cameroonian in real life will not be a friend to a Nigerian. I'm telling you, that's a fact. We don't claim them. You guys claim them. We don't. A
No.
Cameroonian will not even. There are a lot. Cameroon harbors the highest immigrant. See, Nigerian population, like the immigrant population of Nigerians in the world, Cameroon harbors the highest of them in Cameroon. During their Biafra war, they fled into Cameroon. Doing the fu- do you know what is happening in Nigeria? Do you know? Have you heard of the Fulani herdsmen, where the Fulani people are chasing down the Christians and they are running down into? Do you know what is actually happening in Cameroon as well? See, this is the thing. People come here and make statements. They don't even know the realities on the ground. You don't even know what Boko Haram is. You don't know who is facing those problems, and you just run your mouth and say, "Oh, these people shouldn't claim these people." Do you know that Nigerians are the same like Chadians? A lot of Chadians are in Nigeria, they share border, and a lot of Nigerians are in Chad Republic. Even Niger
Oh,
people and
okay.
Nigeria are more the same people than even Ghanaians. I not see a Senegalese doesn't look the same like Nigeria. That's a fact. Just the fact that you in West Africa, you guys no, it's not.
Yeah, I agree about that. This whole thing about
African
what's
millennial,
Those are
you
confusing West
imaginary lines.
don't want
Africa,
to
People
you don't want
it's
to
not
associate
set
divide
in
with the
people
bad
and
stone.
call
with the
them
bad
names.
people.
Yeah, West Africa and all of those divisions is not set in stone. It's these countries that make their own policies. Where they're located geographically doesn't constitute a sense of
Of
identity.
course, you're from
Like,
Ghana, man.
yeah, like look at look at
They went
Rwanda. Rwanda was colonized by the Belgians, right? By their part of ECOWAS. ECOWAS is for former British colonies. Same with Gabon. Gabon was colonized by the French. These sort of policies is the countries that decide their own path. It doesn't matter where they're located on the map.
Even Gabon just joined the Commonwealth. Are they an English country? No, they are
Yes,
not. But they're
they're
in the
not.
Commonwealth. So the people joined. If Cameroon was part of West Africa, why did Cameroon left ECOWAS? Why? One, they left ECOWAS because they wanted to be the big guy in Central Africa, and that was the policies that they left. It's not because they say no, they weren't part. Those are imaginary. Anybody can choose where they want to go. If Morocco was joining West Africa, are they part of West Africa? No, but they wanted to join. Israel today want to join African Union. Is
Hey,
Israel in
Julius, man,
Africa?
what's up? What's up with the currency though? What do you guys use over there? This is a franc, right? You use the franc?
Yeah, we use the French franc, but the French franc we use is different from you guys. The one in
But is that
Central Africa has more value than the one in West Africa.
but it's still governed by the French, right?
Yeah.
It's still governed, but it's different. Like it's different.
Yeah,
Like the one that you
I get
use
the
in
difference. I know it's because I know there's the two different CFAs. I just wanted to
right.
know,
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
But go
But
ahead.
we use that with Cameroon, Equatorial Guinea, Chad, Central African Republic, Gabon, and Congo Brazzaville use the same currency.
I see.
So
Is there any talk? Is there any talk about like on your side over there in Central Africa? Is there any conversation about
Of,
us getting out of the situation?
of course, man, of
Okay.
course.
Who's leading it? Who's leading it?
A lot of Cameroonians are leading it, but the people that are leading it are the English Cameroonians, because
Mhm.
that is one of the problems that we have in Cameroon. We believe that the French franc is controlled by France, and the
Okay.
English
Yes.
Cameroonians don't like that. They want to break away. So it's one thing that they are talking about in Cameroon. You
Mhm.
cannot have a government that is still linked to francs and stuff like that. So and
Mhm.
that breakaway is forcing the government to see, because Cameroon is the one that is really backing that Central African franc.
Mhm. I have
Right,
yet to
Cameroon.
see. I have yet to see any information coming from Central Africa concerning the CFA.
No, those
If you
countries
can
are
send me
weak.
some links, I want to see exactly what they talk about so I can compare
Right. If you
to.
go to
Mhm.
if you go to this channel online, I think it's I'll send you the TV African the channels in Cameroon. They
Mhm.
talk more about those things. Yeah, you follow more.
Okay. Okay.
Yes,
Do you know
but
Franklin? Do you know Franklin Yamzi?
yeah, but yeah, I hardly follow francophone channels on Cameroon, but for where I'm serious. Like that, if it's not
Mhm.
really, because I'm more into English like channels
Mhm.
in Cameroon. But if it's
Okay.
really French,
So
I would definitely.
my next point was about, for us francophone Africans, we have no choice, right? In order to understand you guys, we have to speak English. But on the
Right,
flip side, you guys are struggling with us a little bit. I know it's not your fault. So sometimes, we speak the same, but we get lost in the, explanations of things, you know.
exactly.
And I'm lucky because I live in America, so I get to speak English. Otherwise I wouldn't be here. So I would be happy to see more Franco Anglophone in Francophone lives. You can try. Nobody's gonna laugh at you. Try your best so we can see what you can do as well, right?
Yeah, I've
Yeah.
been to. Okay, look, um, I've been to, like, Cameroonians do a lot of live. Like, there's this guy that have almost 700 YouTube followers. He does a lot of talking about Pan Africanism as well. I go to his channel, I see a lot of francophone Cameroonians, and they talk. Yeah, I understand what they are saying, but my if French wouldn't be so sound, man. Like, it wouldn't be nice at all to describe that panel, especially when most of them really are not into English. So, but this is the thing. I want to talk more about what is happening, right? People, I mean, this thing have just pissed me off. Like, see, even though I'm not a Pan Africanist, right? I really don't care about West or the East or the North or this and that. I mean, you guys can go ahead and keep your union, but Africans have to start thinking big, man. People, you guys are so divided over West African who's West African, who's East, who's North, who's South. I mean, it just doesn't make sense at all. Talking about things that we move your countries forward instead of fighting over who's. Yeah, it's just annoying. These are the things that is forcing me to even create a channel. And if I create that channel, I might be so divisive, man, so divide. And I don't know,
Well,
because these
I
are the
think
things that
people,
are pushing me to the
if you
wall.
create that channel, I think people will come to try and correct you if you was to say something. But that's what, we're
I-
not gonna let you just keep spreading the narrative like that. But I think Africa just needs to integrate more on a regional level as well. If they keep coalescing policies, trade, migration policies together like that, and they integrate as the infrastructure, and they work hard to build the infrastructure, which is, like, it's inevitable. I think Africa developing is actually inevitable because the rest of the world is saturated as well. So these companies are actually, you can call it colonialism, a second wave of colonialism, but this time is the infrastructure coming back to build Africa, which It's probably bad if some big banks from Europe own the infrastructure in Africa, but there will be development, there will be trade. Ultimately you want to build a market, and here in Africa you can see four gigantic markets that could emerge, and then you can. I would like to see a day one day where the African Union actually works properly. It actually works properly. It will supersede the United Nations. I know if these markets were to work, but that's just a dream. But I think countries can work very close with each other next to your nearest neighbor, like Senegal can lead working very well with Mali and Guinea Conakry and Gambia and all that region, And if countries look at it like that, I think it makes more sense. You can't expect to create an entire infrastructure in 5 or 1 or 3 years to all the
But
way to Ethiopia or
that
something like that. It's too far.
let me tell you. Do you know that even like when they talk of these West African, Central Africa, do you know that most countries in West Africa that speak French are even more intertwined with countries that speak French in Central Africa than even the
Yeah, yeah,
English
yeah.
countries?
I'm aware of that. Yeah, I'm aware of that.
And
I'm aware of
right,
that.
because a Cameroonian is more linked more to an Ivorian, even Senegalese as well, because we follow like one of their few things. Than
Yeah, I'm
than
aware of that.
that's why
I,
you see
look,
a
Jude,
Ghanaian
I
is
agree
more
with you. I agree with you. These European languages, they are actually the ones causing, because we like living in different worlds. We live in different
exactly.
worlds. We live in different worlds. We speak different systems. We exist in different systems, different educational systems as well. So it kind of causes these things where it creates a problem of divide. But then again, if we didn't have these languages, who will become the champion? I mean, which language are we going to speak? So obviously Wolof is popular and all that kind of stuff, and you have other. It's very harder to make people accept the language of others. So European languages kind of create a bridge. You know what I mean? And in fact, they are very technical languages sometimes. I mean, I'm sure we could have developed our own technical way of speaking and all that stuff, but um yeah, they do cause issues as well. I think they are a major issue. I don't disagree with you on that, Jude.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so when Jude was talking about the currency, the CFA franc, and all of that, I was curious. I was just looking at, because right now, as you guys probably know, the Ghanaian city is just dying. So I was looking at the how the CFA franc is doing, and so basically the French, if I'm understanding correctly, the uh, the euro to the CFA franc is basically stable. It goes up, it
Right.
comes back. It goes up, it goes down. So I can see that the French have really stabilized it. But when you do the CFA franc to the US dollar, oh, it's on free fall. So if I'm understanding correctly, the French basically trying to tell these African countries, the francophone ones like Cameroon and all of that, you should mostly trade your commodities in euro, because
No,
that's
no,
really going
no.
to. It's because the currency is very bad against the dollar, even far worse than the cedi. You see, the
Mm,
stabilization only happens with the euro. But I don't think the Cameroonian government buys most of it or sells its commodities using the euro. At least they use the dollar too. So at least using the dollar, they're at a loss. You see, so this is why some of us have an issue with France and the CFA franc. I just did this 5 minutes ago and I noticed an issue with that, because with the euro, it's perfect, it's stabilized. They even
Fixed
have
it.
a
They
better,
fixed. They
yeah,
fixed it for their own benefit as well. They
yes.
fixed
But
it
the
for their
US
own
dollar
but
is even worse than the cedi. It's much, much worse. It's going up and going up for the past couple of months now. So the CFA franc is a big issue that France really has to let go and let Cameroon uh, pick up its own path, because you can't be
no, no.
trading just in
Look,
the euro.
look. I think we haven't had a problem of that fluctuation, right? If you see, like I said, there are two CFA franc, the West African CFA franc and Central franc. But this is the thing. Yeah, you have a question?
No, go ahead, go ahead. I have no question.
Oh
I'm
yeah,
listening.
this is yeah. Cameroon. I don't know, like I- yeah. They says that French is controlling, is pegged to France, but when it comes to fluctuation, I haven't, because $1 in United States has always been. It used to be like 500 francs CFA in my country, right? And maybe it went up to like 600, 700, but it hasn't really like have exceed that kind of like failure, because it has always go up and then drop, go up and then drop. So it has not been a big major problem.
Yeah, I see your point. Like, especially when with the CFA franc to euro, no matter how badly the economy is going on in Cameroon, it's always stable. It can go up, and then if you Google, you notice that it goes up, goes down, goes up, goes down. So you can clearly see that the French Treasury is always pegging it back to normal. But for the US dollar, if the Cameroon government is going off the road, it also goes off the rail. So that was like my criticism. Like, if your argument is that you are helping to stabilize the currency, why don't you do it for the US dollar too? Because it's not like Cameroon trades all its commodities in just the euro. They also
No,
have to
every
trade with
come on,
Americans.
come on, trade to you. Does Ghana trade only to UK?
No, we don't. So
Uh,
that's why our currency is free. It's not stabilized by anyone. So if
No,
our
no,
economists
man.
are
Yeah, no,
failing,
man.
then we suffer. You see, but
Ghana
these
currency is not free. Ghana currency is pegged to UK.
no, our currency is pegged to the Bank of Ghana. They are the ones who have a
Ghana
yes.
Ghana doesn't print their currency though. Ghana currency is printed in UK. Do you know that?
Yes, because again, they were
Right. Why
lazy
do
and they
you
don't.
print? That's what I'm telling you. Why do you print your money in UK? It just doesn't make sense.
It's just printing. It's just the mechanism to print the
That
money. But
right, right, right.
the rates is set by the Bank of Ghana based on Ghana's
Look,
import and exports.
do,
We
do you
set
know
our
how
own
much
rates.
do you know how much the printing press is charging Ghana to print their currency?
That's all the stupidity of the Ghanaian government. They should have at
Now
least been able to do it in
that's
Ghana.
what I'm telling you, because I've read a lot of. See, man, look, this is the thing. There's no African currency that is free from Europeans, and
No,
no matter what you do, that's why you see your currency it keeps dropping. Even the franc, I won't say it's not dropping, but Africa, the whole Africa is facing this issue. Even in Kenya, Kenyan out of a study now is they are running out of there's hunger strike in the Horn of Africa because everything is getting fluctuate, like there's fluctuation everywhere. It's just happening. Even those who claim they have their own coins, even in South Africa, people, I mean, it's just it's crazy, man. So I really don't know what is going on, but the people that control the currency, they know what is going on.
no,
These currencies that you call dollars, euro, they are all stable. They
I
are all
get what you're
stable.
saying.
Right.
I get what
Cameroon
you're.
is actually doing fine, but it's not. I mean, even though there's no impact that you see, but it's not actually doing well at all. It's not.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but the fact that Ghana's currencies are printed in the UK is cosmetic. It really has no value on
No, it's not. It's
the
not
power.
cosmetic, man. Nah,
No, it has.
it's not cosmetic.
It, I
There's
can't. If you do a Google search, you notice that so many countries, even those with much stronger currencies than even the city, have their currencies printed in other countries. It's just a process. It has no
the,
basis on the
yeah,
buying
the
power of the
reserve.
currency.
See, UK has a reserve bank. What is a reserve? A reserve bank. Okay, look, in Ghana, right? If the Bank of Ghana is if your bank catches fire, right, out of a sudden, if there's an emergency, right, your backup bank, they call it reserve bank. Your reserve bank is not in Ghana, it's in UK.
Dude, no, read. You check your facts. The Bank of Ghana is a singular authority on the fiscal potential of the country. We have our own
Right, right.
reserve
But
bank.
there's what they call backup. It means if something happens to
No,
that
we
bank,
don't have that. That link was severed. We used to use the pound. That was when what you're saying worked. By 1960, when we became a republic, Nkrumah changed it. We reverted to the city, and we had our own mechanisms in place.
the
When you
name,
take
the name, the name changes, but the
No, my
system doesn't
brother,
change.
check it, Google it, and see. We have no links with the US, the UK Treasury. We are our own people. We have our own currency, which is backed by our own economists. That's why the government is failing and the city is just depreciating.
So
But
so
Julie,
so why
Julie,
why
is it true that well, I'm confused? You said Ghanaian currency is printed in England?
Yeah, it's print in England. I have the facts. It's print. I know the printing press in England that they print their money. It just doesn't make sense. How do you have?
Wait. Is Africa million? Is that true?
Of course,
I yes.
Yes.
So are you guys saying it's only Nigeria that prints some money, then? in this whole. I think all of you should just start. All of you should adopt a naira, man. All of you,
So, so,
all
so
of
if
you.
you are
No,
telling,
you
if you are
see,
telling me your money
Mike.
that is printed, if you are telling me that your money that is printed in UK is cosmetic, it's not cosmetic. Those
It
are
is.
they
Mike
tell
just
you it's
proved
not,
it
it's not. There's a
because
hidden agenda for
no,
somebody to print your own money. They
no,
charge you.
that's
Do you know how much it costs to print one paper,
All
one
of you
seed?
should join
yes,
Nigeria, man. All of
it's
you,
a
all these countries,
transaction.
all of you, all.
We pay for them to print our money. Doesn't mean they control our money. Mike just proved that Nigeria prints its own naira, but the city is superiorly stronger than the naira. So
It
what
doesn't
is the
matter,
point?
man. The fact that your colonial master is still printing your money in 2022.
Yeah, I agree.
I thought it
That's
was
not
only
right.
these French
Yes,
French people that are that foolish. Come
yes,
on, man. Come on.
yes. The government, the governments are very stupid. That should never not be the case. I agree with you. We should not. It's actually embarrassing. But my point is the fact that it's printed there has no basis with the strength of the city. It's a transaction. We pay and then they print the money. They don't control how strong or weak the city is. The Bank of Ghana is the one that does that. You see, but I agree with you. We should start printing our own money. This nonsense has to end.
But Ghana's relationship with the UK is far more seems far more special than any other in West Africa or something. Ghana is very, very, very close to the UK, especially with the elites and all that stuff. You know, that's a
Yeah, that's correct.
you understand. So I think Ghana's relationship with the UK can be equivalent to the relationship the Francophones have with 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 France. I think there's something there. You know what I mean? There's a infatuation, some kind of love. Especially it can be seen when with
No,
Akufo
yeah,
Addo, African millennial. He loves the UK so much,
yeah,
isn't he? That guy.
Did
Yeah.
you
that guy,
say?
he
Did
does.
you say love?
Yeah,
Akufo-Addo be claiming Pan-African, all that crap. He just makes speeches,
yeah, that
but his
evil midget.
actions, he's contrary. The guy
No,
is a real puppet, man.
yeah, and he goes along with this British accent. And the irony is that this man hasn't been in the UK since he was, I think, 18. But he has
Yeah.
kept this British accent for almost 50 years. The guy is neo-colonially colonized. You see, that guy has
Yeah,
issues. The why I absolutely dislike him. And he's so incompetent.
yeah, dislike.
Ghanaians were right. We didn't vote for him 2 elections, but the previous guy was bad, and we gave him a chance, and now we're regretting. The city, by the time you come to Ghana later this year, the city will be useless because he's
The
incompetent.
Nigerian
The worst
Nigerian naira
president
is
ever.
worse, man. Nigerian naira is worse. I don't know why Mike keeps saying they have
But that's
look,
because we are
Mike.
surrounded by all you francophone and all you puppets of
No,
colonial
no, stop that
masters.
bullshit,
We
man.
are surrounded
When
by
it
all of
comes
you
to
guys. That's why.
Mike, I was
You
watching a video where Ghanaians
listen.
are comparing your cities to naira. They take one city in Nigeria, you carry a whole one city in the back. In Ghana, must go by
We
or
have
this
we
visa.
have ECOWAS, something called
I
economic
heard they say
community
you
of.
guys don't use coins no more. But what kind of country doesn't use coins? How can you depend? How can you
But
come and claim?
You have to understand what's going on in Africa. You know what they call the economic hitman, right? You have all these France. They use all these their French countries to sabotage Nigeria a lot, man. Only we are surrounded by
No, no, but
French
you
puppets.
cannot blame that Nigeria should be a superpower
Nigeria,
where they
you
have their
remember
own
we
rights
tried
to
to
do
we saw
things.
it coming. Listen, we saw what's been happening. That's why we're trying to shut our border and ban like import. Like, you know how we have the economic community of West, like our
Right,
economy tied together in the whole West Africa. But the French
right.
has they manipulate these their puppet countries to mess Nigeria up, man.
But
I
which country
mean,
is not a puppet country in Africa, man? Come on.
we are not puppets. No,
Oh, come on. Nigeria is
Nigeria
a
is not a
puppet. What do you
puppet.
mean you are not puppet? Oh, you
Okay, okay. Which area are they really controlling our fiscal policies or anything like
come on,
that?
man. They float that happen. Nigeria is depending on US to donate, and United States just donate money to your country. Where are all the rich people? You say you are
Donate,
not puppet. They
donate.
float.
Oh, the
They float.
flood. Oh, humanitarian
They
donation.
float that
Everybody
happen.
donates, man. I mean, when earthquake
Right, but
happened in
no,
Haiti, Nigeria
The
donated.
United States had to
No,
donate a
no,
whole lot
we
of
didn't
money
ask for
to.
donation though. Listen. When disaster happen anywhere in the world, everybody all over the world trying to donate to the victims. So forget that. That's not That's not them donating to Nigeria or anything.
Mike, I'll tell you, there's no country in Africa that's on its
Even
own.
when
Every
America had
country in
disaster,
Africa is
people
a
were
puppet.
donating to the victim from
But,
all over the world.
but
So
but
what are
I'm
you
telling you
talking
that
about?
every country in Africa is
But
a
you can't
puppet.
compare.
If you want to ask
It's
me,
not.
I can give you facts.
I don't think you know Nigerian story very well. I can break it down to you.
What you mean?
So
I don't know. I'm from Cameroon. What you mean? I don't know Nigerian story.
Okay, how is Nigeria? Tell me how they are controlling Nigeria directly. Tell me.
Even your military, your country doesn't even
No,
control
they
your own
don't.
military.
No, we do. We do.
No,
Yes.
man,
Do you
come
want?
on,
Do you want me
come
to
on.
break it down to you? Do you want me to break it
Break
down
it
to you?
down. So, what is stopping Nigeria from taking out Boko Haram? You want to tell me it's being
What does that
sponsored
have
by
to
the
do with?
Europeans,
So
right?
it means someone else is controlling. That's the reason. Is that what you're telling
Of
me?
course, man.
Jude, stop talking out of your. Come on, man. Stop putting information from your ass, man.
I'm not
You
pulling information.
don't know what
Go
you're
ahead and
talking
give me
about.
the
Stop
facts.
it.
How can you tell me that your government haven't gone past? I mean, you guys claim you have defeated
But
Syria. You
Boko
went
Haram
and
is all over there. They
you
are in
went and
Cameroon. Listen, do you know where Boko Haram are? Do you know where their base is? Do you know where they okay? Boko Haram, when they attack Nigeria, they cross the border into Nigeria from Cameroon
no,
and
they don't
Chad.
cross. They leave
Listen,
Nigeria and attack
their
and
bases.
attack this.
No.
Their base is
Listen,
not in Cameroon.
Boko Haram base is in those French bases
No,
in
man, no,
Cameroon,
no. Even
Chad,
Chad.
Niger,
Did you know Chad got the strongest
and
army
then they
in Africa?
get out of here, man. But they are all French. I mean, but they
Bro, what
will.
are you talking about? Nigeria.
Listen, man, you got France. You guys are spending. Your
My
central bank
topic.
is in France, and you're talking about your army.
What you
Your central
central
bank is
bank?
in
But
France.
really,
All of
but
you,
most of these,
yes, all you
but
French
most of these French
francophone.
countries, but most of these French countries are far developed than the countries that have their central bank
Well,
in
yeah,
Africa.
I'd rather be less developed than be a complete puppy. Have a central bank in France. That's an insult. That's embarrassing, man. Are you kidding me? 2022, your central bank is in France. You might as well just
Yeah,
forfeit your country.
this
Just stop
guy.
listening to French flag, man. You guys,
But
what kind of
your country is still a puppet, though. You guys haven't gone past development. Everything is still
forget?
crazy.
Well, has nothing to do with being puppets. If you are not developing, it's because
That's
you are not
puppet, man.
developing.
Because what is puppet? It means somebody is controlling your country
No one
from
is
behind.
how they controlling Nigeria. How they controlling it.
Why has Nigeria haven't passed the
That
stage
has
of
nothing to do with somebody controlling you, man. It's
refinery?
like what are you talking about, man? If
Go ahead,
Nigerians are
Mike.
not, if they are not advancing technologically, it's their fault. Or they're not doing what they need to do to advance. It's their fault. You can't say because someone is controlling you. You can't say that. But we are talking your own case where your central bank. Listen. Your central bank is in France, and then France has to unpick your president. I mean, come on, man.
No, France doesn't unpick president.
Can England unpick Nigerian president?
Of course. You think Buhari was there
No.
for? You think Nigerians have
We all
voted
know.
Buhari?
So you're telling me it was that England handpicked Buhari to become
Of
Nigerian
course, they
president?
knew he was unintelligent. They had to put him there.
You're full of crap, man. Maybe you don't follow
I'm not
Nigeria.
full of crap. You
didn't follow the process. Do you know that
what
Buhari? Do you know that the British, in fact, they ate Buhari? Do you know that Buhari ran for election 4 times? It was the fourth.
See, Mike, you can follow the process in Africa.
Do you know?
Yeah,
Nobody
all
handpick
these
our
things-
presidents, man. We do election, right?
So doesn't elections happen in other French African countries?
But your own is clearly fake election. Because
see, let me tell you, there's a policy that they call.
Listen,
let me tell you, there's a policy that they call
when has the opposition?
What?
Listen, let me tell you how you know election. Let me tell you how you know election is not controlled by. It's not someone from outside that pick the president. Let me tell you how. When the opposition defeats the actual president, the ruling party, there's no one from outside that I'm picking, because Buhari ran against the sitting president, Goodluck Jonathan. You understand? And Goodluck Jonathan lost to him.
Yeah, he lost.
So you can't tell me it was. But in the case of Cameroon and all this francophone, even if the opposition clearly wins, France will still tell Bob, no, you are still my president, you are still my puppet, stay there. So that's like, so that's what makes it clear that in Nigeria, it's us that are actually electing our own leaders.
and you believe it?
Yeah. So okay, explain how Buhari defeated Jonathan. Do you know Buhari ran 4 straight times?
But Jonathan
was running every year. The reason why he won this. Let me tell you who picked Nigerian president. Let me tell you.
Let me just make this point. Jonathan refused that Buhari didn't win. He left because he didn't want.
No. He accepted it.
he accepted it, but he said he resigned. He left because he didn't want Nigeria to go into war. That's what he said.
What the hell are you talking about? War with who? What are
And
you
that's
talking
what
about?
Jonathan said. He said
Yeah,
he didn't
stop,
want people to fight.
Stop making up information, man. You keep this. I've been listening to you. Listen, you're not talking to a moron. You. And let me give you a list of people on these YouTube streets that like to make up information. They'll put information around, just make it up. You, Kala Genesis, who's another person? I know 3 people. You are one of them. You guys will just make up information and think you can throw it at me as if I'm a moron. I will just accept it and believe you. You can't be making up information. There's nowhere where Jonathan said he was scared of war, so he stepped down. What are you talking about? He ran a campaign. It was a campaign election. And let me tell you how you win election in Nigeria. We have 6 geopolitical regions, and almost every election, you have to win 4 out of those 6 geopolitical regions, right? And the reason why Jonathan won against Buhari, the first election, he won it, but the second one he lost. Why? Because he won 4 out of the 4 out of those 6 geopolitical regions, and that the reason why he won was because he won the Southwest. So now the second time when he ran against Buhari, this guy, the political godfather of the Southwest, Tinubu, was one that created this new party, and he invited Buhari to that party, and him being the political godfather of the Southwest. So the previous election where Jonathan won that Southwest, this election he lost the Southwest because the Southwest people now voted for Buhari this time. So that's why Jonathan lost in the second time.
So
So
you
we
guys
know what's
voted
going
for
on. We know our
Fulani.
politics in Nigeria, okay? There's no even let me tell you, even you saw it, the election was going on when the UK and America were talking. Do you listen to El Rufai? You know where El Rufai is, the governor of Kaduna State.
Yeah,
He
El
said,
Rufai, yeah.
he said if American or British anybody comes to our country to interfere in our election, that they will live in body bags. He said it on national TV. He said if any foreigner come to interfere in our election process, they will live in body bags.
I love
Can a
El
Cameroonian
Rufai, man.
president
El
talk like
Rufai
that?
should have gone.
Can a francophone president
Come
talk
on.
like that? All you francophone people. The French are the one conducting your elections
Yeah,
here.
this
The
guy.
French. The French will come to your country to
Oh,
conduct
really?
your election. And you guys are the one that surround Nigeria, all you countries. You guys are just you are the weapons they are using against us, man. All
No,
France,
man. You guys
francophone
are
countries.
Nigeria, man. You guys claim to have strong stuff, but it's just you
No,
guys
it's not
are
about
weak.
being strong. It's
You guys
about at
are not.
least. I
Yeah,
mean,
you
I
guys are
mean
not showing
dignity. Now
anything
you can't say you have independence. Your central bank is in France. Come on, man.
But you guys are even the fact that you guys have everything there, like your bank, everything, nothing is still moving. You guys, I
But why
mean,
can't
it's
you
just
guys listen? This is what you guys need to do. Just join us, join Nigeria instead of look to Nigeria. Just join us, man. Instead
no,
of
man.
looking to France, just join us. At least we're doing everything
Do what?
independently. Like we pay our money, we do everything independently.
Do,
But you guys
bro.
have you come on, just come and adopt the naira. Dump the franc, whatever you call that stupid currency of Britain and France. Adopt the naira. Even the Nigerian government said we'll talk to the West African countries, the ECOWAS. Let's create new currency, the ECO.
And
What
that was the
happened?
problem, though.
The
I don't
francophone
know why.
countries, they went to their puppet master to ask him, should they
No,
do
no,
it for
okay, but this is
permission?
the thing, right? Why
They
did
went, they
Ghana
all
and
went to France
Nigeria?
to ask for permission.
Okay,
What is
okay,
that?
but why did Ghana and Nigeria did not accept to do the one currency? Why depend on the francophone countries as well? Go ahead. If
Excuse
these
Do
me.
English
you
countries can
see the
work
No, it,
together,
no,
location?
no, 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 no. It has nothing to do with Ghana and Nigeria. Ghana and Nigeria are cool. It's
why? But what
some
I'm saying is,
it's
if you guys
some
can work along,
it's
why
some
not just do your
francophone
own?
African countries that have been stopping the echo. This has nothing to do with Ghana, Nigeria.
Right, but what I'm
If
saying is,
Ghana,
why not
Nigeria
just do your
wanted
own
to, they would
currency,
just
though?
leave because
Why not
Ghana,
just do your own
Nigeria are
one
tired.
currency? Why not
Huh?
just do your own currency? What I'm saying, why not just do your own currency?
Yeah, we have our
Why
own currency.
yes, what I'm
Judy, let
saying
me
is,
explain
why
something
is
to you.
Ghana and Nigeria that they will go along? Why not just say, okay, let's not use CD anymore. Let's just use Nigerian naira in Ghana. Why? Why not?
Judy, let me
Why
explain something
depend
to
on
you.
West Africa?
You're
Go
looking
ahead.
at the map. You're looking at the map right now in front of you, right? You see the map, right? Okay. Between Nigeria and Ghana, how many French countries do you see between us?
Look. You haven't still
You are
understand me.
surrounded by France, man.
I'm saying,
That's our
bro.
problem. We are surrounded and divided by francophone countries.
Look,
Puppets.
look, look. I'm saying I'm saying since the West African French countries cannot work with you guys, why not meet Ghana and say, okay, let's do our own currency?
If
That's what I'm
Ghana was
saying.
bordering Nigeria, Ghana was bordering Nigeria, like we are same, like we share border, then we can do that. But it will be difficult because we have in between us, we have these French countries. They will sabotage the
Okay,
whole
okay,
thing.
look, okay,
It's
look.
true. It's
Okay,
true.
Do you know when Nigeria? Do you know
Ghana,
after the whole thing?
Nigeria, Sierra Leone, Liberia, Gambia, we could do it. But we just have so many other countries that have completely different cultures that it's
no,
just
but
really difficult.
what you mean different cultures? Yeah,
Do
see,
you know,
Africa, yeah, you are
Jude?
just because people speak colonial language doesn't mean they don't have the same culture with you.
No, we're not
I
talking about
believe
the
we have the
colonial.
same
We're talking
culture.
about the fact that the colonial master still rules you, still controlling everything you do. That's what we're
Well,
talking about.
but this is the thing, right? There's a
You
country
need
in
permission
Central
from
Africa.
France before you make decision.
But
From
but
Macron.
but
Macron.
there's a country in Central Africa called Equatorial Guinea. Their colonial master is not French. Their colonial master is Portugal, Spain. They speak
Well,
Spanish, but
Equatorial
they
Guinea
use
is not my.
no. I'm telling you, they use the French French. That doesn't
Yeah,
mean
they're
it's
just one
all
of you.
Africa.
Then
It's all bro. Let me finish. That doesn't mean all countries that were colonized by French use French, and there are countries that wasn't. Guinea-Bissau, that country called Guinea-Bissau, they were colonized by Portugal, but they use the French franc. So what is stopping this
yeah, France
English
stole them from
countries?
Portugal. That's why the French
No,
stole
they
them from
didn't
Portugal,
stole them. They gained their independence from Portugal,
and
but
the
they
French
use
took
the
over.
French franc. Oh no, the French. There's Guinea.
But we're
Don't be
not talking
confused with
about them. We're not talking about them. We
Guinea-Bissau.
don't have
But I'm
business with
saying
them.
is,
We're
what
talking
is
about you.
stopping you
You
guys
guys that
or the
surround us.
English
Yeah,
countries? Go
that's
ahead, Mike. Go
yeah,
ahead.
You guys that
yeah.
surround us. They are not my.
Okay,
Those one you just mentioned. They are not my problem. They are not surrounding my country.
like
So
I think
I
I
don't care
think
what's
what
going on with
Mike
them.
I think what Mike is stating, like, okay, when we look at this map, let's say Ghana and Nigeria use the same currency. Let's say we both use the naira, right? And Mike wants to visit me from Lagos to Kumasi. Before Mike, let's say he's going by bus. Before Mike could get to me in Kumasi, he has to exchange his naira into CFA franc and then use that CFA franc to go through two countries and then have to exchange it again to come to Ghana. It's a logistical nightmare. That's
Yeah.
the, probably that's the probably
But it's
reason
the
why
same thing
Ghana and Nigeria can't
it's
use
the
the
same thing
same
that is
currency.
happening now. It's the same thing that is still happening with the CDs and the Nile. You still have to switch, but if you are flying, you don't need to change unless you are driving. But even if you
No,
are driving, you don't even have to change your currency on the border.
no, even forget the physical in terms of even electronic transactions. Let's say you're even going by air. You get to Benin. What are you going to do? What is your naira going to buy you in Benin? Or are you going to exchange all
Bro,
your
you are
naira
not
and then
understanding my
when you
point.
get to
What
Accra,
you are
then
not
you change it
understanding,
back again?
you are not understanding what is stopping Nigeria and Ghana to come together since they to create one currency. That wouldn't
You
Guinea, Togo and Benin wouldn't be a problem if Nigeria and Ghana has one currency.
no,
What is stopping them?
It's a
If the
It
other
will
problem.
be a
African
problem.
countries
We
It
just
is a
explain the
have a
problem to
problem.
you.
problem,
Are
hey,
you listening?
can
There's
I
two
can I
countries
just
in between.
it's
It's a
the
huge problem.
yes, it's policy, it's legislation. What's his name? The name of the Ghana president, the president I don't like.
The
Ado.
the evil midgets,
He
yeah, Kufado.
cannot he cannot relate to any of those people. He can't even relate to common Ghanaians. Richard, have you ever heard that when Ado speaks, he can't even speak tree properly? I don't know where he gets that from. He was born in Ghana. But when he speaks to Ghanaians on the TV, Ghanaians go like, we don't even understand what he's saying. He's so far removed. How is he supposed to relate to these other Africans? How?
Again, that comes down to you just describe the problem. He's neo-colonized. He thinks he's a British guy who happened to be Ghanaian. But regardless, if it wasn't even a Kufado, and let's say there was a Ghanaian president who was more attuned with African integration between Ghana and Nigeria, having a single currency, it would be difficult. And Togo and Benin are
why
the
we
big
See,
impediment.
see?
Jude, can I add my 2 cents a minute and let you go?
Go ahead, bro. So go ahead,
Okay,
St. James. I know.
I am seeing a lot of complaint coming from towards Francophone Africa. Mike,
Exactly.
Actually,
no,
same
let
just
me
before you go.
finish. That CFR situations
Mhm.
is not all the Francophone African that are with it. You
Yeah,
see what I'm
yeah.
saying?
That's what I was
So
about to say.
let's make sure we specify the country that are for the CFA. Like
Okay,
the country that I'm from, we are not for it, but we don't have no leverage. A
you
lot of
know what I was
countries,
gonna
small
say, Sam
countries, don't
James.
have no leverage. We
Sam
have no
James.
leverage over there.
Sam James. You know
So
what I was gonna say.
go ahead.
Nigeria be very lucky if we're bordered by, the country we share border with is country like Mali, Burkina Faso, because those guys are actually rebellious. You understand? They actually rebellious against
Man,
France.
come on,
But we are
man,
not surrounded by those francophone countries. We are surrounded by
tell me
the most useless puppets, man. Like the
what
Nigers,
would happen?
the
What would happen?
Benin, the Cameroonians.
Bro,
They are not
bro,
rebellious
Nigeria
because
is the most
if
useless.
Burkina
Even
Faso was,
Cameroon,
no.
bro,
If
even
if the
Cameroonians
truth,
say
well,
you guys are
listen.
useless. Bro, stop
If
it.
Nigeria
What are you
border
talking about?
Burkina Faso to the north, Mali to the west, and then which other one was rebelling? As is it Guinea that was rebellious against France?
Yeah, Guinea
Yeah,
as
that
well.
was Guinea.
Yeah, yeah. If those countries were right next to Nigeria, they would have went for that echo. Would have done that echo. You understand? Because those are rebellious countries. They are rebelling against France. But these other ones, this Ivory Coast, Cameroon, Benin, Togo, oh my God, we just surrounded by them. They are complete puppets. Even when
Yeah.
Nigeria wanted to fight Boko Haram, wanted to work, we said the Cameroon military, Niger military, we work as one, and they had to go to France. France said no. I'm like, what the heck? You know, because Boko Haram are they will be in Niger and they will launch attack from Niger and invade Nigeria or from Cameroon. And then when Nigerian military want to chase them across, the other country will say, "Oh, you can't cross our border." You know, you see, you are invading our country. You know, yeah, I mean, well, it doesn't make sense. Even the Benin, for example, Dangote, like Dangote cannot even import his cement into Benin Republic. They have to France. They need permission from France. You understand? They will import their cement from France. Like the policies are just completely French. Like all their policies are created in Paris.
Wait, Mike, can you hear me? Mike,
Yeah.
go on YouTube and type Cameroon military invading Nigeria and go and see how
Oh, girl,
the
this
Cameroonian
don't try to
military
pump
cross
yourself,
the
man.
border.
Your military
Mike,
is
Mike,
all
Mike,
controlled by
Mike,
France.
Mike, 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 you come here, and this is the thing about these English African countries, right? They come here and spread false information and blame Francophone countries for every problem that is happening in Africa.
Not all of you. Not
I'm
all
not.
of you. Some
Look,
of you.
let me tell you, Mike. I'm not a French.
I
I'm not a
salute
French.
Burkina Faso and Mali.
Mike. You talk a lot. Let me talk. I'm not a francophone, right? Because my own part of Cameroon was colonized by the British as well, and we had the indirect rule that happened. So let me speak. I know the problem that is happening between French Africans and English Cameroonians because I live in a country that is bilingual. There's English side and there's French side. I know the problems, but this is the thing. I've been to a lot of panels where English Africans or Anglophone Africans they blame the problems of Africa solely on the French, but their own English countries are being manipulated by these British people as well. They want to be British like, they want to be English like, they want to speak like them, they want to do things like them as well. The same like the French countries. Just because you claim you have things that is running for you, no, you don't, because your country is manipulated by Europeans. You want to
No,
be a thief, but you want to accuse the other guy of being a thief, but you guys are the same thing. How can you tell me because somebody speak French doesn't have the same culture with the person that speak English?
that's
It's
not what we are
colonial
saying, man.
mindset. No, man, come on,
We are
man. It
saying
just
the
doesn't make sense
obvious.
at
We're
all.
not talking about the ones that the hidden hands and things like that.
Come on,
Like
man.
for example, the hidden ends, we can at least excuse them. Like okay, the hands we can see the hands to cut off. You understand? But we are talking about the obvious, like your central bank being in France. Like that's a come on, that's not a hidden hand. That's direct.
Okay.
Or
Take for
or
instance, Cameroon built a
or a
dam in
president calling your
1982.
president.
They made
Then
their president, they made Nigerian president to construct a dam that will be a reservoir. When Cameroon opens their dam, they should be able to receive water. Since till this day, your government has not been able to construct a dam in Nigeria,
so
and you
he's
want to
blaming
blame
so it's
Cameroon.
the British
You,
that's
you want
ordering
to
them not to
blame,
do it. Is that what you're telling us?
no, and that was one of the reasons that caused their flood because Cameroon opened their dam and your
Yeah,
whole
you're
country
moving
was
goalposts.
flooded.
You're moving goalposts. Let's stick to
I'm
the
not
main
moving the
argument.
goalposts. That's
We are
to tell
talking
you
about
your
the colonial
government is not doing
masters
the right thing for
influence.
your own people, man. You guys should stop blaming French African
We're
countries and
not.
take responsibility of your own problems. You guys cannot come along and do one currency. You blame French for French African countries for
They all
why
went
is
to
Canada?
France. And
But
France is telling them to.
who is France to stop Nigeria? What power does France has over your own people? Your
Okay,
landmark
so
is
you
bigger
say the
than
Nigeria.
France.
So
Your
we should
population
impose
is bigger
echo.
than
We should
France.
impose echo on all the French, West. We should impose
No,
echo on
your
them, right?
population is bigger than France. Your landmass is bigger than France. You have a power to tell France to stop. Why are you so weak to tell
We tell
France?
France. So we have to tell
Come
France
on,
to
man.
stop
You want to
bullying
turn
you, or
yourself
you.
nonsense,
No,
but you are not
wait.
able to talk to France.
Jude, you are not making sense. So I have to be the one to tell France to stop bullying Benin, Togo,
Not bullying.
Ivory Coast.
If you think France is
So they can't speak for themselves, right? I should be the one to go and fight France on your behalf.
man, you guys are weak, man. You guys don't have nothing going, especially all these puppet countries enough. Every country is a puppet. You don't want to
Let me
come here
tell
and
you
call
something.
other countries puppet,
Let
but
me
your
give you one
country is a
story. Let me
puppet.
give you one story about Nigeria.
No,
You know,
man, come
Nigeria
on.
used to be. Wait, let me give you one story.
Mike,
Maybe you. Okay, yeah.
Mike, what can Nigeria do in order to attract other West African countries to actually adopt the naira? Because as I can tell you, Ghanaians are the CD is stronger than the naira. What can Nigerians do to attract other countries to be invested or to be interested in Nigeria? You know, because there's two pulling powers. There's the France who are pulling on the other side, and you have Nigeria who's pulling on the other side. So Nigeria is poised to do something, So what can you guys do instead of saying you should just join us? What can Nigeria do to attract other countries to follow along? What can you do?
Well, we can't control other countries now. I mean, we're not like a superpower like United. We can't go and invade them. We can't do nothing. They have to do. They have to be the one to do for themselves and make good decisions. I
Yeah,
mean,
I mean, I agree
I
with you.
respect countries like Burkina Faso,
Yeah,
Mali. You see what they're doing. They're doing standing for. Let me tell you what Nigeria did. Let me tell you what we did first, because we used to be in that position too, where we have they used to assassinate our leaders and put the next one there. They put puppets in charge. So during the '60s, that's what was going on. Like this military guy, whenever he's not doing anything, they will overthrow him, put another guy. The West, they were doing it. Let me tell you
yeah,
what the Nigerian government did. Actually, it began during it was some Nigerian. Intellectual social scientists, they approach the Nigerian government and say, listen, this is what you need to do. You need to restructure the military, because what the colonial masters did, what they use in Africa is they've infiltrated your military, right? So they use someone in the military to do coup, because they can't use the civilian to do a coup, right? So whenever they don't like a government, they infiltrate your military and pick a general or someone there and organize a coup. So in Nigeria, if you go look at Nigeria history during the 70s, 60s, 70s, and even early 80s, we're having coup after coup after coup after coup. So what some Nigerian social scientists did was they approached during the government of between Babangida Abacha and Obasanjo, they approached the government and said, listen, to stop this problem of coup, we have to restructure the security system. So what they did was they create a private army, like secret army. We call it the SSS, right?
all right, fair enough.
So let me tell you what the SSS is. The SSS is like it's another branch of the security force in the country. In the country you have
Yeah,
the
I get it.
army, the navy,
Yeah,
the air force. So the SSS, it's of no rank, right? But it's more like squads, and they have their weapons are more superior than the weapons of the army. Now the army will now break it down into several I want to use the word factions, but you know how you normally have one general as the top of all generals.
yeah,
Now what they did was they divide the army into pieces where they have a bunch of generals. So there's no one supreme general that can say, okay, I'm taking over the country. Now there's no one supreme general that can order the other. There's more they can give order to the other general. They're all equal in rank. So now the president will now pick maybe the chief of army staff. One, there's the um, head of the army, but not the head of the other generals. So now he'll be the one that coordinate, they take order as far as that the president gives him to
yeah,
direct the military. You understand? So now the army has been broken into broken out in a way where a white man cannot come from nowhere and pick one general and say, hey, go do a coup. Because now, if you pick one general and say, go overthrow the government, the other general can't take order from him. And then you have the DSS, the SSS, the Secret Service. They police the army. They are
yeah,
actually their order, according to the Nigerian constitution, is they have more power than the generals. You understand? They police the army. So a general that wants to disobey the government can be arrested by the SSS. Now the SSS, it's like a force
Mm.
that's not like a uniform force where someone can come from outside and infiltrate and use them to do anything. They are more like secret army, and they are spread. They are more like in squads all over the country. So when the government wants to use them for anything, they just order pick on which squad. So it's so scattered. That's why Nigeria hasn't been able to. There hasn't been a coup in 25 years because of
Mm.
that. That's what we did. So these other African countries can learn that. So what the West cannot, they haven't been able to organize a coup in Nigeria because we just we use our brains to restructure the whole system. But these other African countries still have that colonial system of military because the military, you have to understand, the African military were created by the colonial masters, and they
Yeah.
set it up in a way where they can easily call one general that they know, and a lot of them go get their training from them. So that's what they were doing. The West, they were doing in the 60s when they
So
gave the country over to the.
what do you think of the coup d'etat in Guinea Conakry? Is that one genuine or not genuine? What do you think of that Guinea Conakry?
Well, honestly, I don't know the internal
Okay.
issues. So
Mike,
But
someone from
Burkina,
There's
yeah.
a question towards you. It's saying, Mike, your current leaders are puppets to Shell runs Nigeria.
if you can prove me how Shell runs Nigeria.
He's
You,
about to
you,
get
you, well,
started.
you can't. How does Shell run Nigeria? People just be talking rubbish. They don't know what they're talking about. Well, some
Okay,
Nigerians say they just some
no, I think
secession.
I think maybe I don't know much, but I do remember Ken Sawowiwa of the Ogoni man, and the whole, fighting for the rights of the Ogoni people. That when Shell was basically polluting their rivers and all of that. And I think the dictator at the time was Abacha,
Abacha, yeah.
and yes, and Abacha had him killed, executed for no reason. You see, and most of the grievances he brought up against Shell were reasonable ones. Even the UN even agreed with his grievances, but the Nigerian government shut it down and had him killed. So at least in that period,
No,
one could say that Shell definitely controlled the Nigerian
no,
government.
but
There's no
that's like almost 30
disagreement
years
about that.
ago. That was 30 years ago.
That's fair. Yes, that's fair.
Yeah,
Now I don't know.
I'm telling you about later. I mean, that was, you have to understand. But also, it was coup after coup after coup after coup. You understand?
Yeah.
So they were putting their people in place. Though Abacha was also like kind of put in place, but he started turning his back against the West. That's why he killed him anyway. And
Wait, and one last thing. Also, wasn't it recently that Nigeria even finally had a oil refinery, which was very, very shocking for the safe largest producer of oil. That too, a lot of us who are cynical will point to it being the government controlled by puppets, and this was many years after military dictatorships. Because there's no excuse why Nigeria will not have an oil refinery and be relying on Shell for you to take your oil, send it to the Netherlands, wherever they refine it, and bring it back.
no, you have to let me tell you what happened. Let me tell you what happened. What it did in Nigeria during the Nigerian Civil War. Like they played the game where they were supplying both side weapons. So what they did was kind of like made a deal with the go on side that okay, for we to help you win the war, you have to sign all these agreement deals. So that's how they got us in those deals, crazy deals like you will you sign a deal that will supply you refined oil for the next 30 years or 40 years. So they make a lot of crazy deal because the war was so crazy at one point that millions were dying. Like a lot of Igbos were dying, and the government just wanted to end the war, and then that's when they were making all these shitty deals that messed Nigeria up. So now we're getting to the point where we're just unpacking those deals now. We're getting out of those deals, you understand? So that's what they did during the 60s, So most of the oil deal that we signed that was jacked up, that make us look fucked up, was signed during the Biafran War. Even Ojuku, the guy of Biafra, he gave Bakassi to France, to Cameroon, to France. He promised them Bakassi,
No,
which is the
man,
land
stop, man, stop,
that was
man,
given to
stop, stop,
Cameroon. He
man.
promised the French. So
Look,
just to win the war,
Mike,
they wanted the
Mike,
two guys. They were young guys. They were young officers. They set them up to fight each other anyway. The West.
Mike. When you come on this panel, man, stop just throwing jabs all over the place. Look, Bakassi has never been Nigeria. Even your lawyers, go on YouTube and type Bakassi and see what your lawyers. I mean, your prominent lawyers that work in the UN. They tell you Bakassi was never Nigeria. Come on, man. What are you talking? You guys invaded Bakassi because of your population size.
and your population was increasing. And by the time Cameroonians opened their eyes, you guys were all over Bakassi area, and that landmass was Cameroon, so they had to fight back and take it back. So what are you talking? You knew what happened. There was fighting that happened, and they took it to United Nations when Kofi Annan came over and said, "Look, Bakassi is Cameroon." So how did you say Ojoku handed? But come on, man, stop talking false information, bro.
So to answer the question earlier, he's saying the Guinea coup is genuine because the former president want to do a third term and change the
Yeah,
constitution.
yeah. Let me tell you what happened in Guinea. I have a knowledge of what happened in Guinea. Their president called Alpha Conde was president in Guinea. He took power in 2000 and I think 2010, if I'm not mistaken. And he did his 2 mandate. So he did his first term, and he was elected, and he did the second term, and he changed the constitution to stay in power. And when he changed the constitution to stay in power, that is already a problem, because you have done this guy before he became president. He was one of the longest serving opposition leader in Guinea. So he has been opposition leader for almost over 20 years. He was an opposition leader to Sekou Touré, former
Yeah.
Guinean president. So I'm telling you, I'm versed with like what happened. So he became the same thing that he was fighting as an opposition leader when he came in power. Is the same thing that he started doing. He
Yeah.
killed a lot of people. He changed after his 2 terms. He changed the constitution to remain in power for life. And one of the military that they called Dumbuya, Mamadou Dumbuya, was one of the military that this guy used to serve in Europe, but he came back to serve for his country. And even though him and this Alpha Conde are from the same tribe in Guinea, but he saw what Alpha Conde was doing to his own Guinean people. He didn't like it. He changed the constitution. He was killing a lot of people. He didn't like it. So they planned a coup and overtook him out of power. One Sunday morning, when he went to a hotel to relax close to the presidential palace in Guinea, these people, this guy, military led by Domboya, they surrounded the hotel. And once they surrounded the hotel, they took him hostage, and they went into the presidential palace and play out. It was one of the most successful coup in the sense that only one person died, one military guy. But was it a good thing? It was a good thing. Why? Because African presidents should respect mandate when they come in power. They don't. And this guy that took over, even though people are saying that he used to work in France, he was a French
Yes.
legend.
Yeah.
That's what most people say. He was a French legend, but at the same time, he has at the same time he is Guinean. So even if he used to work for a French, and he's married to a white woman as well, his wife is white. But that I
I'm
mean,
just saying.
right. So this is what political pundit are saying, that because his wife is white and he was in the French legion, so he's being controlled by France. But this is not what the Guineans on the ground are saying. The Guineans on the ground are saying he is a patriot. They like him. He took out Alpha Conde, because Alpha Conde, when he took out Alpha Conde, guess what happened? He went to jail and released a lot of people, a lot of opposition leaders that were in jail, put, put in jail by Alpha Conde. So he's still genius. He has given 2 more years to run for Ghana, to run for Guinea, to change Guinea. The gold, Guinea has one of the biggest coal in Africa, and these coal mines these guys are controlling, did not have industries in the place in Guinea. But what this guy did was, he wanted these companies to construct their industries in Guinea, and to also build a new seaport for the country, and they are aligning with it. And he's also working, because Guinea will host the next African Nations Cup after Ivory Coast, Guinea Conakry. So there's a lot of projects that he has in place. I mean, I wouldn't blame, when people come here and say, "Oh, he's working with." No, that's conspiracy theory. This guy have a hand for his people. And every
Yeah.
African leader, this guy in Ivory Coast, what's his name, Ouattara, the president, did the same thing. When he came in power, he took out Bagbo before he became in power. Bagbo was already president for 10 years. Bagbo wanted to stay more because he claimed that during his mandate there was a lot of wars. When Ouattara won the election, Ouattara came in power. Ouattara now
No,
did
change
his
that one.
full term mandate 2 terms and still decided to change the constitution in Ivory Coast. So he is now in power for more than 3 terms. And this is why Guineans are getting mad and all these French countries because these guys they stick around with ECOWAS and they come over and say, but why are you guys doing coup d'etats? But you guys just did the same thing in your country by changing your constitution. So this is why ECOWAS is a weak organization. They don't follow policies. So that's just it. But I like what Dumbuya did in Guinea. I like what Assimi Goita of Mali, the guy that he's doing great, and I like what Traore of Burkina Faso, the guy that just took over, Mohamed Traore, is doing. These people are patriots, and this is the thing. I hate when people want to involve in other African, countries and talk what is happening in their politics. I really don't. I'm not into it. I know what is happening, but these people have the right to do what they do. That's their country. I wouldn't tell Nigeria not to vote for Peter Obi or Atiku. They know who's right for them.
No,
Right. So what I wanted to add, right, in regards to other countries don't have colonial puppet leaders, that is not
no.
correct.
Every
Um,
country is controlled by a
yeah,
puppet.
every
Every
yeah,
African
every
country is a puppet.
country has colonial puppet leaders. And I think that, in the case of ECOWAS, I can definitely say Ghana and Nigeria are puppets.
No,
The only difference
no.
is that Ghana doesn't hide the fact that they're cool with England. Like they don't come and say, "Oh, we're completely free." Like Ghana lets people know that they like kissing
No.
Britain. Like they like letting people know that they're really cool, they're colonial puppets, that anything can happen. But like other people would want to say that they have nothing to do with England, and they do. So it's just like it's
No, no,
funny to
African
me when
millennial.
other
Wait,
people
wait,
talk
wait.
about,
Let me
oh, we have
correct one thing.
nothing to do with them. Oh, we've moved on, we move forward, and it's like, but your president is there every day. It, I just, it's just interesting to me. But yeah, sorry, go ahead.
No, there's a difference between having, for example, we have globalization going on, right? Where the global economy is tied together, right? Everybody, I mean, system is tied together. We understand that part. Where some people have the upper hand, I mean, rich countries have upper hand. We get that. But if you're telling me about puppet being that, they're giving him order on what to do with the country, that's not
Yes.
what's going on in Nigeria. No,
And likewise Ghana too.
no, no Buhari that I know. He said Buhari has always been like, especially Buhari. No, this guy always said it like, I'm for nobody. Look, listen, literally, this especially the one guy I want to respect the most, Jonathan. Let me tell you one story. When Jonathan went in Chinese, there's one country that in Africa that Chinese really have complete access without, like, literally West are so angry at Nigeria that the Chinese, when the Chinese wanted to come to Nigeria to really get full grant, like deals, like where even right now, do you know that the Chinese currency is a Nigerian central bank? And Nigerian naira goes in Chinese. China and Nigeria are trading in their own currency. Do you know that? Where Hillary Clinton approached Goodluck Jonathan and met him and was telling him that, listen, I don't want you to agree with this deal with China. Don't let China, wants to tell him what to do. You know what Hillary Goodluck Jonathan told Hillary Clinton? In fact, he used the foreign friends ambassador to tell him, he said, listen, if you can stop trading with China or end your own business deal with China, then you can come talk to me about that. And in fact, in Nigeria, before even the president also have the absolute power like you have in all these countries like Jude just described, where the one president will just be making laws and describing. No, we have checks and balances. Not only do we have those, what do you call it, the three houses of government, those judiciary, legislature, and everything. We also have kingdoms, like where these kings, like kingdom, powerful kingdoms, like even for you to become president of Nigeria, if none of these kings, powerful kings support you, you can't be. So when you're saying we're puppet, I see one white person is telling one person what the policy have to. No. That's not happening in Nigeria, dude. It's not happening. Maybe happening unless it's like absolute secret. But everything we do is our constitution. We have the Nigerian Bar Association. They monitor everything. And anything you do against the law, the constitution, no, they will stand against you. So we're not that puppet like that. I'm sorry. Maybe economic system we practice. Yeah, those countries have upper hand. They can pull strings to affect the economy, and then we can go on the table and do those on negotiation that favors. Yes. But it's always going to favor them. But if you're telling me that we're absolute puppets, like Paul Biara will go to France, they're telling, come on, man, come on. That can't happen in Nigeria. The Nigerian people, we won't accept it.
Yeah, I agree with Mike.
Greetings to everyone in the panel.
Let me just finish this point, because recently during the Queen's funeral, right? If you look at the list, so many world leaders went. Almost, I think every single world leader at least went or sent a representative there. But when it came to Africa, I believe Nigeria and one other country, only countries that the current president did not go. Fine. Oh, Buhari was sick. No, it wasn't that Buhari was sick. Buhari either chose to go to New York for the UN, the UN General Assembly or something like that, instead of going to London, and he sent his VP instead. In fact, a lot of Nigerians, if you check the list, there are very few. I'm coming. Those countries, if you look,
you said only two countries did it.
You say only 2 countries didn't, but not a lot of countries didn't go, man.
I can literally name you like 5 off the top of my head that did the same.
5 African countries.
That's just that I know.
Okay, wait.
And that's just that I know. Stop the count.
North African countries did not go. The Equatorial Guinea did not go. Cameroon did not go. So
Ethiopia did not go.
Hey, please let me land. What I'm saying is, of the African countries, those are sent representatives. The presidents that did not go, but did not give a reason, like sickness or anything else. Buhari and one other president were the only ones who didn't give any particular reasons. The other ones were listening.
Bro. Give a reason to who?
Reason as in sickness or as in any other reason.
Man, that's not a fact. No North African country. Did you see any North African president in that bus?
Okay, first of all, you cannot base your argument on that picture that was circulating. Did you look at the official
come on,
list?
Man, I'm just saying. Okay, no, you're not talking facts. Where is the evidence that you have?
Just be on right now. Be on right now. I'm going to verify this right now.
He's chatting shit, bro. Judah, this guy's chatting shit.
Come on, man.
Wait, what? Yeah, Abby.
Just give me a second. Just give me, 1 second.
Yeah, Abby, you could go ahead.
No, I thought he was about to finish.
Yeah, he's coming. He's looking for something. You can go ahead.
Oh, okay. Look, this guy's chatting shit. Like, literally, there were most of the African countries that went. Half of them went. The others sent their VP
North
or
Africa.
Another delegation.
Listen. Since the language I arguing is facts. The Prime Minister of Algeria was there. So which North African country? Let me keep on going down the list. The Egyptian head of government, head of parliament was there. So that's what I'm saying. You can't make your my point is you can't make your argument and tell me
where can I get a list? Where can I get a list?
You can Google like I just did. You have internet, my friend. Google it. That's what I did.
Guys, let's not use the visiting of the Queen's funeral as a tool to measure who's a puppet or not. Sometimes just
all African countries are puppets. Even your Ghanaian president was there, man. Stop talking about other countries.
I'm saying we shouldn't just use that Queen's situation to decide, because
you cannot come here and make a vague point and say all African presidents win, and the only 2 that in Nigeria.
You don't understand English, because I didn't say all African presidents. I said 2. That was even what I said. So at least be factual and repeating what I stated. And also, the internet is there. Prove me wrong. I said the countries, the African leaders that went, at least 2 that I remember, that didn't give a direct reason not to go. And you said North African presidents. I Googled it and started proving you wrong. Yet I'm the one who's speaking shit.
How many countries are part of North Africa? No, Judah. How many countries are part of North Africa?
Exactly.
Again, I went
this
through
guy
the
mentions
list
2 and he
came
thinks he won the debate.
Because those are the 2 in the list I saw. You wanted me to spend 5 minutes going through. Do you know how many list of presidents I had to scroll? So that's your
Man,
point. So you proved me wrong. I just proved your points wrong. You said no North African
And
president. It took
secondly,
me a
the,
minute,
the,
Judah,
and I
the
found
guys
two.
that
according to
went, the
Judah,
guys that were bundled in
according
that
to his
box.
logic,
You saw the Ghanaian president. You saw the president. Those were the people that went.
Yes,
Those
of
are the
course he's
people in that
there.
box.
Everyone in Ghana
Right.
knows he's a puppet of the British. Of course he'll be there. What is there surprise he was not there?
Judah,
Did I state he
according
was
to
not
his
there?
logic,
At least be
Judah,
consistent in your
according to his
counterpoints to
logic,
me.
Judah, according to his logic, that means that Ethiopia is the only non-neo-colony country because when all the other presidents and VPs were shammed in that bus, she took her own right there. This is the most retarded argument I've ever heard, bro.
Yeah,
Who
man.
cares?
See, when I see Africans come here and trying to make people look superior, other African
Judah,
countries,
these guys need
it's
to
just
stop
nonsense,
coping.
man. Totally nonsense.
They need to stop
People that
coping.
came from a
Literally,
colonization
Nigerian,
mindset.
Judah, name me a country that can claim to be independent when almost more than 2/3 of their national budget comes from one corporation that
Come on,
owns
man.
all of the oil fields, that is turning their environment into a shithole. Look at the Niger Delta, and these people are talking about Shell doesn't control.
Wait. Let me
Fuck out of my
respond to
face
this
with that
Shell.
bullshit, bro.
This Shell talk you guys keep talking about. Do you guys know that Shell is not the only oil company in Niger Delta, right? There's Total, there's BP, there's even the Chinese oil company, there's even Indian oil companies there too. There are more bunch of foreign oil companies, even
But yeah,
Exxon, they are all there. But listen. Can I land?
National Petroleum
Can
company is not doing. Is
no?
being run by Europe. It's
You out of
controlled by
your mind, man. You don't know what you see. You put out information out of your ass. That's your problem. The what do you call it? The regulator of the Nigerian oil is the NNPC. Constitutionally, Nigerian federal government owned, and they don't want to issue the licenses.
Remote control
Wait. They don't want to issue the licenses to any oil company. You understand? So don't tell me that so they're running stuff, running this, running that. And as far as that environmental stuff, it's just a bad contract. You understand?
Oh man, it's not bad contract.
In the contract, it was a contract that went back because in the contract it was the responsibility of the Nigerian state to do the cleanup and we get a pipe that burst because the Nigerian state owns the pipe. You understand the pipeline? So what create those environmental pollution were the pipes? Because what happened is like people go and burst those pipes like oil bunkers. They go trying to burst the pipe, and then you get a lot of oil spills and things like that. People trying to steal crude. So that's what created those environmental pollutions, you know. Now, people look at it and say, oh, and the unfortunate reason was that the federal government, of course, they don't visit that area because we had a government that was just corrupt. They stay in Abuja and don't pay attention to all those outskirts states. You know, so they were not visiting those areas and paying attention to all the pollution that was going on. All they were caring about was the money. So when you guys saying Shell come over there and just pollute the place and do whatever, it's a lie, man. And you telling me Shell
it's true.
Nigeria? What do you mean Shell controls Nigeria?
No, it's true.
Back in the days, if we're talking about during the military time, where they were organizing coups and making sure they are general, they are in friends with them, they sponsor him to be the leader. Yeah, back in that time, but that time is over, man. That era, that military era is over.
Okay.
The Nigerian people kicked the military out of office.
Guys, we have to wrap up. Hurry, make your points concise. Roddy, do you want to go ahead?
Yes, I want to respond to the brother Mike. Greetings to everyone on the panel. African Millennial, as always, thank you for allowing me to join in. It's very unfortunate that I'm entering at the end of the show. But yes, to my brother Mike, I know it hurts. And as you know, you sound like a patriotic Nigerian who loves their country.
No, I'm not patriotic.
But sometimes
anyone that knows me, I'm not patriotic. I'm just telling the obvious facts. I'm speaking to facts, not being patriotic. Okay.
But sometimes you have to accept things for what they are. Shell is doing as they please in your country, and your top government officials are paid to look away. Accept it for what it is. You know, they are doing as they wish. If they wanted to ruin your environment, they can do that because your top officials are paid to look the other direction. Accept it. It is what it is.
What are you talking about, man? This is just sounding annoying. Do you live in Nigeria? Okay, present your facts.
The question is, why did it come to that point where oil was spilling everywhere? Why did
I
it
just
reach that
explained
point?
it to you in the contract.
But
Listen, let me explain it to you one more time. Let
listen,
me explain it to you
your
one more time.
explanation isn't convincing enough. Your
I
explanation
don't
isn't
have to
convincing
convince
enough.
you. If you, I don't have. Don't tell me what's not factual. What is your fact? Maybe in your country you're so docile and dumb that people control them, but it doesn't mean it's the case in the next country. People need to stop talking what they don't know, man. I see someone come on YouTube saying, in this country, the Africans have low IQ. It doesn't mean where I'm from, we got low IQ. You know what I'm saying? So let's chill with this stuff, man. We have too many brain people, intelligent people in Nigeria for you to be describing us as these people that just dumb and just a shell just controlling us and we don't have nothing to do, can't do nothing about it. Are you kidding me? Dude, I just explained it to you on the contract. Go and look at the contract. They even Shell were presenting the case. We fought the case. Even Nigerians took Shell to court. And ordinary Nigerians, not the Nigerian government, took Shell to court in New York. And Shell were fighting the case, saying, listen, in the agreement was that it's the Nigerian state that they're responsible for the pipelines. And when the pipelines are getting busted by oil bunkers, people that are looting like criminals that are trying to tap oil, and they're polluting the area, there's the Nigerian government that's responsible for the cleanup. That was the agreement. We fought the case. Everything is in contract. It's
So
in contract. It's a fine print. So if we
well
make a
then,
bad oil contract, that's not them controlling us. Stop talking to us like we're these dumb freaking people, man. Dude.
but then why then did the Nigerian government not clean that area up? Because now it gives the impression that Shell, it now gives the impression to outsiders like myself that Shell is doing as they please. Why didn't the Nigerian government clean that area up?
They are cleaning it now. The oil spill happened during the 90s, during the time we're having coup after coup after coup after coup, meaning the soldiers, after the civil war, most of those, the Nigerian army was so disorganized that the soldiers were just, if you go and look at Nigeria, you find how many coups we have within 1966 and the last one was 1993, I think. So during that time, these soldiers, these presidents were getting assassinated. The next one comes in, so there were no time for them to pay attention to anything because they barely will be in office before another guy kill him, another general take over. So there was no attention being paid to the environments and places in Nigeria. You understand? So when all these spills are going on, we didn't have stable government. But when the democracy came in '99, it's when attention started going to all these things that was happening, the spills and all these things. But by that time, we already had so much spills, so much destruction. And then the cleanup process and everything were being discussed, and the cleanup has been going on ever since. So you guys should stop saying it's not Shell's responsibility. Shell, in the contract, Shell fought the case, even in Nigerian court. Like, it's not our responsibility. The agreement we had, the Nigerian state owned the pipelines. Our only agreement is, okay, we'll drill it, and that's it, you know? So
Yeah.
let's
Mike,
stop this.
man,
They're
this is
controlling
just
you.
But
You're dumb.
Mike, this is just nonsense, man. You're just
it's
I
it.
don't know what it is, but you're just making so many excuses because you just
You're
don't like.
making a
I am
lot of
speaking to
excuses,
facts, and they're
Mike.
calling me
Like
You
you
excuses.
may
just keep
yes,
saying
but
facts,
yes,
but
but you're
none
making a
of
lot of
it makes sense.
excuses. That's
Which
my
excuse?
point.
Give me one
It's
excuse I made. Give me one excuse
unacceptable.
I made.
This
You,
is
You know,
unacceptable.
wait,
no, no.
It's
you
You
think
said
they're
unacceptable.
blowing
in
up
the
the
context of
pipelines
your
because they
country,
want
yeah,
It's
to?
unacceptable, Mike.
They're blowing
Why
up
it's a
would you
fact.
allow this in your
it's your
country?
government. Your
Why would you
government
allow
pays
this in your
however much
country?
to give
I
them
didn't
The
allow it.
problem with Africans, listen, the problem with Africans, whenever we hold you
Wait.
accountable,
Give
you
me a
feel as
second,
if we're attacking.
gents. Give me a
We
No, you're
second.
moving the
Let me,
goalposts. You're
wait,
acting
Africans
as if
are
I'm
Mike.
moving
Give
defending
me a
moving the
Nigeria.
second.
No,
goalposts,
no,
man.
I'm not
You're
Mike,
defending
moving the
Nigeria.
just
goalposts.
give me
okay,
1 second.
okay, Habi, speak.
Look, I just posted a link to an article in the private chat. Any of you can see it. I'm just gonna read the first paragraph. Let me just get back to it. So this is from The Guardian, and the title is WikiLeaks cable Shell's grip on Nigerian state revealed. Just the first two paragraphs. Check this. The oil giant Shell claimed it has inserted staff into the main ministries of Nigerian government, giving it access to politicians' every move in the oil-rich Niger Delta region, according to leaks from U.S. diplomatic cable. The company top executives in Nigeria told U.S. diplomats that Shell has seconded employees to every relevant department and so knew everything that was being done in Nigeria's top ministries. She boasted that the Nigerian government has forgotten about the extent of Shell's infiltration and was unaware of how much the company knew about its deliberation. There you go. You can read the rest of the article. This just one article, bro. So Mike, stop the coke, bro. Take that copium out of your mouth and
So
roll over.
Mike, you
Bro.
lying. So Mike,
Lying
you
about what?
lying.
Lying about
Mike,
what?
you lying.
Lying about what?
So Mike, you lying. So when we call you out on your lies, you saying that we are seeing Africans as low IQ people, but all this time you're lying. Okay.
Lying about what?
Oh, see, now he doesn't know what the topic's all about.
You say I'm
He has
lying.
no
I'm
idea.
lying about what?
Wait, all of a
Hobby,
sudden you don't
Hobby,
know what
please,
the topic's all about.
Hobby, please repeat yourself, my brother.
Yeah, I didn't repeat it because I didn't pay attention to what you said, but just repeat it. And what is the source of your
Okay,
whatever
dude.
you're reading to me? What is the source? Because I know there's a
Bro, I
lot of
put the link
propaganda
in the
articles out
private.
there.
He said he put the
I
link
put
in
the
the
link
chat.
in the private chat.
You're not.
It's from
But
the
what is the
Guardian.
main point there?
Now
What's the
you-
main point there? I just want to get an idea. 'Cause
Pretty
I
much
really
Shell
didn't
is
listen to
okay.
your what you're reading. I didn't listen. But what's the point from what you made? Yeah.
Okay,
Mike,
let me
why
just
why
read
you
the first
talk about
paragraph.
things if you
The
don't
oil
listen?
giant Shell claimed the oil giant Shell claimed that it inserted staff into Nigeria's main ministries in the Nigerian government, giving it access to politicians and every move in the Niger Delta region, according to leaked diplomatic cable. The company top executives in Nigeria told US diplomats that Shell has seconded employees to every relevant department and so knew everything that was being done in those Nigerian ministries. She boasted that the Nigerian government had forgotten about the extent to Shell's infiltration and was unaware of how much the company knew about its deliberation. So pretty much they know everything
What's
you're
the
doing.
date
They
on that article?
second
Is
everything
he in the 90s or of recent?
Mike,
Bro,
man,
it's
come
literally
on.
2010, man. What are you talking about?
What's the date on the article? I'm talking. When was this?
I
Is
said
this in the?
2010.
Are you talking
It's
about the
been
eras of
happening
the
for a long
military?
time.
Okay,
Are you talking
no,
about the
guys,
eras of the military
listen.
dictatorship? Or are you talking
That's
10
about
years
now?
irrelevant.
ago.
Listen,
10 years
that's
ago,
irrelevant.
2010. Bro,
It's
stop having a
relevant.
spasm. I just told you. 2010. Oh my God. This guy.
He's
Mike,
he's always
listen.
No, Shell does
contradicting
not
himself.
have.
Mike, listen. What we're saying is that we it's not your fault, brother.
You're not a
What we're saying is
Nigerian,
that
so don't tell me about what
we
you don't talk. Don't tell me about my country. You're not a Nigerian,
Cope,
so don't
cope, cope.
stop
Okay.
telling
This guy
people
might
about what's
overdose on
going on.
copium, man.
What the hell is wrong with you, man?
Okay.
Are you kidding me?
Okay,
Nobody
no
hates
problem, man.
Nigerian more than me. Trust me. Like, as far as I'm not saying
You
hate in
don't know
terms of.
No.
Nigeria.
We understand.
Yes, but listen,
We'll give him
Mike,
a second to
this
crack.
isn't a Nigerian problem. It's an African problem. That's what I'm trying to get to, brother. I'm not attacking you. I'm not attacking Nigeria. This is the problem that we Africans
No, you
have.
can attack Nigeria. I really don't care. But what I'm saying is, let's speak to
No,
fact.
I'm
Let's
not
stop
attacking
assuming all these things.
Nigeria. Mike.
Who cares
Mike.
about Nigeria? I don't even care. Listen, in Nigeria, we don't see ourselves as Nigerians. We say I represent my kingdom. And second of all, I'm not even from the Niger Delta area. So whatever happens, I know that definitely can happen where I'm from. This kind of shit. The oil,
All right, then
first
cool.
of all, you know what you need to go do? You know what you guys need to go do? In Nigeria, right? Where they have the oil,
Bro,
they
you
have
don't
oil
need to
like
do shit,
three.
man. Go and fight Shell.
Listen.
That's what you need to do. Stop
Okay,
telling us
is
what we
there a
need to
oil
do. Shut
spill?
the fuck up.
Is there a oil spill? Okay, for example, there are two states in Nigeria. There's part of my king where I'm from, like Lagos, there's oil. And then there's a state called Ondo
Your
State.
whole
There's oil
country
there
is an
too.
oil spill. What are you talking about?
There's no oil spill where I'm from, in the kingdom where I'm from.
Mike,
There's oil. So,
yeah, Mike, let it go, man. Let it go.
Whenever there's a hoist, and you guys need to understand something though. It's happening to the minority tribes. Like what the oil is spilled
It
is
shouldn't happen
in.
to anybody. It shouldn't happen to anybody.
It shouldn't happen to anybody, but you have to understand the context
This
of
guy is a coke merchant, bro.
of
Mike, you're coping, bro. Just take a
no.
handkerchief
I'm just
and
gonna
cry
say
for a
Africa.
second.
You know,
You came here
Africa.
trying to
I
say
begin to
Nigeria
understand
has
why
anything
that guy that
in
called
other
earlier, that guy
African
from
countries.
Gambia, we got
Mike, it's
frustrated.
okay.
When he
Mike,
got
chill. It's
frustrated.
okay. We
But let me
understand.
learn. When he got
It's not a
frustrated by the
Nigerian
way people
problem.
just say Africa, as if we are all people that anyone, I'm not saying we are, but we are not monolith. We are not like just the same people
But
that
nobody's
one white
talking
man can come
about
and
that.
oppress.
Nobody's
So
talking about that. Why are you changing the goalposts? Nobody's
Mike,
talking about that.
Mike, it's okay. We know there's corruption. We know there's mismanagement. This is not a surprise that Shell still had influence in Nigeria up until 2011. There's nothing to be ashamed of. It's a fact.
It's
okay. Do you know
it's a problem
Nigeria is
that we're
divided
all
into regions,
facing.
right?
It's a problem that all African countries are facing. That's the point that we try to make.
Okay.
The issue becomes when.
Do you know that Nigeria is split into regions, right? and we govern
Listen,
ourselves. We
Mike,
kind of govern ourselves independently. We
doesn't
split to
matter.
states.
Mike,
Mike,
that's not
is
what we are talking about.
and
You're
You are
moreover,
saying the
topic
whole
to throw
Nigeria
us off.
shell is control
no,
the
this
whole
is
No,
Nigeria.
no,
Are you crazy?
no, Mike.
listen,
Also,
you're
this
trying to
is from
throw us off.
WikiLeaks. WikiLeaks is very reputable. Even Western governments hate WikiLeaks. That's how credible they are. And moreover, this is from 2011. Last time I checked, wasn't that when Obasanjo was president? And he's from your place. He's a Yoruba man. So you can't even push this that, oh, Yorubas, we don't take nonsense. It's not. It's an endemic Nigerian thing. Same thing in Ghana too. We have useless, corrupt leaders. There's nothing to be so defensive about. You see, there's no
I'm
big
not
deal.
doubting the corruption, but you say they're controlling us, like they're ordering us, like telling us what to
Listen,
do as
if
a people.
somebody,
Are you
Bro,
kidding
if
me?
they can,
he just explained. He
Maybe
just
some part
explained
of
in a
Nigeria,
household
but
how they're
not where
doing
I'm
it.
from.
Why
Listen,
do they have
Mike,
control
it might
everywhere?
hurt your ego, Mike. It might hurt your ego, but that's exactly what's happening. I know
It's
it
not
hurts
what's
your
happening
ego,
where I'm from, dude. It's
and it
not what's happening
hurts,
where I'm from. Yeah.
and
It's
I
not
know
what's
that it
happening.
hurts your pride, and I know that it hurts your pride. It hurts your pride as a man, but that's exactly what's happening in
That's
Nigeria
what's
and
happening
in
to
the
you,
rest
not
of
me.
the
So let's
African
stop.
continent.
Listen, we're
That's
not the
what's
same, man. We're
happening.
not.
That's what's happening.
Okay, cool. That's
That's
what's
what's
happening. Let's
happening.
leave it.
Mike, do you need a second to cry?
It's not happening to me. So at the end of the day, dude, the way I see Africa is this: I don't believe in all these countries in the first place. So what I know is I don't believe in all these
Bro, stop the
structure that
babble.
we
Your
have.
country is literally controlled by Shell. I proved it to you. Now you're babbling about
The
other
whole
stuff,
country or just
about
section
other
of the
countries.
country?
Oh my God. If they're
Well,
inserting people into your ministries, then yes,
They're
the
not.
whole country.
They're not inserting. Well, you shit, man. Okay, okay. Do you know how Nigeria political system is structured? Do you know it?
Hey,
now
show
he's gonna
show us.
change
I
the
don't care,
topic.
bro.
His
WikiLeaks just showed us.
idea is to always switch the topic.
What I'm trying to explain to you is this: Nigeria, the way it's structured,
But
we
that's
govern our.
irrelevant.
Listen, Nigerian government, the way it's structured, like the northern
It's
Nigeria, the way it's
irrelevant.
governed. Well, listen, do you know the northern Nigeria, they
We're not
practice
talking
Sharia, right?
about how it's governed though. We're not
But I'm
talking
trying to
about how
tell you
Nigeria
that
is governed.
Nigeria, the way it's structured, it's not.
We're
We
talking
people govern. We govern ourselves
okay,
independently.
we don't care which group is doing it. Bottom line. We don't care which group or which ethnic group is doing it.
I'm not saying what ethnic groups doing. What I'm saying is the victim of the shell, so-called
That
shell
means you don't
field,
have to,
it's just some portion of Nigeria. So it's not the whole
but that's
Nigeria.
what we're saying. We don't care who's doing it. It is
Then
happening.
if you don't, then you
Why
don't know what you're talking about.
Oh my gosh.
Wow, Mike, you're really a patriotic Nigerian. Sir,
No,
I
I'm not being
salute you.
patriotic. I'm just saying, like, stop
No, he's
chantering
delusional, bro.
in a
Okay, Mike,
poor.
I got a question for you.
You know,
He's
it's
delusional.
ridiculous, man.
Mike, I got a question for you. So the people were attacking Shell because they were angry that they were not getting benefits from the oil, right? That's
Who?
why they were attacking.
Who's attacking
Who
Shell?
were attacking the oil pipelines because they felt like the Nigerian government was just sucking resources out of their region, but they were not getting any development at all.
Actually, do you
And
know
on
that?
top of that, and on top of that, they were polluting the land. So that's why the people revolted. But however, if the people were getting benefits, they would have they wouldn't do that. And second of all, what happened was eventually Shell and the U.S. government realized, look, they need to put an end to this consistent attack. So they decided, okay, they'll set up a fund to kind of give the people a little bit of money or something to kind of keep them happy. That way they would stop attacking. That's how it kind of stopped. I don't know if it stopped permanently, but they managed to kind of like get them to stop attacking after they made a deal with the locals.
No, let me tell you what happened. Let me explain it to you so you understand. Nigeria has 33 states, right? Okay, so in the way they do it is the money the country earns, right, from all their, all their foreign revenues, all the money like general, even internal, both internal general revenue, everything, it all comes to the center. Now they will split the money equally to all the states, right? So now what happened was when the oil producing states, right, which majority of them are the Niger Delta states, the South, right? When the people started crying that, listen, we produce the oil, what the hell are we splitting our wealth equally with the rest of the country? and they were doing the attacks, was when the government now came and said, okay, we're gonna the way we're gonna split the money is not gonna be in the same equal portion. The oil producing states will get higher percentage than the rest of the states. So that's what later happened. So when you come here and say, oh, they were pumping oil and nothing was going to the people that own it, no, that's not the case. That's not what happened. And unfortunately, in the beginning, when the British, like in the beginning, 1960, when the Nigerians got together to create a constitution for the country, the agreement was that when the British actually would split the country into three regions, right? Kind of like the three majority tribes, kind of split the country to themselves, right? The West, the North, and the East. So the present day Niger Delta, right, which are the majority tribe, I mean, sorry, the minorities, right, and is where most of the oil is. They were split into two. Half of them was split to the west,
Yo, gents,
and the other half was
let me
split
just
into the.
read to you something
Let
else
me
I
let me
found.
land though. I'm
Bro,
trying
no one
to.
needs
Mike,
this battle, man. We already know Shell runs your country, bro. Stop that.
Okay,
We
cool,
don't
cool.
need you
Shell
to
runs it.
prolong,
Well,
please.
we get it. We get it. That's fine. That's fine. So the agreement back then was that each region controlled itself independently, and that was the constitution. So whoever produced oil controlled his oil, whoever produced water controlled his whatever. So what happened was the first military coup when this Igbo guy did a coup and became a head of state. Now he decided to create a unitary system where all the wealth in the country comes to the center and they split it equally, right? That's where the problem began. So now we have a situation where they're taking oil from a region, right? The oil wealth from the region, they split it equally among the rest of the country. So that's where the problem began. But still, though, today all the states manage themselves independently.
Actually,
So
you're lying.
if one state is
I'm
going
trying
through
to
one
tell you
problem, you
what
can't tell
happened.
me.
Mike, you're lying. I'll tell you what happened. The region where the oil comes from, they actually get money. But the corruption, the politicians who are supposed to invest within the local
Thank you.
infrastructure
Thank
have been
you.
stealing the money. So what
Thank
happened
you.
was,
Yes.
So
so what
what
happened
is
was
what is lie that
So
I
what
so,
happened? Wait. So what happened was because the politician who's supposed to run that area
Yes.
was not
Yes.
investing within the infrastructure, Shell
Yes.
and the U.S. government had to like step in and tell them, look, man, you gotta like do something because it's just wrecking our
Yes.
business. So
so which
what
Yes.
part of
happened
my
now?
statement was a lie? You say a lie. You just accuse me of being a lie.
Everything, but you're trying to educate us about how Nigeria was split up. It's completely irrelevant. Like
No, you say it's
it's
the
like
lie. There's a difference between irrelevance and lie. You
it's
threw an accusation.
irrelevant.
No, you say I lied. Tell me
Okay,
where I lied is
you
what
said,
I'm asking you. So I didn't
well,
lie.
it
Is
is
that
a
what you're
lie.
saying?
It's a lie
Well,
because
well, well,
Okay, what
well,
is the
well.
lie? Tell me
Listen,
the lie.
Mike. You weren't lying, but also you weren't telling the full truth. You were
I don't
telling a
have time
certain
to
part
speak.
of the truth.
If I have to speak the whole truth, then if I have to speak the whole story, then first of all, I didn't even get halfway before the guy cut me off. So I had
no,
to
but Mike,
summarize in his
but Mike,
nutshell.
Mike, you always say 1,000 things, but never say what you need to say. So it's like if nobody steps in to like try to
But
veer
there's
you into
nothing I
the
said
right
as a
direction.
lie.
Yeah, but you spend like 20 minutes trying to tell us how Nigeria is split up, but that's not what we're trying to talk about.
Okay,
We
that's
all
fine. But
know
don't
that.
tell me I'm lying, man. It's not fair to accuse me of being a liar, dude.
Okay, fine. Okay, fine. You didn't lie, but you were not. You were veering
I
away
didn't give you
from
complete
the
story. Is that what you're saying? I
well,
summarized it. I summarized him. And I was trying to
yeah,
give you
but
the
you
point based just to
summarized
challenge the
it, but it
point.
was
You
irrelevant to the
know.
answer. If
So
you have to
this
speak,
is a problem. This is a problem with Africans. We Africans refuse to call a stone a stone, right? We would rather have people believing that we are the best country and we are kings and queens and we do this and we do that, and we like veering away from the truth. The
No,
truth
actually,
is that corruption is killing us. That's the
I
truth.
agree. I never denied that, did I? But
Yes,
I think you guys are
corruption's killing
misunderstanding.
us.
No,
The
no, no.
truth
No,
is,
listen,
Whether
this is
let
what
me
you guys
whether
are
just
you
mistaking. Sorry,
wait,
sorry.
wait,
whether
wait.
whether you
Can I just say my
whether
piece
whether
before I bounce?
No. Actually, let me help you guys out. What I'm doing tonight is trying not to have this victim mentality, blaming European man for all my
Mike,
problems.
bro,
That's the
let me
point I'm
just.
trying to make
We
tonight.
heard
No,
you,
no. The main point I'm trying to make
Mike.
tonight is
You started this whole
I'm
conversation.
not that African that will sit around and be
Okay.
calling myself a conquered man.
Um,
I'm a victim of the white man. I'm a victim. The white man controls
but
me.
nobody was
I'm not that
talking
dumb
about a
African.
victim.
Bro,
Nobody was
That's
talking
the
okay,
point
about
I'm trying to
again.
victim.
make tonight. Okay.
All right,
AM.
Abby,
Just
you
one.
can go ahead, and then yeah, we gotta leave, man. It's late here, like super
Yeah,
late.
AM. Mike started this whole conversation by saying some bum ass squadron in his military is the reason why Nigeria is no longer a neo colony. I came here to say that's cap. Your country's still being run by Shell, which it is, and I proved
Well,
it.
that's your problem,
All
man.
this guy has done is babble for the last 30 minutes, trying to convince us it's not.
I'm
Your
not trying to
country is run
convince
by
you.
Shell.
I mean, dumb all you want. That's your
Bro,
problem, okay?
okay, bro, stop crying. It's fine. The rest of Africa has nothing to learn from Nigeria. Nigeria is in the same situation as any other African country. It just happens to be bigger. That's the only difference. All of us are the same. You niggas need to stop coping. You're all neo colonies right under the boots of your masters. Stop capping. Stop acting. Nigeria produces the third largest oil producer outside of the fourth. It's U.S., Russia, Saudi, and then Nigeria. Look at Nigeria and the state of Nigeria and the state of the other three countries. Of course, you're being run by Shell. Stop the cap. Stop, stop coping. You're in the same state as any other African country that is having its resources looted, and move on in life. Thank you, AM. I need to bounce.
No problem. So we're going from the top to the bottom. So, Comrade, did you have a closing statement?
Not much. But all I have to say is, Mike, I don't think most of the comments here are meant to like disrespect or come after Nigeria. It's just a statement of the fact. Even me, I don't know how much of the influence of Shell, but just looking around Nigeria now, you can clearly see Shell has a big influence. Like I was talking to you earlier about the oil refinery. Nigeria is the top 10 producer of oil. Up until even now, I checked it. Nigeria still doesn't have an oil refinery. I don't know if you know that. Dangote is building one, but as of 2022, Nigeria doesn't have a single oil refinery, which is just unexplainable. And then you look at the long history of Nigeria with Shell. You have to be stupid not to see a very strong influence Shell has on successive Nigerian governments since time immemorial. This is just a fact. It's not anyone specifically picking alternative facts. The points that exist point to this. Why doesn't Nigeria have an oil refinery? You can talk about contract and all of that. Still, Ghana
Is
had some
anybody
very
stopping you from building one?
That's the question. What to stop
Go
Nigeria
and
from
build
building
it. Is
one?
anybody stopping you from building a refinery? You
If
blaming white
Ghana
man
was
for your
producing,
problem. Shell is the one telling you to
no,
go build
don't
a
put
refinery.
words in my mouth. If Ghana was producing the magnitude of barrels of oil Nigeria was producing, Kwame Nkrumah would have built one within 4 years. So don't even bring that to us, because we've had leaders who were serious from the beginning. Nigeria, I don't know how much Shell the influence by. It's embarrassing. It's like Saudi Arabia not having a single oil refinery. It's unheard of. And then you look at Shell. Shell refines your oil. So why wouldn't you have an oil refinery? Again, it's just looking at the facts. It's not like anyone is picking anything selective. Why doesn't Nigeria have an oil refinery? It's 2022. There's no excuse. Even America,
What's stopping you from building one?
we don't produce oil in commercial quantity, so there's no
You're
point for us to
Nigerian. Why
produce
don't you go
one.
and build one?
I'm not Nigerian.
Where are you from?
But
I'm
wait,
from
but
Ghana.
wait, Comrade Che, but wait, but wait, Comrade Che.
Let him
Ghana.
finish. Let him finish. Let him finish. Let him
Okay,
finish.
okay.
Yeah, that's I again, I don't know much about Shell and the influence, but the fact that you don't have an oil refinery and Shell refines your oil is problematic. It's not right. At least that points to something. Yeah, now here.
Okay, okay, Comrade Che, you said that if Ghana had the same oil as Nigeria, Ghana would have built an oil refinery because you had good leaders from the beginning. Okay.
Yes.
Now Ghana has a lot of gold, right? Why don't you have a gold refinery? Why don't you have a gold refinery?
You see, this is how I know you're just speaking shit and you haven't actually said. We have one of the biggest gold. We have one of the Google right now.
Why you not refining
No,
cocoa?
why are you getting triggered? I'm asking you a question. Don't be triggered.
I'm not. Don't put words in my mouth.
Okay.
I'm answering your question.
Okay.
You have internet access, right? Pull up your phone, pull up your laptop, Google Obuasi Gold Mine. I'll spell it for you. OBAUSI. That's your answer. Next question.
Are you refining your cocoa?
You don't refine cocoa.
Whatever you do, are you making it into chocolate?
Yes. Let me answer you. I've answered you. I'll come back to you. Talking to you, Mike. Cocoa, you put them in this thing called cellulose. Ghana has so many cellulose that, in fact, we have farmers who use our cellulose and smuggle our cellulose through to Ivory Coast to sell it there at a much higher price. As for cocoa production, we do everything at the local level. Again, Kwame Nkrumah built the foundation years ago because he realized how important cocoa was to our economy. Research your points before you start.
You guys see
spilling
the
out problems.
hypocrisy going on today. You
All
see the
right.
Wait, Comrade Che.
Okay, wait,
Comrade Che, whoa.
no more questions. No more questions. Bullet, did you have a closing statement? No. Okay. Radical Negro
Okay.
did you have a closing statement?
No, can I make my closing statement? African Millennial.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. My closing statement is, guys, we are the same. We are the same. We are one thing. Ghana isn't special, Comrade Che. Ghana is not special. Okay, don't tell us about.
That's your own words. You asked me a question, I answered. So if you think Ghana is special or not, it's your words, bro.
Ghana is not special. Nigeria is not
you
special.
You are the one who brought it up. It's not my fault you were asking questions without doing research. So don't be butthurt, okay, bro?
Right,
Don't be
so
butthurt.
Okay, South Africa is not special. All of us are in the same. Kenya is not special, right? We are no different from Togo. We are no different from Equatorial Guinea. We are one thing. And this thing of us, trying to compete against each other, saying our leaders did this better and you don't have this and we have this. It's on a much bigger global scale. It really means nothing, right? It really means nothing. And the core of our issue, the core of our problem is corruption. If we can get rid of corruption, then we can begin talking about what we have and what we don't have. But for as long as we have corruption and people who are pocketing the revenue and resources of the country that's meant for the people, for their own personal personal enrichment, and for the enrichment of a certain tribe or a certain group in the population, we won't go anywhere. It doesn't matter what you think about Ghana. Those things matter nothing. Thank you.
Yeah, I can say I really struck a nerve with this Ghana
Did
thing.
you?
Bro,
Okay.
again, it's your own opinion, it's not mine.
No, guys.
No.
Okay, you can continue later. Radical Negro, did you have a closing statement?
Yeah, my only closing statement is that the guy who said if Kwame Nkrumah would have built refineries and stuff like that, cocoa, whatever, maybe he might have. I think he might have. I can agree with that. However, at the current stage that we are in, if Ghana was going to do all like refine oil and do all that stuff, they can't even put value in their own cocoa. Like their farmers are not even getting paid all that well. Ghana, even though it has the highest, it has a lot of gold. The funny thing is, they don't even have that much gold reserves, which is kind of weird. Like,
exactly,
how can a country that produces so much gold has very little gold in its reserves, right? So, maybe Kwame Nkrumah, I think he would have done all these things, but his predecessors have completely not done any of that shit, and they're not doing any of that shit. So, I'm also Ghanaian, just to let you know, I'm not trying to bash you or anything. So your argument really doesn't stand, but I would agree with you. Maybe Kwame Nkrumah would have, right?
Yeah,
and
just to
I
see what you mean about the
Okay,
gold reserve.
can I ask you something? When was the gold refinery built? When was it built?